Hello and welcome back to day number 2 of the DMV's Winter Games of 2022, benefiting Children's National and presented by Game Gym and Events DC, live right here at the esports arena at Shenandoah University in beautiful Winchester, Virginia. I'm your host for today, Alexander T. Kresek, and joining me is a new face. It is, of course, the one, the only, Nikita Bear. How are you doing on this lovely Sunday?
Fantastic, man. It's always great to be here.
Yeah, it is always great to have you, and it's always great to be on the analyst desk, the host desk with you. So I'm glad that we get to do that again today. Before we get into the meat and bones of what's going on today, because we've got Valorant and Rocket League, let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. And if you are just tuning in and you missed what happened yesterday, you missed a doozy. We had a ton of fantastic matches, a lot of great finals, a lot of back and forth, and really these teams just showing who is the best in the DMV area.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to take a look at League of Legends to start off, there was a lot of high tension, a lot of stress, a lot of close gameplay, even if the match scores might have not shown it, right? So the 4 teams we had competing yesterday, we had George Mason University, George Washington University, Old Dominion University, and Shenandoah University. And the way that everything played out is that George Mason and Old Dominion played in the grand finals, and George Mason came up top 2-0, took that first place spot. And in that third place, fourth place match, we saw George Washington and Shenandoah, and we saw George Washington take that third place slot.
Yeah, it was really back and forth. Even if the scores don't necessarily show it, the games were a lot closer, especially in that finals match we were watching at the end of the day. GMU was looking dominant the entire time, but there were definitely moments where ODU were coming back. They were making a strong kind of vie for a position, but unfortunately, they just weren't quite able to take that from GMU, and GMU has just cemented themselves as the best League of Legends team in this area, which has garnered them a bid into the top 32 of CLOL as well. So a lot of great things out of League of Legends. On the other side of yesterday, we saw Overwatch. We did focus a lot on League of Legends, but Overwatch was also happening in the background, and then we got to watch the finals. So, of course, in Overwatch, we had Bryan Stratton College, we had American University, we had GMU again, and we had Shenandoah University. So a lot of great teams, and I think the fan favorite, the favorite that was, they were undefeated. They were looking good throughout the regular season. That, of course, is Bryan Stratton College. They ended up winning in very convincing fashion. Just 3-0s throughout the entirety. 3-0s throughout the entirety of the regular season. 3-0s throughout the playoffs throughout today, yesterday as well. So a lot of great things out of them. GMU was able to take second after a hard-fought battle against SU, the 2 and 3 seeds respectively. They went all the way to Game 5. It was back and forth. It looked so close. There were moments where SU was about to win, but they ended up dropping the map and then eventually dropping map 5 as well. So in that third and fourth match, we saw Shenandoah University versus American University, and SU was able to take out that third place position, unfortunately leaving American University in that fourth place position. So again, a lot of great matches, a lot of great storylines, a lot of amazing back and forth, just seeing the talent that is in this area, which is kind of why I'm super excited for today, because we get new games, we get new storylines, some of the same teams that we've seen before, some new teams as well, and then that is amazing. So, of course, as I mentioned before, we've got Valorant and we've got Rocket League happening today. And Nikita, what are we starting off with?
We will be starting off with Valorant. And just to get into a little bit of the structure, we know the titles, right? But we don't know what we're playing. So for Valorant today, every match for the semifinals and the finals will be best of 3. And for Rocket League, the semifinals will be best of 5s, I believe, with the grand finals being a best of 7.
Yep. Yeah, and I feel like that is standard for the most part. Sometimes Valorant, you have best of 5s or even best of 7s in some rare cases. But overall, the games are just very, very long. So we don't have a VCT, a Berlin Masters, where, we have a week and a half to do all of these games. So it makes sense that Valorant, no matter what, is going to be a best of 3. And also, we've seen these teams play in the regular season. They've been playing each other for the entirety of the regular season. So we kind of have a feeling how they stack up. It's just this is that last push to really show and prove yourself as well.
Yeah. So to preview our first game today, I believe we will be streaming Radford University versus Old Dominion. And the other side of the semifinals will be George Mason against Mount St. Mary's.
Yeah, and we have that up there on the bracket as well, just kind of looking at it, if you will. GMU is the number 1 seed. They went undefeated in the regular season, 7-0. Mount St. Mary's is the 4th seed, the lowest seed of this tournament. They went 4-3. And then up at the top, Radford and ODU, very, very close. The 2nd and the 3rd seed, respectively. Both of those teams went 5-2. But we'll talk a little bit more about this matchup, this rivalry that they have a little bit later on. So yeah, a lot of great things to expect out of Valorant first. So we'll see Valorant first, and then later we'll see the Rocket League finals, and then we'll see the Valorant finals. And that's kind of just a run of show of the day. So yeah, before we start really diving in and talking about Radford v ODU, let's we have been able to gather an interview from one of the members of Game Gym. They were able to sit down and talk with a representative of Radford. And so maybe there's some insight there that we can gather from and just hear about the growing collegiate landscape, which I think is super fascinating to talk about, super fascinating to hear from. So without further ado, here is an interview with a member of Radford.
Hi, I'm Doug Benedict from Radford University, and you're watching the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference on Twitch.
So let's talk about the MAEC specifically and your program in the MAEC. How, what teams did you have in the competition? How did y'all do? What do you think you're going to do differently next year?
So we're competing in League of Legends, Rocket League, and Valorant. As it stands right now, there's a 5-way tie for first place in League, and that's where we're at. I think, and back to the beginning of the conversation, I struggle for League players, but I'm most surprised at how successful our League team has been. And I would definitely credit our faculty coach with that, Dr. Luke Liska. He has been super helpful in being able to be there when I'm not there and being able to really dive into the data in terms of scouting teams, making sure we're practicing, making sure we're trying new things. Valorant is, I kind of call them our flagship. They are playing in multiple leagues and they are always running around doing something new. I never know what's about to come out of my captain's mouth sometimes. I'm like, oh, great, new opportunity that I'm gonna have to keep track of. But I love it. I would say like the biggest help the MAEC has been, the biggest impact it's had on us is the locality of everything. It's way easier for me to say, hey, guess what? To my administration, we beat the school that is, an hour away from us, rather than some of these larger orgs where you're playing a school that maybe your administration's never heard of, multiple states away. And so we really enjoy that. We really beat, I know a lot of these people who run these other programs, so it's a much more friendly vibe. I don't want to say, not that it's not competitive, right? But I can call up X director and be like, hey, we played last night. How do you think it went? I think what we do differently in the future is, I don't think we underestimated the competition, but I do think that we didn't put our complete focus on the MAEC. We got in at the last minute. We were again brand new, struggling to get everything around, and so we had jumped into other things. And I was contacted about this, and I was like, oh, what a great opportunity. And I kind of just threw some of my teams in there. I was like, you need to play this. Make sure you play. Stepping back, next semester, we're taking it very seriously, just because of the value that it is definitely added to the program in terms of being able to tell our story much easier. Like I said, local schools, playing ODU, playing Shenandoah, schools that our school knows and his neighbors too. Much easier to tell a story.
Yeah, I can imagine it's probably a lot more interesting for the students too, because it gives you a different context, like you said, because if it's a school you've never heard of, or if it's in a different state, it's sort of like, okay, yeah, that was fun. But I could have done this online, and played with some randos. So, having your opponent be like the school next door is definitely completely different. I don't think there's anything wrong with just sort of throwing your teams at the new event, by the way. It reminds me of back in high school, I competed in debate. And we went to a competition that, it has like all these different events, like there's different types of debate. And there were 2 categories for which we didn't have teams. And my coach just said, okay, I'm just going to need some folks to volunteer because if you don't play, you don't win. And I went and I did it. And it was like the first time that I competed in that particular, type of event, but that's okay. It's all practice. It's all fun. And if you don't play, you don't win. So, even if you didn't have that much prep time, you went there and you did it, and that's what counts.
Yeah, I completely agree. No, we have been very happy that we've been. That's what I'll say.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's always great to hear from colleges, especially colleges like Radford, which are a little bit newer in their creation, especially with their esports program, where they're kind of growing from the ground up and they're kind of adapting to that ecosystem. So always great to hear from them. I'm glad we have these interviews that we can be able to just, listen in and hear different perspectives as well. And if you missed the stream yesterday, there were several other interviews from other universities and colleges that were here. Again, it's all just really, really, I think, interesting information to just learn and kind of hear about the collegiate esports experience.
Yeah, I also think it's great that you get to hear from so many different institutions who imagine esports in the collegiate space so differently.
Right.
I think you have a school like Shenandoah University with Joey Gariziak, who spoke yesterday, where there's a focus on the academic and the professional development maybe more than competitive.
Right.
Where we're seeing someone like GMU, who is first or second seed in every single bracket we have here today, with their representative in the form of Chris Kumke, who spoke yesterday. So I think that's a really interesting thing where we can hear different perspectives on the same exact thing of collegiate esports.
Yep, exactly. I love collegiate esports. It's always a great time, always great to hear about it. But I think speaking of collegiate esports, we should really talk about the game that will be happening momentarily. It, of course, is Radford versus ODU. Both these teams went 5-2 in the regular season, and we do have a map pool. I think the biggest thing, the biggest storyline that we have right here is that ODU actually lost to Radford 2-0 in the regular season. And here we go. We got the map pools up already. ODU is going to start on attack. We are going to have Haven as map number 1, Breeze as map number 2, and Fracture as map number 3. Interesting choices all around. Specifically in the collegiate space, we don't get to see a lot of Breeze or Fracture. There are other maps that the teams typically tend to prefer. Haven is definitely one of them. Ascent is definitely one of them. We see a lot of Icebox as well. And we don't get to see Ascent or Icebox for this. So overall, just really quickly, Bear, what are your feelings on these maps? What is your kind of take on this really quickly?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it where collegiate Valorant kind of has some of these comfort map picks and some of these uncomfier ones. I think map 2 with Breeze is going to be the most interesting to look at.
I agree with that.
There's a lot of discourse going around that if you don't like Breeze, it's because you have bad aim. So having the confidence to choose Breeze might be saying something, right?
That's true, yeah.
I really want to look at map 2 because I think with map 1 it's a comfort pick, and I think that's just going to be a lot of set plays. So maybe that's what we want to look out for. Maybe we have set takes, we have set retakes, set gives. I want to look at that. Yeah.
And I think in Valorant a lot of times that first map might be the decider. It's a lot of momentum based, especially in collegiate esports. Sometimes some of these players are a little bit newer to the competitive scene, and they get a little mentally boomed just early on, especially after taking a hard loss. But for now, we're going to throw it over to our casters, get their takes as we go over character select. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Alex and Nikita. It is so great to be here tonight here at the MAEC Winter Finals. It may be a little cold here in Virginia, but that does not mean the games are not heating up. I am so looking forward to this Radford and ODU game for match number 1. I am Ryan Blankenhorn. Joining me tonight is the one and only Vitaly Rivera. Vitaly, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm excited, Ryan. There's going to be a lot of amazing games today. Like we talked about earlier, there's going to be a lot of Valorant going on today, semifinals and grand finals, and then we got Rocket League after that, right? So action-packed today. I'm excited for Valorant. I'm going to be casting for Valorant. There's a lot of other amazing casters that are going to be coming on, especially for Rocket League and Valorant as well. But let's talk about it. Radford and ODU. These two teams are really well. Play super solid. Their team cohesion is amazing, right?
Yeah.
Radford got the dub. They were able to win that out, right? So now going into this game, what do you think that ODU has to do in order to be able to win this best-of-3 series?
Well, you know, so far Radford, their only loss is to GMU, right? So Radford is definitely looking to go up against GMU, assuming GMU is able to defeat St. Mary's in the other semifinals game and go into that finals. Radford wants to make it there and really get that rematch shown up and fight that hard. ODU, however, did lose to both GMU and Radford. So this is sort of a redemption arc for ODU to take this map, take this entire series and just say, listen, we are not the same team. This is LAN. This is different. I mean, we got an entire house here today, Vitaly. I mean, this is where the players can shine and where they really are going to put their best foot forward to be the best team here at the MAEC Finals. I mean, I think both these teams had a phenomenal chance at getting there, the ODU and Radford being able to go forward in the finals. But I think it comes down to which team wants it more, right? Does Radford want to get that rematch with GMU? Or does ODU want to say, no, we're stopping you right here and we're going forward?
Again, there's going to be a lot of interesting set plays, exactly what Nikita was talking about on this Haven. This first map, a lot of teams like to pick it. A lot of teams like to kind of be more on the aggressive side of things when it comes to Haven. Of course, there are 3 sites, so this is the only map that has 3 sites. It is a pretty big map, but if you look to try and section it off a little bit, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of focus on, set plays, right? So I'm excited to see what both of these teams have in store.
Yeah, and one of the things that I'm really looking forward to right now, right, is Nikita mentioned it. You really only pick Breeze if you got good aim, right? Which is why I never picked Breeze. If I kind of hope that people dodge if I get Breeze in my competitive games because I cannot aim. But it is an interesting pick, right? I mean, Nikita's right. You normally go for Breeze if you are really good at aiming. So that map pick is really it's not Comfort Pit, obviously, but it's a very sort of dominating pick to really think about. Like, okay, no, we're confident here. We know we can take this fight. We have the aim. We believe we can take these long sight lines. So I honestly believe that this is going to be good as we are getting here into the character select screen. Vitaly, what do you think we're going to see as these characters are being selected?
So as we already see, right, both on ODU and Radford, we're seeing that chamber. Chamber's going to be huge. Of course, that trip is going to be super, super crucial. You can put that trip either in garage. You can put that outside of B, right, to kind of hold those certain areas where teams are looking to try and push, right? Then we have this Omen. Omen is more of a universal kind of smoke, different from like a Viper or from a Harbor, now that's in the game, right? So Omen can look to smoke any sort of, chokehold. He can smoke Heaven. He can smoke spawn side, entrance to a lot of these map sites, and it's going to be really interesting to see. I did see also a Fade and Raze. Fade and Raze combo, that's going to be the tether, and then it's going to be the Raze nade. So it's going to trap him in the tether, and then it's going to Raze nade, so it's just a super sick combo I like to see. I like to play Fade on Haven in particular, so if I ever get matched up with a Raze, it's over. I love that combo. But go ahead.
Tell me, do you think the Fade Raze combo, do you think we're going to see some of those kills with that nice nade, or you think maybe not?
I hope so. I definitely want to see it on defense more, right? So especially on that A site, there's a lot of comfort when it comes to planting that bomb on that default area, which is just right in front of the little point area, right? So if we could look to try and get that Fade Raze combo to kind of get them off of that point.
Looks like they're going for it.
And here it is on defense, right? They're going to look to try and do that play that I was talking about towards this A area. And here it is. Looks like we're seeing ODU kind of playing towards the C side, right? Looking to try and get early aggression there, trying to take some space. And here it is. Both of Fade and Raze just both used util there.
Yeah, so unfortunately we're not going to see that nade kill quite yet, but Super Hot Girl going to find a Narxa really fast into that fight. That's going to put ODU up fast.
Oh my God!
Shadow with the 4K right off the bat. No playing around today. Radford is not done yet. They are going hard. They're not going to play this nice. Radford wants this, and they want it bad. Already finding the 4K for the breach on the side of Radford. That was just incredible. Niche all alone now on the side of ODU. Only so much you can really do now as that Fade is sort of just sitting here. Radford does know where Niche is. Not quite going to find that kill.
Oh my God, the ace!
The pistol round ace, Vitaly, right off the bat. What else can you do?
This is the way to start off MAEC.
Radford is not playing today. This is what you wanted to see for the semifinal competition at the MAEC finals.
Oh my God, let's look at it. 1, 2, 3.
This is just beautiful.
4,
absolutely incredible.
Oh my God.
That was 4 out of 5 headshots, I believe, as well.
That was.
Yeah, that was 4 out of 5 headshots.
Jesus.
That's just incredible. Incredible. Shattered 619 over here on the side of Radford. Not playing games today, Vitaly.
Not at all. Absolutely monumentous.
100%. There goes the util again from the Raze and the Fade. Unfortunately, not going to find anyone yet. I'm really looking forward to that. And we are going to see Radford going to be holding these same angles that they just saw them on. We may see the breach do some incredible things again. Obviously, you love to see it. But ODU now knows that they are not going to be able to just push into the site easily. Radford is going to be watching them, going to be making sure that they cannot just walk into them without having any sort of punishment. We are going to see inside of the Omen smoke here for the side side of ODU, going to be playing this relatively safe here. Now near the main area of Haven, trying to figure out where they want to go. B, C, A, trying to figure that out. A show is going to throw out the util for Fade. Ooh, Kennedy not quite able to find that kill, but is able to come out alive with only a little bit of HP gone. So going to be relatively safe, but now Radford does know that ODU is going to be pushing onto A side here. And
Gets a tag.
not quite able to find the kill though. Is going to have to reload the gun, but Show going to find Silver, and there's the Marshall shot on the niche. Ayo is going to find Defect, and there it is. Only 2 left for ODU. They know where that is. Kennedy going to find Super Hot Girl. Only 1 left, but we've seen this before. The wonderful ace not quite going to come in yet, and there it is. Radford 2-0 in this series, Vitali.
Of course, you know, after you win that first pistol round, right, you're more than likely to win that next round. But this is the round that matters. ODU, if you're going to win a round, this is going to be that round. You don't want it to get and slip out of your hands early on in the game, right? You want to be able to stay in the game. Again, Show getting that really good kill. Shu getting that really good kill there, and then just finishing it up for that flawless round. But again, you want to make sure that you're staying alive, especially in that second round. You don't want to lose any guns. You don't want to lose any sort of money that you're trying to build up. And here it is, the buy round. This is where both teams are somewhat even in terms of gun, you know, what they have going on. They have full buys here, and here it is. They're looking to show a lot of presence in that mid area, and now they're kind of just backing off. Oh.
Yeah, so it is going to be that eco round that you are mentioning there. Going to be interesting to see. We are going to see Show is going to throw out those Fade abilities, but Shatter is going to find Defect, but Kennedy will fall to Automata, and there it is. It's now an even fight. Both chambers are out of the fight for both teams, and there it is. Another trade comes in. ODU and Radford 3-3. Anorexia is going to find another kill, though it is 2v2, as So Silver is going to find that trade on the Radford's Omen, and now it is just a 2v2 scenario. This is much better for ODU to stand here and be able to take this fight. They are going to be looking to hard push onto A site here, as Radford is going to rotate slowly onto A as well. So Silver has the block off of Heaven here, and now we are going to see So Silver not quite going to die to that bomb, but that is good. Still really low HP. Ayo's going to find both kills, and Radford managing to come out on top for that round, Vitali, and now ODU is not in the best of the economic situation.
Not at all. Shattered played that really beautifully with that stun, was able to help out that Raze on site and get those valuable 2 picks to keep them up in the game. They're up 3 rounds, right? And they're looking at a really solid buy. They have guns, they have the money, they have the shield, right? So they're looking pretty solid. Now, if I was ODU, I would look to maybe try and push mid, look to try and maybe play B. You know, you're not on that buy round, and you want to try to play close quarters and just try and trade people out, right? So here it is. We see that the dog is going to go through, trap getting destroyed. There's only one person on scene, it's that Chamber, and he's playing super aggressive.
Yeah, and Defect will find that headshot on Tenny. That should be a nice gun for them to use, but Anarxia is going to find Super Hot Girl into that fight, and now Radford is down 1, but there it is, but the trade's back out again, but there it is. Anarxia is going to find 3 there, but Niche will find the share of kills onto Ayote, and as well as Anarxia is a 1v1 Fade scenario here. Show is going to throw in this utility here. ODU does still have that spike. It is not planted here. Niche is going to fake that spike. It does look like Radford is going to have to play this safe, and there's a headshot. Radford is now going to be up again, and the eco for ODU is still relatively low. So, Vitali, you know, I'm thinking what exactly ODU needs to do here. We saw a nice headshot from Defect early on into this game, but not quite able to find enough there. Niche had a great play with the Sheriff there as well, finding 2 kills, but unfortunately falling down to Show there, just not quite able to outfight that Phantom shot there. Unfortunately, not being able to take it out. Radford will have 2 ultimates online. ODU is going to have that Fade ultimate as well, so that will be a relatively good intro for ODU to go forward into this fight here. And Arxia is going to be standing on top of this box here, going to be watching for anyone coming into this site early. The dog comes out, and Arxia is going to find Super Hot Girl really early and going to fake this TP, try to show ODU that he is no longer there in the fight, but does see I believe that is the Fade, going to get hit with the Breach ultimate there, but AEO does not care, neither does Shadow. They're going to push into this fight. Niche will fall, as well as So Silver not quite being able to get out of there alive. AEO is no longer scared. The bomb is going to come in. They do know that one is there. Finds one, is going to fall to Automata, but Kennedy's going to find Automata, and Radford up 5 in this series, Vitali.
They are on a snowball right now. they're doing phenomenal, being able to trade out, playing especially off of that Breach util. Like I said, Breach is one of those agents who have so much impact team-wise, right? Of course, the stun is super valuable. The flashes are what's super critical, and those are the only flashes that you have on the team. So being able to play around that, like we see right there, as that Raze got that pick, right? Being able to play around those Breach utils is crucial. So, I mean, right now, ODU, they're up with a Breach ultimate. They're up with a Fade ultimate. And they could combo that. They could look to try and go A. They could look to try and go C. But, again, they've been playing towards the C area, trying to show a lot of presence there. Maybe they look to try and slow it down a little bit.
Yeah. And we do see a timeout does come out from ODU. They are going to be holding that timeout. I believe Super Hawk Girl called that timeout there for the next 20 seconds here. ODU is going to be trying to just mentally reset here. You know, we talked about Alexander earlier, said, you know, these new collegiate players into the esports scene, you know, sometimes that mental is the big struggle. So ODU trying to take this timeout to just reset, figure out what their plan is. They're down 5 right now, but in Valorant, anyone knows that anything is possible. So ODU needs to reset here as we are getting back into the match here. ODU does have 2 ultimates online, as well as Radford has 2 of their own here. ODU hopefully has a plan coming into this fight now, ready to come forward and really just sort of have a plan here. We are going to have a very low buy for ODU once again, so they may just try to play this safe, Vitaly.
Right. Again, like I was saying earlier, they're looking to try and play slow. They're looking to maybe try and default, try to get some sort of early pick, and just kind of trade each other out. And here it is. Raze getting good for 2. Is Raze good for 3 as they are now at 17 health. Needing to back out. His shoe is just looking to try and cover for that Raze. And again, they know exactly where they are. They know exactly what ODU's plan is. They're just trying to play safe.
Yeah, and ODU not quite going to be able to find AO. He is going to get the Raze really low for the side of Radford, but not before losing 2 players. Defect is going to be watching this angle on window here for B site with what I believe is just the wonderful Sheriff of the Chamber, which I think is a relatively broken gun if you ask me, but that's because I can never hit the shot. And I think every time I go up to the Chamber who does know how to hit the shot, they always hit me. So, you know, Defect, we have seen hit those shots before, though, so probably going to be just trying to play that safe. Like I said, ODU really just playing this slow. I mean, I don't think they mind if they lose this round, right? I mean, obviously you want to win it, but they really just want to play it safe. They don't want to really use any ultimates. We've seen that they still have 2. I think they're just going to try to play this one safe here. If they can win it, they win it, but if not, I don't think they're worried here. Show is going to find Niche. AO is going to find Automata. Defect will find that nice kill with the Chamber gun, though. As mentioned, we know Defect is really good at hitting that shot. The spike is in Chamber's hands here. Defect only has about 6 seconds to get that spike planted, or 8 seconds to kill the rest of the players. Nice! Oh! Not quite going to be able to find the kills there, but that was really good. You can't lie.
That was really nice. I love the flicks. But, again, Radford up 6 rounds in this first half. I mean, if I was anyone, you know, on OD, I'd look to try and just play together, stick together, get those trades. Again, they were looking good on that first buy round, on that 3rd round. They're kind of slipping a little bit. I think for them to kind of regain that control, regain that momentum, they either execute site fast with that Breach or Fatal, and just play on site, or look to try and just plan it back out and then play post plan.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, if you're ODU, obviously you didn't want to lose that, right? But you're okay with it, right? Now you have a good buy. You have 4 ultimates online as well, so I'm positive ODU is going to be really aggressive on this push. Now that they have the abilities, they have the util. The Fade ultimate will come out now, and this could be really good for ODU. So Silver, I believe, just used... Yep, did just use that TP as well. Automata is going to spike plant down, and there it is. ODU now in a much better spot than they have been this entire game so far. Vitaly being able to plant that spike down, and now Shattered will find Silver. So Heaven is going to be controlled there, but Niche and Superhawk going to find their trades respectively. Automata going to take AEO. This is what ODU wants right now. 2 ultimates still remain. It is a 4v2. Never mind. Niche is going to find Shattered. 1v2. Defect finds Show. ODU is not done yet, Vitaly.
And like I was mentioning earlier, they're looking to try and play off that Breach util, right? Of course, Fade, there was nobody on site for that Fade ultimate to have any value, but there's a little saying in Valorant, if you don't get anything with your utility, that's still information in and of itself, right? And Fade being that info agent, you know, no one was on site. There was absolutely no way for them to, realize that there was no one on site outside of that fatal. But again, now we're looking at an op from Radford in the 8th round, trying to play somewhat aggressive.
Yeah, and okay, so we are going to see ODU pull out that chamber op as well, and it is a nerfed now, though. So, Vitali, give us a little bit of information on that new nerf on the gun.
So it's actually not nerfed yet. I believe patch 5.12 is going into effect Tuesday, but currently we are on the earlier patch. So it is still very broken.
Okay, well then never mind. So Defect will be looking to find these kills without the nerf online, but we are going to see the chamber for Radford is going to have that op. I believe that's Tenedy that we just saw with the operator online there. So Radford going to be looking to hold these angles very slow, very cautious. Yep, there we go. We got Tenedy holding long C here. ODU going to be playing it safe, but not quite going to be able to find the shot. ODU will live. So Silver's now going to be able to push in real hard. The flash is going to come out. Super Hot Girl going to throw that grenade launcher out, but not quite going to find anyone. Automata is going to be able to get this plant down. We've seen this before. ODU securing the site, getting the plant down, and this is where ODU just shines. They are great at securing the site here. ODU knows what they want to do. The op is still out from Defect. The beautiful chamber ult. Going to be able to find Anarxia and does know someone else is there, but Are You Teddy is going to find Super Hot Girl. Defect will follow as well, so no op remaining. The defuse will come out. There's only so much you can do here. You got to plant.
They're sticking it.
Oh, but not quite able to find it. Automata will find a kill, though, onto Tenedy. The op will still be on the side of Radford, though, as it's going to be picked up by Show and find kill on the niche. ODU not quite able to find that kill onto the spike defuse. Fortunately, losing that round.
There's a lot of stuff going on between these rounds. Like we saw there, that chamber missed that off shot, backed out, and then started to regroup play with the team. Like I was mentioning before this game even started, and what I'm going to continue to emphasize throughout the rest of this event is that team cohesion, that team play. If you can look to try and play with your team, you're going to be golden throughout the entire event. Even whether win or lose, you're still going to be looking really, really solid, and Radford is doing just that.
Yeah, Radford is showing a dominant performance right now. Really just not... Oh, that was close. Radford, Tenedy's not quite able to find that kill, but I mean, just whiffs right past the head. That's the type of stuff that you don't miss, right? Shatter will be holding this angle on to B, mostly just watching the window area here. Not going to find anyone. Defect going to be throwing a few shots down. TP's out. Not going to find anyone there on to C. Radford playing relatively slow here. ODU will be holding onto A, it looks like, and it's going to be pushing into A, actually. Radford is going to be prepared to take this fight. Automata is going to be using that stun ability, as well as the flash, going to be trying to push in. Super Hot Girl, the nade comes out, as well as the bot. Niche will find AEO, and there it is. ODU is going to be up one. The spike plant will be coming down now. Radford, Tenedy, though, I'd be holding up here in window with the op, and this could be bad if ODU is not ready for this op. They know it somewhere. Do they know where, though, Vitali? Do they know where Tenedy is lurking in the shadows? Are they ready? And not gonna find the kill, but now ODU does know where Tenedy is.
My gosh.
Show will come in, though, but Defect and Automata, and Defect, there it is. Defect and Silver gonna be taking that. ODU taking that round, and that was close if you were ODU.
Of course. And if they're looking at, I don't think they're looking to try and hold this up. They're not looking to try and hold that up. And it's smart, right? You don't want to give the enemy team a very good gun, right? If you're on a save round, you don't want to give them a Vandal. You don't want to give them an op. So they're looking to just play with those auto rifles. They're looking to play with those Vandals, those Phantoms. And again, I think what they're doing is really smart, right? They're showing a lot of presence one way, but then they're going the other way. Just like we saw there was a lot of presence with that chamber, showing and aggressing towards that C side, but then they execute A fast.
Yeah, and so ODU now down 5 rounds here. Radford up 7-2. ODU down, as I just mentioned. AEO will be looking here, and gonna be shooting through the wall. It does find Defect. Defect's not quite able to TP out of there, but Niche will find the trade, so not all is lost. If you are ODU, it is nice and easy, but Radford using that chamber op. We know how busted that is right now, because I was mistaken. The patch is not out yet, so we know that operator for chamber is just really broken and busted right now, so Tendi's going to be looking to find those kills. Shattered does a really good job here just being able to rotate back and forth between B site, figuring out where they want to go, how they want to take this fight. ODU is going to be looking to push onto C site here. Super Hawk Girl not quite going to be able to get that bomb out. Wait, there it is. Never mind. Going to be able to come out. Show going to be looking. Going to be taken out by Super Hawk Girl there. Shattered will find Super Hawk Girl though. So Silver going to be able to find Anarxia. And there it is. The flash coming because Shattered's going to find 2. Shattered's going to find 3. Shattered again. But Tolly, someone stop Shattered right now because they are just popping off.
Shattered is on another level right now with that utility. Again, those flashes that we saw, the stuns, and then to top it all off, the nice cherry is using that Breach ultimate.
Yeah.
Again, they're up 8-2 in the first half. That's saying something.
Yeah, Radford is just showing a dominant performance right now on the defensive side here, up to 8-2, like you just mentioned, Vitali, and is going to be interesting to see what exactly they are going to be doing here. As you hear the crowd going wild behind us, we are going to see a pretty aggressive push, it looks like, from ODU back onto this A site. It's worked well for them before. They're going to go for it again. Show is going to be throwing that dog out, trying to find some information. The blind will come out from Omen, however. Radford is going to be more backed up to the back of A side here as ODU is going to push. So Silver is going to be planting this and will get the stick on the plant. And now ODU is going to be able to hold this point here. Super Hawk Girl going to be holding relatively close here. Going to find 1, but it is going to fall down to Tenedy. It is even. Like I mentioned, though, the spike has been planted, though, so Radford has to be aggressive. Automata knows they have to be aggressive and is going to find AEO. Niche will find Anarxia. So Silver and Niche are going to fall, though, but Defect not going to let it happen yet. It's Defect versus 1. There it is, Automata. And wait, Batali. This is 8-3. This is close. ODU is not ready yet.
That lurk was beautiful. Playing super patient, super solid, and then getting that value out of the lurk. Didn't get that chamber, but again, it was a 2v1 situation. They were holding that cross. It was just ODU's favor in that round.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just phenomenal play, and I have no idea how Defect got around there. That was impressive to see, and Radford running the operator again here.
Yeah, the loadout was looking a little, on the cheaper side. They do have, auto rifles, but I did see a little bit of light shields, so they are looking to try and just finish this out on the last round of the first half, trying to potentially get some sort of play going into this round. And there it is, the stun, getting that off that angle. It's going to repeat.
Oh, there it is.
But gets a trade. Now it is a 4v4 situation. ODU does have that fade ult, where Radford has 0 ults.
Yeah, and Defect is also going to be down 1 player coming into this fight here. Radford does still have that op online, though. The chamber for Radford is still alive. That is Tenedy for you. Going to be alive. ODU is going to be up 4-3 right now. Anarxia is going to fall to Defect, and here it is, ODU 4v2, but we have seen this before. We have seen the plays from Radford. We've seen it before. Shattered is lurking, and is going to be looking to find these kills here. Going to be looking for some nice wall bank shots, and is going to get some nice damage onto Defect. ODU is going to have this spike down. Radford having a 2-person team here, both coming in. Tenedy is going to be covering with the operator here. Radford's going to be looking to try and win this fight here, but he's going to fall to Defect. Defect with a 3K here. Radford only has Shattered alive. ODU, but no. Someone stop Shattered. Someone stop Shattered. Someone stop. No. Shattered 1 HP is going to try and stick this, it looks like.
No way.
No. Oh! Vitali.
Oh my God.
Super Hawk Girl coming in a clutch there, and the 9-3 curse is not alive. ODU has this there. Tenedy is going to fall, and Shattered finding. That was way too close for my comfort, Vitali.
I'm getting nervous. Shattered is looking super, super solid, and he had that ultimate, could have used it, but decided to hold on to it. I don't know why. Again, it is an 8-4 situation, or 8-3 situation, sorry, in that last round. Gotta, you might as well use it. Try and stall as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that, but that was scary. We've seen Shatter do some incredible things before, and that was... Oh, I mean, my heart was racing. You heard everyone out here. Their hearts were racing. It was so incredibly close there. Shattered almost making that victory happen there. but no 9-3 curse.
No
so,
9-3 curse.
Maybe Redford's happy that happened, right?
Of course. I mean, again, though, 8-4 is also still super solid if you're ODU, right? You were looking super down. There was a lot of rounds that, just didn't happen to fall into your hands. But here it is. So Silver doesn't get that pick as Radford are now up 5-3, getting that bomb down Shattered, looking to try and potentially play on site. And they're trying to clear out Garage. AO doesn't find one.
Shattered, though, there it is. Shattered on this pistol round, Vitali, is just incredible. Gonna find 2 there. Super Hawk Girl, as well as someone else on the side of ODU, will fall here. Niche going to try and find someone. Not quite gonna find him, though, but does know the fade is there. ODU just has Niche alive here, and the spike has been planted by Radford. So Niche has to make one of these incredible plays here, but we've seen it before in Valorant, but not quite gonna happen. A show is going to find Niche there, and Radford up 9-4 in this series, Vitali.
And as I was mentioning, I think after that pistol round, whoever wins that pistol round, you are more likely to win that next round, unless ODU decides to force buy here to try and maybe change that momentum, shift it in their favor. Again, 9-4, you're down a lot of rounds. Maybe you have to try something a little risky. High risk, high reward is kind of something that's super important in this game. And if you're willing to take those risks, the rewards will follow. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look like ODU is going to be doing that. Looks like they're going to be running these pistols. Not going to be playing that risk. But, defect. Not quite going to be able to find that shot and will lose half of their own HP here. ODU is going to be playing relatively safe, though. They know Radford is going to be watching this angles, not wanting... Radford will be playing relatively safe here. ODU is going to be holding these angles, and Radford does not want to push too far into that here. And Arxia find a nice little angle here. It looks like both teams are playing pretty safe. Radford and ODU sort of holding their own angles and their own spawns here. AEO with the Spectre. I love that skin. It's nice and cute. Gonna be coming into Garage here. Tenedy as well as Fade for Radford. Going to be pushing into this site here. Tenedy not gonna see the shorty though, and So Silver's gonna find them. So Silver's still gonna be alive here. Not quite gonna find Anarxia though. And now it is a 1v1 here. I mean a 4v4, 3v4 here, into 2v4. Radford losing. Going to be able to find ODU. ODU losing players here. Show is going to find Super Hot Girl, and there it is, back to Niche. Only on 3 HP as the spike is planted now, Vitali.
Niche does find that pick, but again, at 3 health, there's not really much you can do.
Yeah, he got 3 HP. The Spectre is going to take a lot of bullets to find these kills here. Going to be able to find Shatter, though, with a nice little peck if they can, but Shatter's going to be holding this angle, and the rest of Radford is going to be holding that as well. So even if the trade happens, Shatter might die, but the rest of Radford will prevail, and ODU only 3 HP and a dream here. May just try to live this, but never mind. And Arceus will find Niche there, trying to come in for the peak. And Radford up 10-4 in this series, Vitali.
Now ODU's on that buy round, right? We're looking to try and see what ODU can do defensively that will stop this Radford aggression. 10-4, again, very big lead. You're playing pretty comfortable if you're Radford, especially, feeling that confidence boost, right? That's also a big thing in this game, is that mental fortitude. If your mental fortitude is lacking, especially going into this first map, and now, 10-4, I mean, you really have to try and buckle down and just focus up.
Yeah, and we are going to see, like you said, that full buy comes out from the side of ODU. Defect playing pretty aggressive here, and is not going to find someone. Shatter's going to find 2, but AEO will fall. ODU, it is a 3v4. Shattered has that Breach ultimate online, though. Niche not quite able to find the headshot onto Radford's team there. The flash does come out from Breach, but so does the ultimate. Show will find Super Hot Girl. ODU down 2 players here, so Silver is going to be hit by that dog. Shatter's just going around the map, finding the kills. Niche will fall, so Silver will find Show. The stun will come out. Shattered with the 4K. I'm sorry, but Shattered is just going nuts right now, Vitali.
His stuns have been spot on this entire game. Like, I don't think he's missed a single stun.
Yeah.
And that's saying something. That's a really difficult task to do. But if you're Shattered, I mean, look at that. 23
and 6.
With 11 assists.
That's incredible.
That's a crazy stat line. And this is just the first match, mind you.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited to see what the rest of this day has in store for us.
Yeah, that land feeling is there today, Vitaly. I mean, they are looking, both these teams wanting, and you know ODU is not giving up. I mean, they have taken these rounds, and they've taken them dominantly for the ones they have. Radford just able to find that slight little hole in the ODU's defenses or attacks, being able to take advantage of going forward. But ODU is getting back there. It is still winnable for ODU. We could even see an overtime here. AEO will find Defecto, as I believe Kazakers ODU a little bit there, which is a little unfortunate, but ODU is going to be down to 4 players here as Radford will find that one, as mentioned. And honestly, Shattered is the big difference maker here on Radford, Vitaly. So I think ODU as a team, if they can get rid of Shattered, I think it is very winnable for ODU to really take these rounds. I mean, 23-6. That is incredible. I mean, that's doubled ODU's top fragger, and I believe doubled Radford's second top frag, right? I mean, so Shattered is just a phenomenal player doing work right now and really just making havoc for ODU. As Anarxia is going to get this plant down, Radford will now be able to just play the defensive side onto a site here. ODU needs to do something. They have to be aggressive, but they don't want to because it's 11-4 right now. They don't want to give another round up. They need to figure out what their plan is. Super Hawk Girl is going to be in this heaven area here. Spike is planted, going to be able to find the blinded AEO, and what a beautiful kill there. The bomb's going to come out, going to be able to find Shattered. Adamata is going to find Anarxia as well. ODU is not giving up yet. 8 HP in a dream. The bomb will come down on Tenity. The Spike has defused here. Here it comes, almost there, ready to go. Show is going to find Adamata, but there is Radford going to lose that round on a thrifty to ODU. The kill is going to come out onto So Silver, but it doesn't matter. ODU able to find that round. They are not done yet, Vitaly.
They are not. And they played that really well. And again, the breach is kind of, I would say the breach on both teams are kind of the difference maker, right? If you don't have that breach for the stun, if you don't have that breach for the flash, it's really difficult to either take sites or retake sites. And like we saw there, that was super impactful by ODU's breach. Again, they're looking still super solid, right? It's just Radford's winning the duels. And, and it really comes down to that.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't sleep on what Super Hawk Girl just did there. I mean, finds the kill through heaven, jumps off, takes the HP damage, and it still finds Shattered into that fight. I mean, that was just phenomenal play from ODU there. Able to find those kills. The rocket launcher is going to come out here. Not going to quite find anyone. Is going to be searching, though. Has about 3 seconds left on that defect. Will find Tandy early, though. And hey, you're gonna find Super Hot Girl. Oh, what a shot there. So now ODU and Radford even in this fight right now. Spike is planted. ODU is gonna have to do a miraculous play once again here. Shatter's gonna look for a flash. Defect will find AEO, so ODU is in the favor here. Radford is gonna be pushed down to the back of Seaside. Defect will be looking for that defuse and is gonna be able to find half. Is he going to try to stick it? Going to look for the stick. Finds the stick. There it is. ODU 6-11 here. Vitaly, one remains, and ODU still wins the gunfight there. Vitaly, ODU is not giving up yet.
They're looking really solid. Again, the team players are super, super crisp. They're looking to try and, section off sites one by one. They're not splitting up around the map, and that forces the Radford time out.
Yeah, I mean, ODU playing phenomenally there. That's 2 rounds in a row. That was just pure dominance and great team play from ODU. I mean, what I think is really interesting here is both times a stick happened. Like, ODU sacrificing their own players, knowing that if Radford is forced off of that site, that ODU can just play dummy sacrifice while one is defusing the bomb. And we've seen that twice now, and it's worked both times. I mean, and both times they won the gunfight as well. I mean, ODU now has a plan of attack. They know what they want to do, and they know what Radford's weakness is. That is the big thing for ODU now. They have recognized the hole in Radford's attack here, and they've been able to really capitalize on that.
And now that you mention it too, right? You mentioned that they're starting to slip up a little bit. They're kind of taking these rounds for granted, right? I mean, they have this really nice cushion. They were playing super, super solid, first half. It was 8-4, right? And then going into the second half, they then win 3 more rounds. And again, they now have the Raze util. They now have this Omen ult, and they can kind of get that info out there. So I think we're going to be looking for an aggressive retake. I think they're looking to maybe try and just give them the site, give Radford the site, try and just play together as that team. And I think they're going to do really well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've done twice now, so obviously that if it's working for ODU, then that's what they're going to do again. But AO, it's going to find defect. There it is. Radford is going to be up in players here. AO is really good at finding these entry frags here, which is what your job is as a duelist, finding those entry frags and finding the ability to just push forward into a site there. And Radford is just doing a phenomenal job on that so far. ODU is going to be down that one chamber there, which means there's that slight util that you no longer have access to. The breach will still be alive for ODU, though, so you still have the stuns, you still have the flashes. Radford going to be playing slowly. It looks like they're going to be trying to get to A site here. AO going to be watching this Haven. This could be really bad for Super Hawk Girl, but never mind. Super Hawk Girl is going to stop that in the tracks of AEO. Going to be able to find that pick there. It is even though, and not much HP was taken either. Two ultimates, the Fade Element will be taken there. Shattered will be spike planting here, and this is where ODU is going to potentially shine if their plan works out, Vitali.
And I love that plant by Radford. Shattered, being able to plant that in a spot where you can see it from both short and long without really taking that much risk.
Yeah, and ODU going to have to figure out what their plan of attack is here. Oh, Shatter will find Automa, but Shatter will fall. Super Hawk Girl will fall shortly after. It's a 2v3 Radford favor right now. And Anarxia is going to find So Silver. One remains. Niche will find Arxarcia, but Niche will fall to Tenity. ODU down 12-6. Match point for Radford Vitali.
This pick was beautiful, by the way. AO
that was gorgeous.
Off of that breach stun, and then Super Hot Girl being able to wait it out as long as they can, and then being able to recognize that they're pushing out onto that A side. But again, Radford is super dominant, being able to trade those kills out. And now they're at a 12-6 match point.
Yeah. ODU needs to go flawless for these next 6 rounds here. And I believe they're on a not entirely a full buy either. I think it's, what do you say, 3/4 of a buy right there. ODU not quite able to buy everyone there a gun. Most of them do, but not all of them. And it looks like Radford's gonna be just rushing hard at this point. They can afford losing a couple rounds, right? They don't mind, right? So Anarxia is gonna get this plant down. ODU not gonna try and take this fight too fast yet. ODU, it is a 5v5. The Omen ult is alive, but Shatter does have that breach ultimate. We have seen Shatter do some phenomenal things so far in this series, and it's only map number 1, but Super Hawk Girl will find a nade kill, and Anarxia, the ultimate will come out from Shatter. AEO will find Automa. Defect will follow as well. ODU is only on their last limbs of lives here. Super Hawk Girl needs to find something. The flash comes out, will find one, but Tenity, AEO gonna find Super Girl and Niche. Radford takes round number 1 in the series, Vitali.
That was a spectacle, I have to say. I mean, the amount of util that was being thrown out, just Shattered, again, just playing a phenomenal job, being able to flash, being able to stun exactly when needed. And then, like, for example, when AO got that pick on that chamber, that was just one of many, right? And being able to win out that pistol round is super crucial, especially, you know, when you're looking to try and get that momentum, right?
Yeah.
And we saw it in both of those halves. We saw Radford winning out that pistol round, being able to win the next round after that. That's something that's super important that a lot of Valorant teams and players, especially professionals, that's what they're looking to try and do. And they executed it beautifully.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, there's only so much we can say about this, so let's take a quick look at what our analysts have to say out of that round number 1.
Thank you. I mean, that was just a great match for the side of Radford. And ODU kind of was putting up a fight near the end. As we mentioned before the game, we have Breeze as the next map. And if we're trying to do a few little key takeaways or what to look for, I think you definitely got to look at Shattered. We talked about Breeze requiring a lot of aim, and Shattered demonstrated that he definitely has that. And not to look down on ODU, they definitely have a really good player in the side of Defect. And I think if we're looking at 2 key players, we got them there. But before we go more into this game and preview game 2, we have the elephant in the room here. Alex is no longer here. And I'm joined by Josh Hafkin, the CEO of Game Gym. Happy to have you here.
Hey, thank you so much. I've been outside in the crowd. I've been cheering and excited to come back here and rap with you for a little bit.
Yeah, so he's here to tell us about the charitable efforts the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference is putting forward currently. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so, you know, part of what we try to do here is bring people together, and when we do that, we want to also do something for good. And we have this amazing conference championship that we're all here, but there's also there are people less fortunate, there are kids who are struggling with a lot. And so Children's National Hospital, based right here in DC, they're doing some really cool stuff with games-based research. So it's amazing. It's an effort that we are really excited to support. And our goal is to have it, grow from, our, just individual league to different schools to, the community, and help everybody know that Children's National is doing this amazing work and that we want to support it.
That's fantastic. I really like the growth mindset that you guys have. We just don't want it to hit DC. We just don't want it to hit the DMV. We want it to go national, right? And you mentioned that there's this games-based research. Can you go a little bit into what that means?
Yeah. I mean, we're gamers. We know how cool games are. But, there's so many cool things that you could do with games. And what we're seeing now is people are using games in a variety of different ways. Maybe you have a number of procedures, and you're just looking for something to kill time between that. There's definitely a place for it there. There's also, different apparati, robots, robotics, all kinds of other things that also include games. One of the things that we've been funding is a game that works with some robotics. So essentially, as you flex your foot, as you flex your wrist, something will happen on the screen. So think like Temple Run or something like that, but instead of you hitting a button and you jump, you have to flex your foot up or flex your foot down. And so these kids who have cerebral palsy or some other issue, they are using games to work on their rehab. And what Children's is doing is they're studying these things, they're looking and figuring out how we can make this robotic that works for this one kid in the hospital, how can we make this mass? How can we, extrapolate this out to more kids? How can we help people? And that's just one thing that they're doing.
Yeah, that is such a great concept to work on. Accessibility is so important in the gaming scene, where I think some people might describe esports and video games as already the great equalizer, right? It gives people chances to participate when they might not be able to participate in sports. We're seeing the development of these more accessibility controllers and stuff like that. So that's great to hear.
Yeah, spot on, man. It's amazing. And what's so cool is that this work is being done right here in our backyard. And a lot of us just don't know about it. So that, part of our campaign here is an awareness campaign. We want people to know that Children's National is doing this work, that you can donate. You can support us right now. If you're watching on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's a Twitch overlay. You can donate right through Extra Life. Or you can go to extralifedc.com and you could donate there. And whether it's $3, $5, $10, anything helps. And the thing is, it's not about us, it's for the kids.
Yep.
That's what it's really about. And these kids are going through something rough. Their lives, their childhood is changed. And, like you said, games bring us together. Games are a great equalizer. And I think that this demographic needs that kind of support.
Yeah. I know you've been mentioned this has been going on a little bit with Children's National. Are there any numbers about how much you've raised so far, what some of the contributions have been?
Yeah, it's been great. So to date, we've raised over $36,000, almost $40,000 for games-based research. And our goal is to keep on rolling. We want to see how many people we can get involved. Our goal in time is to, kind of throw down different challenges, maybe challenge the different schools who can raise the most money. But right now, we're just doing it as a collective. We're talking to parents and people who, whenever you're home, if you could donate, that would be huge.
Yeah. You have anything that you want to say, any next steps for either Game Jam and Atlantic Esports Conference, or even just this movement in general?
No, we're really excited about the MAEC. We got some more matches here. So please donate. Check it out. We'll be asking for donations all day. Anything you can give, go over to extralifedc.com, or if you're watching Twitch, just scroll down and hit that donate button.
Yep. Thank you for being here, Josh. It's been great.
Man.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
And we'll make sure to send it back to casters to cover map 2 on Breeze.
Appreciate it, Nikita. That was such a wonderful interview. Game Jam, such a wonderful organization, doing such amazing things for kids. I mean, you really can't ask for much else, can you, Vitaly?
I mean, they're doing a phenomenal job, especially with trying to just spread that awareness and just, bringing gaming to other communities.
Yeah, truly an incredible thing that Game Jam is doing, and of course, go donate if you have the ability to. But We just saw an incredible round number 1 of the ODU versus Radford game. And I mean, that was incredible to watch, right? I mean, that was a wonderful match that we just saw on Haven there. And now we're going into Breeze, right, Vitaly? We're going into Breeze where anything can happen. The aim map on ODU attack. So I'm looking forward to this one.
I'm also looking forward to it. I mean, again, Breeze is a lot bigger of a map, like you mentioned. I mean, you really have to have your aim just narrowed down, right? And we're looking at ODU attacking first, which is probably something good, especially with how big the map is. So when you're looking to rotate, it's going to take a while for you to try and help out the other team. So we're looking to try and potentially see a lot of Sova, see a lot. I mean, Viper's a very big one. Especially on this map, being able to have lineups is super crucial. I know there's a ton of different lineups that you can do. But again, we're in map number 2, right? Anything can happen.
Absolutely.
ODU can definitely just shift the tides and you know, win this map 2 out. I'd be excited to see that. I know Radford may not want it, but I kind of want it. I mean, I want to see a best of 3 just the entire day today.
That's just 100%. I mean, you know, our jobs are to cast the best of the best, right?
Yes.
So seeing the best of 3, seeing a map 3, seeing a 13 to wait, maybe 13 to 11 for a victory, right? Or an overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, I like overtimes. I like overtimes. Now, I don't think any of the players would like to play overtimes because, you know, sometimes you get into that back and forth where you're on like round 20 out of no. That gets a little annoying. But I mean, I love them. It gets so tense, and you're so hyped up. I mean, I've been hyped up. I've been up since 6 a.m. this morning, Vitaly. I am ready to go.
I could only imagine if there was like a forfeit or like a forward stick draw like in pub games, right? Where I just don't want to play. Let's just draw. Let's do a different map too. But again, there's a lot of just excitement going on in the room. I don't know if you can hear it through the mics, if it's gonna pick it up at all, but there's a ton of yelling. I know that currently the other 2 teams are playing now, and it is just getting wild in here.
Yeah, GMU and St. Mary's are currently playing as well, and yeah, they are just. We're listening to so much yelling. GMU, St. Mary's, ODU, Radford. I mean, there's so much hype and excitement. One of the things I love about LANs, right?
I
It's
agree.
just whether win or lose, right? It's just so much excitement. You get to play against even some of your best friends, right? I mean, get to go and say, "All right, let's get a little cruel here, right?" And
yeah.
I mean, there was some of that yesterday in the games that we saw, right? There was a little bit of BM, and in LAN, right? It's the small little things, right? That it's such a good environment, and there it is again. There's the yelling, right? It's just such a fun environment. It's such excitement. I mean, you just can't be hyped up when you're at a LAN event, Vitaly.
Right. I mean, just the energy in the room alone kind of, I feel like, fuels these players, right?
Oh, yeah.
For example, I know that GMU right now behind me, they're cheering up their team, and I can kind of feel it, too. I'm not on GMU squad, but I can feel, that energy.
You want to just go for it, right?
I mean, I'm feeling like I want to play the game now.
Yeah.
That's just me, but no, let's dive deeper more into this map 2 pick, right? There's a lot of agents that you can choose from, but I think the ones that are going to be the most selected is going to be that chamber for sure.
Yeah.
You're going to want to have a Sova for that intel, right? You want that information, especially on a big map like that. You could definitely run a triple initiator comp. That's something that isn't necessarily seen at the collegiate level. It is seen at the pro levels from here, from different pro teams. But again, with such a big map, you can really kind of do whatever it is you want. You can have 2 controllers on the map, for example. That would be something interesting. I wouldn't maybe necessarily recommend it, but for a map like this, I would love to see a triple initiator comp.
Okay.
That you get a lot of information. Let's, for example, you get a Sky Flash, right? If that flash pops and there's somebody that's in that line of sight, Sky lets everyone know, hey, I got, there's someone here. And then the dart is super good, right? If anyone breaks the dart, someone's there.
Yeah.
And then, KO is also really good to nullify any sort of, retake potential.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be looking at a really good
I got a question for you.
team comp.
do you think, because I've seen this a lot in my own games. Now, granted, my own games consist of Iron 1. So, you know, things could be very different considering that, you know, you have players like Shattered who hit headshots, and then you have players like me who can whiff an entire mag. So, I see a lot of Viper. What do you think Viper's a good pick on Breeze? Do you think we're going to see it?
Absolutely. I mean, just how big the wall is, number one. That's going to, you know, for example, you can throw a wall mid, right? You can look to try and set up a rotate wall, or you can look to try and set up a retake wall on, you know, B, for example. There's so many different ways to play around Viper, and there's also so many ways to aggress with Viper. I mean, you can throw up a wall on A site, you know, cut off half of the site. There's a default wall that you can throw, and just kind of bait people to rotate, and then now B is looking free, right? Or you can have someone lurking mid, and then, you know, play off of Viper lineups. But I think, you know, especially going into this second map for the semifinals of MAEC, I want to see some lineup Larrys, you know, in the game. I want to see that Viper, you know, aim at the sky. Just add, you know, rain terror with lineups.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just me.
I mean, you might see it, right? I mean, these teams so far, I mean, they made it to these MAEC finals for a reason, Vitali.
Right.
They are the best of the best. Both these teams currently 5-2. We heard that earlier from our wonderful analysts. And you know, they want to continue forward. They made it. The top 4 teams here, St. Mary's, ODU, Radford, and GMU, they are the top 4 teams in the MAEC season right now in the winter season. And I mean, you know these teams are in it for the long haul. They want to see that beautiful championship. They want to be on stage. They want to really bring their all, and we have seen that. I mean, honestly, I was a little worried for ODU there at round number 1. I was very worried there. But, I mean, yeah, they lost, but look how many rounds they won in a row there, 2-3 rounds in a row, just with complete dominance against Radford. These teams don't want to just give up easily, Vitali.
And I think something that's really interesting to mention, too, in this game in particular, you know, you're not getting team dominated, right? It's round by round. And one of the things, especially for a game like this, is it really depends on whether you're dominating the round or if it's going down to the last 2 people, right? So, you know, we're going into Breeze, and we are seeing a potential Cypher pick. Something interesting about Cypher, I do like Cypher. He did get buffed recently. His trips are now longer. And I actually love that. Oh, he did select it. Defect is looking to play with the cams.
Okay, I don't think I'm allowed to be biased here, but I'm a Cypher main. Defect is my favorite person now.
I do love Cypher.
Cypher is my main. He's my main.
He is your main?
Yeah. One thing I want to quickly mention, though, is ODU does have a substitute in. We have Ryan in now.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, so that's a little bit interesting that we're going to see from ODU now, is that we have a different player in over what we just saw in round number 1, and they're going to be playing KO. So that initiator role, like you said, so we had Cypher as a Sentinel, right?
Right.
We had Jet Duelist. We had that initiator on KO. We had Viper, who is initiator, I believe. No,
Viper is a controller.
Controller. Okay. So, and then we had, who was the other one?
The other one was, I want to say Sova.
Okay. So we're running that double initiator composition.
Yep.
So how do you think ODU is going to take this one going forward in round number 2?
I mean, you're going to have to really play off of that Sova utility. I mean, if you're not going to get information with any other agent but Sova, I mean, sure, the knife is going to get some sort of information, but A, you're not going to see where people are. You're just going to get a general idea of where people are. And if you are if you're ODU and you pick up on certain tendencies of where people like to play, for example, and this is just common knowledge, Viper is really solid on B. You know, a lot of teams, especially on defense, they really like to put that Viper on a B and just hold, right? So as we're seeing here, Radford, they're looking to set up, you know, that Viper on a B and kind of just play by himself a little bit and kind of stack towards this A site. And here we go. Round starts, Viper wall goes up, Orb is going up, and now we're looking to potentially see some sort of entry, but they're just waiting out that Viper molly as Anarxia is playing super solid right now.
Yeah, and we've seen some great plays from Anarxia already. So Radford going to be running that controller for Anarxia, is going to be on the Viper here. Ayote was on the Raze last round. Now we do have them on the Jet. I used to play Jet, then they nerfed her. Shattered, there it is. Are you really that surprised at this point? Shattered on the pistol round, does find Super Hot Girl. Automata will find Ayote, so now it is a 1v1. Automata going to find Shattered as well, so Shattered, reign of pistol round terror is over. Tendy going to be looking. Anarxia is going to find find Ryan immediately there. And what a shame. My name is Ryan, so you know. we got to root for the Ryans here, obviously. You have Ryan and you have Cypher. So ODU, we got this. I believe in you guys. Radford and ODU running a 3v3 here. The spike still is in control of ODU, so they might just try to rotate here potentially. Tennedy is watching that rotation, though. Oh, but isn't quite going to find the kill yet. I believe that was the recon. Yep, recon bolt was going to be destroyed there. 62 HP. ODU, the Sova falling really low here for the side of ODU. And we are going to get some movement here, but show 100 HP here, but no longer. Automata is going to find that plant. Radford, so many players, just one click away as Tennedy's going to find a shock dart on a defect.
I think they know that Niche is playing in mid right now?
Maybe, I don't know. Automata's gonna throw some amazing shots out though. How low is Tennedy right now? That is just a sliver of HP.
Wait, I think everyone's one shot.
Except for Niche. Niche is the only one with full HP here, but enough shots can't end that. And Arxie is going to find Automata, but Niche is going to find Tennedy. Niche is going to find Show with just one more shot remaining, but not quite going to find it. ODU just inches away from that victory, 100 HP, not quite going to find the shot on Anarxia, finding to be able to just hide behind that cover, and unfortunately going to fall down there, but Radford taking round number 1, but ODU, a very different team than what we just saw.
I mean, they're playing together, they're looking to try and get those trades, and I love especially that lurk from Niche, right? Being able to play a little slower and getting that value off that lurk, and Anarxia, I mean, playing super solid, being able to get those picks when needed, and then clutching up for Radford, getting that first round. And if I were ODU, I mean, yes, you do have a long way to go. This is only the first round, but it is currently the second round. And again, you are looking at a disadvantage if you're ODU right now.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, ODU had a great performance there, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, compared to last game's round number 1, ODU has definitely cleaned up a lot of their mistakes and done some amazing work. Show will find a nice shot on the Ryan, though. AEO is going to be forced out, but the decay is on, and Shatter will find Super Hawk Girl, but not before Super Hawk Girl is going to find AEO. It is a 3v4 Radford favor right now. The Toxin is going to be low, so Nisha is no longer going to be able to hide behind this, but Automat will find that plant before the Toxin will go down there. ODU does have that plant down, which is really, really good right now for them to really engage forward or just hide, but Shatter's going to find that nice spectacle on Automata. ODU 2v4 here. Show will find a Niche though to a pistol shot. Now ODU is only running pistols right now and it's not giving up. Anarxia is going to find Niche. Defect will follow shortly after. The Molly is there though. Not quite going to be able to find the kill there. And then ODU will be down 2 rounds, but like you said, pistol round, winning that, very hard to win the next round.
Of course. And going into this buy round, I'm not too sure how many long-range weapons that they have, you know, on the side of Radford. And ODU is looking actually in a really solid spot going into this third round, right? You're able to buy those big guns. You're able to buy those guns that can deal damage, especially from long range. I love this energy. I'm sorry, I just had a loss for words. I love the energy in the room. I love just the LAN feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And hearing everybody just yelling in the back, just supporting everyone is amazing.
Oh, yeah, no, like, I want to go over there and sit down and start cheering, too. It's like, I mean, we're over here on the desk casting, but they're, like, right behind us, and it's so enjoyable. You hear it, the energy, like you were saying earlier, is just flowing through, and the entire arena here is just flowing right through. Automata will have this drone out, not going to quite find anyone, which means they're going to be able to push in here. Defect will find this plant really early into the fight, so ODU now 40 seconds for that bomb defused now, and Radford's going to have to be aggressive. AEO's going to get that dash ready to go. Going to be a little aggressive, but make sure that they can still get out alive.
Ooh,
Shatter on the flank, though, and
goodness.
will find Niche. Niche does know that they are there, though, but Defect and Super Hawk are going to find their trades on the Shatter and AEO. The fraggers on the side of Radford not going to be able to help much anymore. Show is still alive, though, but what a flick on the Ryan. Anarxia is going to find Super Hawk Girl. ODU actually could still lose as Anarxia is going to find an Automata, but Defect's going to find Anarxia. It's a 1v2. Tennedy going to find Defect. And Radford taking that round relatively dominantly, Vitali.
And that was a round that was in favor of ODU. I mean, they had the rifles, but Radford, again, just playing super solid. Shattered with the beautiful flank.
What a flick. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see it here, but that was, here it is.
Yeah.
This flick was just beautiful. Bang! Oh, that was gorgeous. What a gorgeous flick. And there you go. Are you really that surprised?
I'm not surprised.
I mean, that wow. You know, I'm over here thinking that I could maybe do these flicks on a good day, and these guys are like, nah, I got it every now and then. It's just normal practice for me to hit these flicks.
Right.
ODU will still be on a relatively low buy here. Super Hawko's going to try to block off at this section here, but Shatter's watching it. Not quite going to find Super Hawko, but Super Hawko will follow to Anarxia. Ryan will fall to Shattered. ODU is only a two-person team now. That Niche will fall down. And ODU struggling to now find this engage on to Breeze for the attack here. Radford only has really one person relatively low, and that's Anarxia here at 44 HP. Defect only running a Sheriff, not quite going to be able to get out alive. Shatter's going to throw some flashes. ADO is going to find Automata, and Defect will find Shatter though, but is going to be rushed. The Vandal may be able to find the kill, but nope, Show will find Defect. AEO was coming in from behind anyways, and ODU going to be down 4-0 right now, Vitaly.
And this is looking, again, just like another dominant performance by Radford. I mean, they're taking control of mid, which is super big. You know, being able to cancel out those lurks, being able to just have a lot of information, getting to know where people are playing. I mean, ODU's doing their best. I know they can do better. I know they can give more, though.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I know they can give more. And that's what I want to see from ODU. I mean, they have these ultimates online. We can look to maybe get a pick with the Sova ult early. But again, that Viper on B is just super, super devastating.
Yeah.
Like, you can't really go through that orb without getting damaged.
Yeah.
And it's super high risk. Oh, Shattered.
Defect is going to fall to Shattered. Unfortunately, Shattered is just such an aggressive player. AEO will have this op, and we've seen Jet with ops so many times. Not quite going to find the kill, but it's definitely going to go back in for it there. Going to be probably forced out here. Is suppressed. Really has nothing here as the ability to throw it out, but Automata will fall to that op. No dash is used, so it's no longer there. Is going to fall a couple HP there. Is not going to quite find the pick. Niche will find Show, and here it is. ODU is a 3v4. There's the op falling down to Super Hawk Girl. The spike is in the favor of ODU. It is a 3v3 right now. The Viper ult's alive on both teams. Super Hawko gonna find Shattered. Shattered can still be revived here, but is not probably going to be, as Super Hawk Girl is watching like a hawk right now on the Shattered, making sure that no one can revive that. Ryan's gonna be looking in for this flash. It looks like across the wall. There it is. Niche will find this plant. Shattered will now fall to Super Hawk Girl. The plant will come out from Niche, and ODU gonna back up a little bit, keep Ryan on point here, and no ultimates have been used yet. We are gonna see Ryan gonna be trying to find these kills, but Anarxia is gonna find Super Hawk Girl, and what a trade off onto Ryan. But here are the lineups. The lineups, Vitaly. We get the nice bird's eye view of it right now. Anarxia, and there it is. Gonna find the kill. And there's two. There it is. Niche with the lineups. You asked for it, and they're gonna give it to you. That is what you want to see at the MAEC Winter Finals, Vitaly. You asked for it. We give it to you. What a play from Niche.
Thank you, Niche. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I loved that. I loved all of that, and I want to see more of that. But again, I mean, they're playing, honestly, that was a really good play by Super Hot Girl and Ryan, right? I mean, Super Hot Girl had that angle, and all you had to do was just peek out of it, but Anarxia was just able to get the job done a little bit better. And then, again, that follow-up with that nice clutch of the 1v2, getting ODU their first round, and we are seeing a 3-round differential.
Yeah, much better than what we saw last map. Vitaly Radford up only 3 rounds right now. ODU is going to use these jet knives. 3 ultimates still available for ODU. Oh, the chamber ultimate will come out from Radford, though. Super Hot Girl gonna be on fire looking for these kills. Ryan will file 2 Shattered, but Defect will find Shattered. The knife kill onto Anarxia. 4 knives remain. Correction, 5 knives still remain here as Super Hot Girl is going to grab that Vandal and be able to just have a nice gun now. Niche will find the plant. Radford is down 1 player. The op not quite able to find from Show. The ultimate will come out as well. Vitaly Show will find Automata, but Automata will find AEO. It is a 3v2. Show does have this op and now has another op because you know, how many ops do you need? Why not, right? And why not? Show is going to be looking. This Viper ult is really good though. There is a Sova for Radford, so they do have the ability to, but
the quick scope.
Oh, that is just painful. Tennedy's going to find Defect. It's just 1 player left. Oh, ODU. Gotta be careful. Niche is going to find. There it is. Niche again. Vitaly. Niche is your player right now, finding 2 clutches in a row.
Niche is a playmaker, and I love the little ratty corner that they just did.
This was just disgusting.
This little
it just hurts me.
That hurt me. But Niche finding that clutch and now bringing it down to a 2-round differential. And we are seeing, a force buy from Radford, right? I mean, again, they have that cushion, they have the econ, and I think they're starting to pick up on the fact that Viper is the only person on site.
Yeah.
And I think they can. Here it is.
Oh, the ultimate comes out.
So now, go ahead.
It's gonna be interesting to see if ODU wants to push in on this. What are your thoughts on this, Vitaly?
My thoughts is that now Viper isn't able to use any sort of molly, any sort of orb to kind of clear him out. And look, they're just walking in for free.
Oh,
Ryan getting the pick. Now a 4v4 situation. And Effect looking to get Show and Tendy.
Defect going to be looking for these kills here. Tenedy is going to be forced to, what I believe, rotate around here. ODU going to be looking to plant this spike here. Cypher ultimate is available, though, and that is an incredibly good ultimate. Niche, the name, the one, the only, planting the spike right now. ODU is up one player right now. Shatter going to be looking for this kill. Does throw an ability. Super Hawk Girl needs to find a way out. Is going to use that jet updraft there. One hostile is detected for Shattered, so slight initiator. Oh, AEO coming from the flank. Niche is going to take out AEO. It's a 3v2. It is still winnable for ODU. They are not done yet. Shatter's going to find a headshot onto Ryan, but not before Tenedy falls. Niche with a kill on a Shattered. ODU 1 round differential right now, Vitaly. ODU is not giving up this finals yet.
Not at all. And they played that beautifully. That post plant, looking to get those trades. And Shatter did a phenomenal job getting this first pick and then getting the flash too, but not getting the full flash value.
Yep.
And then just unfortunately gets taken down. And now a 4-round to 3-round in this first half. I mean, there's so much going on. I believe that they're on a save round. Radford, and now we're seeing ODU starting to get that ball rolling.
Yep.
They're starting to get that momentum, and Defect still has that ultimate online, as we're seeing Automata using that drone, trying to clear out sight, trying to see what sort of information they can get.
Oh, and it hits the targets. Yeah, so it does. Super Hawk's going to find a nice kill onto AEO, but Radford was good on this slave before, but not before Super Hawk finds another headshot. Super Hawk is on fire right now, but not before Tenedy extinguishes that flame. Our Automata is going to put that spike down. ODU is up one player, one ultimate on both teams. Sova with that nice, beautiful ultimate available, as well as Cypher with that information giver. A live Show going to be on the flank. The Cypher trip is there. Going to be trying to see if they can get over it, but not before Automata finds the flank, shuts Show down, and Arxia is going to be trying to find a way onto this site with the Sova for the side of Radford. The Molly will come out. ODU does have that plant, but not before Ryan finds Tenedy. It's just an Arxia remaining. The location is revealed. Cyber Ultimate still alive there. Not going to need to use it there, and Arxia needs to do something, but not before all three of them walk out. Find the kills. Ryan killing Anarxia, and it is now an even game, Vitaly.
Anarxia was just in the Matrix for a second. I mean, bobbing, weaving. But again, Super Hawko getting these nice picks early on to get ODU in an advantageous position. Now tying it up 4-4.
That's like one of those, memes where you see all the players come out from a corner and just start shooting at you. That's just an unfortunate scenario for Anarxia. But Radford and ODU making this a finals to remember. By the way, this isn't even the grand finals yet. This is just the semis.
It is.
Right? So these players are not giving up easy.
Whoa. It's not just any semifinal.
It is the semifinal. The MAEC Winter semifinals right here. Shatter going to be looking to control this and does find a nice kill onto Ryan.
Come on, man.
Shatter's cruel. Shattered is just shooting shots, finding heads, and just enjoying life right now. This is going to cause ODU to really have to reevaluate what they want to do going forward. ODU does have that Cypher ultimate available, but obviously you need to get that kill first. You need to get that kill, and they need to be in range of the Cypher Fedora to be able to really take advantage of that ultimate ability. Tenedy is going to be just sort of holding this main little this section area. Defect, though. Defect, what are you doing? The Cypher flank?
Do they know? Well, it's not even a Cypher flank. I mean, everyone's pushing out.
Oh, wait, you're right. ODU going to be able to come here, but they do know them.
Oh my gosh, Shattered.
Finding a headshot. Tenedy will find Automata, but Niche. Oh, Niche is here. Caking out Tenedy. Niche is not ready to give this fight up yet. Shatter knows they're there. Super Hawk will fall, and shortly after, Niche in the Viper scenario. And Radford up one round, but this is anyone's game right now, Vitaly.
I mean, if if Shattered was a mirror, I mean, Shattered would be cracked. You see what I did there?
That was good, yeah.
Because a cracked I just thought it was funny. Anyways.
Hey, I liked it. It was good.
Thank you. I mean, Radford played that super solid. They were just playing super patiently, waiting for any signs of life. And as soon as they saw that Viper wall go out, they were able to stop that push. They were able to hold them in that tube area, and they did that beautifully. Now we're looking at a nice full buy from both of these teams. And here it is. Niche just playing it a little bit slow, looking to see if there's any sort of lurk, right? Trying to see get any sort of information. I mean, here it is. The drone comes out. Is it able to spot anyone at the moment?
Oh, I think does know there's someone. Oh, hits the target through the Viper. Oh, here comes the Sova ultimate coming in. Oh, but Show watching. Not quite going to find the kill, though, as Tennedy will find Automata, but AEO will follow to Ryan. It is a 4v4. ODU is going to find this spike. Ryan will find Tennedy, but not before Shattered finds Ryan as well. The streak is over, but Shattered is not done yet. Super Hawkle going to find that kill. Niche is in the mid right now, mid area. ODU is a 2v3. The Cyber ultimate still online here. Defect just watching this point, making sure no one is on that spike. What are the odds we're about to see another Molly lineup?
I mean, there it is. You got to play the lineups.
You got to respect it, right? No. Shattered going to not quite die. And Arx is going to find Defect. It's a 1v3. Niche is not done yet. Niche is going to find two. It's just one remaining. You don't even need to go to spike, do you? You can hold this here. Show is going to
Niche, relax.
Oh, Niche. Oh, Niche. Oh, there it is. Niche again. Three clutches Vitali. Not one, not two, but three clutches by Niche. Not giving up. It's a tie game once again.
The way that Niche is playing right now is kind of almost pro level. I mean, I'm being serious only in the fact that you see how calm Niche is playing. Isn't overextending, right? Looking to just play super slow and then just playing off that utility. I mean, they are looking super solid right now. And there's a reason why that Champions Vandal is lighting up. Niche is top fragging in this game, and they are not looking to leave without winning this game.
Absolutely not. ODU is ready to go forward. They've lost to GMU. They've lost to Radford. This is the underdog story. They want to beat Radford, and they want to go to the finals. They want to meet their opponents, GMU. It's super hard. Voiding and Arxia. You hear the crowd going wild right now. Vitali, super hot, going to go look for another kill as Niche is going to plant this spike. ODU, pure aggression, pure attack. And by the way, this is round number 10. Tie game, super high, another headshot. Defect with two as well. One remaining for Radford. Super hot's going to find that third nice kill. And now ODU, first time in this series, they are up.
And this is something super crucial to look at, right? I mean, Super Hot Girl is entering like a beast, getting those picks, and then Defector being able to hold that flank, being able to just stay lurking and getting those two valuable kills. And now that was a flawless round, and they are up 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 indeed. And this is the first time this series ODU has been up. So ODU is looking to take this victory. AEO is going to be watching this point here. Radford is going to be holding relatively strong on A side here, going to see if they can really watch ODU from their aggressive attacks. That's really what's been working for ODU right now, is just running in at full speed and taking these points with that Viper that Viper ability, just being able to split up the site, take advantage, as well as the Cypher ability as well. We are going to see Viper Ultimate online here, so if ODU can just secure point, then they're going to be relatively in a good spot, being able to just hold the point, as Automata will find Show. So no Chamber alive to help, really. AEO's going to take a little bit of damage due to that Sova dart here. No, right behind this wall. This is always like the hardest point. But Super Hawkle on the flank, going to find two, and the bomb is going to be planted by Niche as well. The Niche is going to use the ultimate, and Super Hawkle's going to find a third kill. Automata's going to fall. Super Hawkle on 9 HP, but Anarxia going to go, not giving up yet. Reloads it for the Defect, falls down, and ODU not up one round, but now up 2 rounds, Vitali.
That is really big by ODU going into this next half. I mean, if they are able to win this pistol round, the tides have turned.
The tides have turned.
In my opinion.
Oh, this was just beautiful.
That was
gorgeous.
Pretty.
Super Hawk Girl living up to their name right now, just making wonderful, gorgeous plays right there. And 7-5 here as the sides have switched, Vitaly.
I wish I could do what they just did.
I wish I could play the game. I mean, I can't even hit the practice spots half the time. So, yeah, I mean, there's a reason I'm here and not over there. So,
I mean, but you are on the Overwatch team, right? I mean, you do click heads.
I'm a main sport. And my best player is Brig. She literally doesn't shoot.
Well,
she just whips.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You know, that's all right. You know, everyone has a role to play, and you are playing a very impactful role.
You're really trying to make me feel better right now, aren't you? It's not working.
But, I mean, here's something to note, too, right? I mean, they're looking to try and potentially aggress this B area, right? They have that Viper wall, and they're looking to push through this mid. Super Hawk Girl doesn't get any kills. Looking to back out. You're at 19 health.
Shattered on this pistol round. Ayote's going to find a new pistol to grab. Going to get that nice easy reload. Going to find that third one there. And now Radford going to take control of this point here. Defect. Oh, just the classic. We've seen it before, but these guys are so scrambled on the point. There's only so much Defect can do there. Might just want to try to wait for Ryan to try to find a good way to win this. But, oh, the jump peak's going to be there. Defect is aware, but is going to be detected by the KO from the side of Radford. Ryan's going to find one kill on Anarxia. They know one is there. Ryan on the second headshot there. Defect's gonna find a third. Radford needs to figure out what they would do. Defect with the no way. ODU is about to 2v5 this entire thing. Fakes the spike here. Knows that Shattered is there, but we've seen these clutch plays from Shattered before. It is just a 1v1 scenario here. Defect gonna be watching. There it is. Defect with 3 kills. ODU up 8-5 right now, Vitaly. ODU is not done yet.
That was a huge clutch and a huge way to get that momentum into this next round.
I mean, that was incredible. Ryan with 2 headshots, Defect with 2 more kills, and then finds that third one. Shattered forced to come out on that spike defuse, and is just able to find the kill here through the wall as well. That was just gorgeous. 8-5 right now, Vitaly. This is gorgeous. And the Guardian from Defect.
I honestly, Guardian's a really great second round buy. I mean, you can double tap somebody in the body, especially if they don't have any shields, right? It does 65 damage, and it does a lot of damage, and it's super freaking accurate. I think it's one of the most accurate rifles in the game, of course, outside of, like, the scoped guns, like, of course, like the Marshall or the Op, right? But here it is. They're pushing towards this mid area, looking to try and maybe aggress towards Tube, trying to get some sort of information out of him, and Cypher is set up beautifully on this A site. They have that camera on the default plant. And Show getting that nice pick on Orion as it now brings Radford to a 5v4.
Yep, and Automata is not going to quite find this Marshall shot on to AO, but is going to still live with their life with a lot of HP remaining. So I think, relatively speaking, ODU is okay right now. They are down Ryan, so Radford might be trying to get a little aggressive here. Show no longer has TP and is now stuck at this door. Is also detected. Automata
there it is.
Not letting Show get away with it. Automata's going to find that headshot through the door there. Tennedy is going to try to find someone's Spooper. Hawk Girl is going to find their counterpart on AEO with a headshot on the Bulldog. So we see the Guardian and the Bulldog now, Vitaly. Shatter will find Defect, but also Supergirl will find Anarxia. It's a 3v2. Automata's going to find a headshot on the Tennedy. Oh, but Shatter's going to find a nice headshot, but not before Super Hot Girl is going to find that 3K on the Shattered. 9-5 right now. ODU with a 4-round lead.
And now Radford is on a buy round. ODU does have a lot of cushion, right? They're up 4 rounds. They can really look to play a little bit slower. They can play to kind of trade each other out. They did get a lot of early information, right? Ooh. And Shadow could have got that second one too.
That would have been scary.
If he wanted.
If he wanted.
I think they're looking to try and just play it out a little bit longer. No, but in all seriousness, I think, here it is. They're looking to try and potentially aggress. Yes. But look, they're looking to aggress this tube area so fast. And
trade comes out. Oh, wait. Super Hawk Girl does not want to give this up yet. 2 kills on either side. The KO on both teams have fallen. Ryan and Shattered both are falling down here. Tendity's going to be bringing in this drone, try to find someone here, but not before Automata's going to find Show here. And now we have AEO going to be looking for the Cypher, but Defect not going to quite die yet. Actually going to be able to find it with the Sheriff. 2 headshot Supergirl going to be able to find an Arxia. 10-5, double digits, 3 rounds away from taking this to map number 3, Vitaly.
I'm excited. I'm super excited. Sorry, no, I'm just getting Super Hot Girl played out beautifully. Was able to get a lot of pressure in that tube area.
That was just beautiful.
And look, what that did, it forced them all to play in that cave area, and then they had to push out, right? Automata getting that beautiful pick, and then now it's just a fight, you know, to try and get at least some people down. The fact getting those 2 beautiful picks with that Sheriff.
Yeah, and ODU definitely feeling themselves right now. Radford down 5 rounds, something we have not seen yet from Radford. And counterpartly, we have not seen ODU this dominant yet, but this, I believe, was their map pick.
Man,
Automata's going to find Show, but the trade will come out as Automata will fall. Ryan and Super Hawk are going to find their respective picks. Shattered still alive, though. Shattered is always the one you have to watch out for, as they will find Super Hawk Girl. Niche going to find a nice shot on to Shatter, though. Defect will finish that off with a nice clean headshot. Niche will find AEO. 11-5. Here we go. A nice team ace. And ODU really feeling good right now.
They are looking a lot different than they did in map 1. I mean, they're playing together. They're getting the trades. They're using that util perfectly.
Absolutely.
And it's you know, rewarding them with these rounds. It's rewarding them with, and the time out by Radford.
Tenedy calling that timeout here. They really need to figure out what their plan of attack is. I believe this was also ODU's map pick, so they are really feeling good right now.
Yes.
So ODU is like, all right, this was the one we chose, and we talked about it. The analysts talked about it. You want to pick this map if you can do good with your aim, and we have seen almost nothing but headshots from ODU so far. So Radford needs to figure out what their plan of attack wants to be, how they want to go forward, how they want to really take these next few rounds to basically win it back, because this is almost a mirror scenario of what we just saw last round for ODU and Radford.
Right, and Shattered, honestly, is one of the playmakers of Radford, getting super, super vital kills, but just isn't getting any value. They're not winning the rounds out, right? They're getting the pace, but not getting the rounds. Obviously, you want to get those rounds, and you know their econ is a little bit damaged. They are on this full buy going into this round. I mean, they could honestly save. I think they're just looking to try and get some sort of ball rolling after this timeout.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see here. Radford, we are going to see that the top fragger is Shattered, but only by 1 kill. 20 and, I believe, 4, while ODU's top fragger is Niche at 19-3 right now. So definitely really interesting to see this, as both dynamics of the teams from their KDA are relatively even. So it really is coming down to this util advancements and how well they're playing there. And Super Hawk Girl is going to be watching this angle there. Is Flash, so could have been bad, but is still going to be alive here. The Cypher ultimate back online for ODU, as well as the Jet ultimate here. Radford does have that KO ultimate.
Oh my gosh. Is that going to pull any sort of rotates? Yup, Cypher's now looking the other way. Now they're just executing B for free.
Yeah, and AEO is going to be able to stop that Jet ultimate from even being attempted to be used here. Niche, though. Niche is lurking behind this wall. Shatter's going to find this plant, but walks through. Show will find Niche. Show is going to TP out there. Automata's going to find Show, though. And ODU, we've seen this before. Ryan and Defect going to be doing what they do best. AO will find Defect, but not before Anarxia is going to fall. Automata's going to fall. And Shattered is going to find Ryan there. And Radford stopping this advancement from ODU. It is now 6-11.
I think what they're looking to try and do now is just play slow. They're looking to try and get some sort of information, show presence one way, and again, it pulled that Cypher from playing in that mid area, kind of back CT like B area to starting to play towards A, and then it was a free site.
Yeah.
So being able to understand where players are playing out on the map is super, super important, especially if you're Radford down in rounds.
Yeah, so it looks like ODU here is going to have themselves a low buy here, while ODU will have a low buy, while Radford will be full buying here. 4 ultimates for ODU. The Jet Knives are going to be used. 2 ultimates for Radford. Spike in the favor of Anarxia, I believe here. AEO not going to quite find the kill, but Shattered will find it. But Shattered will follow Ryan. Defect from behind, going to find AEO, stopping that advancement there. It is now a 4v3 here. Super Hot Girl is going to get these knives up and running here. And ODU going to be trying to just hold this, really just waiting for Radford to walk in here. They have to walk in. They have that spike. ODU can play relatively safe here. We are going to see Super Hot Girl still has those knives. Cypher ultimate is going to come out, so all enemies will be revealed here. And Arxia is going to be holding back, looking for a rotate here. And here we go. Going to be trying to maybe go through mid here, Vitaly.
I mean, Cypher knows kind of where they're playing, right? They saw that lurk towards this B area, so now we see Super Hot Girl posted up in this nest area, trying to hold a little off angle, and they're pushing up. Super Hot Girl
who needs a gun?
One. Oh. Now down to a 3v2 situation as KO does have that ultimate. Oh, are they going to clear this, though?
Oh, Show is going to be looking here.
I don't know if they're going to clear it. No,
wait,
they're not gonna clear
niche.
it. They're not gonna clear it. Oh, the bomb's down. Now it's a 3v1 situation.
And Defect watching that flank angle, taking out Show, and I just. What can you say? It is match point for ODU. They want to end this. They want to go to map number 3. They want to show Radford who they are.
I think they heard my cry. I do want to see that map 3, and I think we're gonna get a map 3 soon. And Niche played that beautifully too. Just
beautiful,
holding,
just so patient,
waiting.
They
knew that they were in mid that entire time. You know, that was a super dangerous hold, but.
And Radford not going to be able to fully buy here on this final round. This is not where you want to be if you are Radford. You are forced to really play aggressive here. You're on the attacking team. You don't have a full buy, and ODU has anything they want, plus 2 ultimate abilities, which KO is going to be using here, as well as Sova here. I mean, it's just, what do you do if you're Radford? You don't have much ability to really take this fight here, and ODU can just sit and wait for you to engage. All you have are pistols.
I mean, ODU, what they're doing well, right? They're trying to delay this push, but Viper does have that ultimate online. They are able to get out onto that site, and I believe they're looking to try and use that ult now. Shattered flashing through, and they do break out that Viper ultimate. Shattered walking through, protecting that Viper, and that plant is now down. ODU in a 3v5 situation.
Yeah, and you know, ODU could lose this as 2 ultimates are used. Like you said, the Viper ultimate as well as the Chamber ultimate are going to be used here. The spike has also been planted. Defect's going to be trying to find someone out of that smoked area here, but no one's going to be out. Show's going to find a nice little shot onto Defect there with the up, and there it is. A nice blinded shot onto Niche. Shadow's going to take this, and Radford not quite done with this game.
I think they're trying to hold out as long as they can. I mean, again, that was beautiful execution to get out on that site, to get that Viper ultimate out. Again, they are on their heels. They look to try and get something out of nothing, and Show really putting on a show.
Yeah. Well played, well played. Yeah, I mean, that was really good for ODU, for Radford to come in, and it's going to be interesting to see what their plan of attack is going to be here. So, I mean, what do you really want to do here if you are going to be Radford? I mean, do you play hard? Do you play safe? What do you do? What do you think ODU is going to do?
Honestly, I just think they should look to try and play a little bit safe. I think they should look to try and just trade each other out. And again, they're playing a little bit aggressive with that KO ult as they are pushing out. AO is going to try and clear this back area, and they are looking to get that bomb down fast.
Yeah, Radford needs to be aggressive here because they know ODU can just play safe. This is almost an exact mirror of what we saw last round, but location is revealed. The ultimate is going to be used from ODU. Sova not going to find anyone. Shattered, just going to play patient. This is exactly what Radford needs to do here, and finds Defect. ODU going to find Shattered. That was Ryan's going to find that pick. Ryan will find another one. Ryan's going to find 2, but not before Super Hot Girl is going to fall as well. It is a 3v3 here. The Jet ultimate alive, but Ryan's going to find a nade kill. Automata's going to follow to AEO, but Ryan looking for that ace kill. Wants to finish this strong. Wants to go to map number 3. Going to be aggressive here. Finds one more. There is the ace.
Ryan!
Ryan just outperforming with this play here. Gonna play with the bomb a little bit here. Radford not gonna take this map. ODU finishing with an ace with the complete opposite as Radford started with an ace.
You're so right. And now we are seeing a map number 3.
This is what you want to see.
And especially on a map like Fracture. Oh, there's so much to talk about.
Where do you start?
I mean, I have no idea.
Okay, so Fracture, right? There's multiple locations for you to attack on, right? So the defense, not really in the best case scenario.
Right.
People have had problems with that in the past. The fact that playing defense on Fracture is just unfair, as some people have said before. So ODU has the attack first on this map as well.
They do.
So, I mean, and there are some longer sight lines, especially on what I believe is B site there, on the grassy site there. That long, straight angle or going under the tunnel, coming around. So we've seen some great plays so far, taking these long advances, taking these long shots, these beautiful headshots, some wonderful angles from Ryan, and you have Anarxia doing some phenomenal things for ODU. And we are going into a map number 3 for just the semifinals. All right, Vitali, who knows what the finals are going to be like later today?
I have no idea. I hope it's just as hype as this series.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, 13-6, 13-7. I mean, Fracture, there's no knowing how this map is going to go. Both of these teams showing dominant performances on these maps, but I do believe this is Radford's pick.
Possibly.
I believe.
I could be wrong.
I'm not entirely sure there.
Right.
But whatever the case may be, this is truly a semifinals to remember here at the MAEC Winter Finale. I mean, what exactly do you think we're going to see here? Do you think it's going to be sort of what we've seen before, that 13-6, 13-7? Or do you think it's going to be a lot closer now that both teams know how each other play, they're getting used to it? And, I mean, we've already been here for probably like an hour, so it's going to be interesting to see. You've played. Is everyone going to get tired yet?
I think, again, one of the big things is that mental fortitude, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to sustain your energy. You want to be able to sustain that focus throughout this entire series. I mean, this is going to the 3rd match, right?
Yeah.
I mean, playing 3, like at least for me, playing 3 comp games is starting to push it, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know how often these teams are practicing, how often the players are playing, but this is really a testament to, you know, just the amount of hours and the amount of work that they put in, especially in a team setting, right?
Yeah.
So with a map like Fracture, I mean, there's so many different ways that you can go about it, but something that I noticed, especially in the collegiate scene, we don't see that Fracture pick.
Yeah.
And that was also before Fracture got updated. Now that Fracture got updated, there are a few more changes that, you know, teams can start to play around with a little bit more. I mean, in pro play, we do see that quite a bit with more aggressive teams. And with a team like Radford, for example, I mean, they were super solid on Haven, right? I mean, they were pushing as hard as they could out on those sites, exploding out, right? And Shattered being able to play super well on that breach. And with a map like Fracture, breach is kind of that bread and butter.
Yeah, so, I mean, Shattered was doing such a good job, like you said, on that breach there. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially because if we have Niche again, I think we might see a Viper. And, I mean, just the ability to really control those sites and really decide what you want to do there, and having Niche on that Viper really showing pure dominance, having not 1, not 2, but 3 different clutches, and there are lineups on Fracture as well there. And then you have Breach on the side of Radford that's going to be played by Shattered. Most likely, anyways.
Right.
You know, if we see these two counterparts, it's gonna be interesting to see who does better, right? How well can Radford disrupt the enemy team? How well can Niche control the maps? The hype is wild right now.
I'm sorry. I was listening as much as I could, and then I just heard yelling in the back. But you're right? There's different ways to play around, for example, that Viper, to play around that Breach.
Yep.
I mean, Breach just offers so much aggressive utility, allows for a lot of presence, and if you can really dominate certain areas with that Breach utility, I mean, the sky is the limit for these teams, right? So we could definitely, I mean, Chamber's one of the big ones on this map for sure, right? Being able to have these, little one-ways here and there, being able to set up that trip for flank. If you're attacking or on defense, you could set that trip towards arcade or towards, that dish area.
Absolutely.
One of the ones I'm really interested in seeing, which we haven't seen this entire game, which, I mean, I can understand why, but is that Neon. I mean, Neon, you don't typically play, on Breeze. Neon, you don't typically play on Haven. So being able to potentially see a Neon is going to be a wild time, especially paired with that Breach flash. I mean, that's just aggression I'm not ready for yet.
Yeah, I remember I was casting a while back, it was a few weeks ago, and I saw a Neon and a Breach combo on Fracture. And, I mean, it was the Neon, I think, dropped. I think they were 37 and 6.
Has to be plus 25 at minimum.
Yeah, I mean, so Neon would be a very interesting hero to play. And honestly, I think if we do see it, it'll be Ayoto, right? Right? I mean, they have performed on Raze. They performed on Jet. I mean, we might see those picks again, or we may see a completely different duelist. I don't think we're going to see Reyna or Phoenix, right?
Okay, hold on. We could.
We could, but I think that if they had to pick Neon, would just be better. You have the ability to throw the walls up. You have, I believe, the flash on...
Nope.
No flash on Neon?
That's a stun.
Okay, the stun on Neon. Yep. And then the ultimate for Neon is just a laser beam of destruction.
If you can track in any game, and especially in this game, you're absolutely dominant.
Yeah. And I think we've seen that already. The tracking is phenomenal from all these players. So it's going to be interesting to see, what are the comps are we going to see? Are we going to see the Viper? Are we going to see that niche Viper? Are we going to see the Breach coming out from Shatter? Are we going to see Neon on either team? Are we going to see Sova, Cypher, Chamber again potentially?
I mean, this is a really interesting thing, right? You can have a Breach, for the flashes. You can have 2 flashes. You can have that Phoenix and a Breach. You can have a Phoenix and a Reyna. You can have, there's so many different ways to play Fracture. You could play super aggressive with that Neon, trying to take space fast. I mean, a couple agents that I have in mind is going to be Breach, it's going to be Chamber. We could see a Viper, but I think there's going to be a Brim. Brimstone only because, for multiple reasons. Brimstone, there are lineups as well. His Molly is super deadly.
Absolutely.
Not as deadly, I think
Viper's same?
Well, Viper's takes a little bit slower.
Okay.
Where Brimstone's, his just absolutely obliterates anybody who stands in that Molly. But we could see a little bit of Brimstone lineups, and then, paired with that Brimstone utility, that huge beam of just destruction.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely takes up the entire site, and you can really hold as well. And then, I mean, imagine this, right? A Neon, a Breach, and a Brimstone. Brimstone gets that little stim beacon out. Now Neon is just an
speed demon.
What are the F1 cars?
F1 racers?
F1 racers. Now Neon is an F1 car, just sliding through every single corner. It's going to be... There's so many different comps, I feel like, and depending on how these teams play, I think you have to figure out how to adapt.
Yeah.
Right?
Here's a weird question for me, and like I said, I'm Iron 1, so, I see weird things all the time, but Harbor, right? What is there any chance that we see a Harbor?
In Fracture, no. I don't believe so.
No?
Fracture, I mean, Harbor is very new. I mean, he did get a couple updates a little bit. He did get that second Cascade wall, but I just don't think there's enough value out of that Harbor to really be able to, show that he's a dominant controller player.
Oh, there it is. Brim, Fade, Chamber, Raze, and Breach. The good old-fashioned Ascent composition that we saw from Radford. And we are going to probably get almost a mirror from ODU. Going to have, I think an exact mirror. Breach is going to be locked in. Chamber, Brim, Fade. If that Raze is locked in by Super Hawker, which we've seen before. An exact mirror from the Ascent game we saw in round number 1. So it's going to be interesting to see if ODU, they can take this mirror matchup again on Fracture.
And at this point, I feel like it's just going to be a team diff.
A team diff, yeah.
Team diff is a term that is used in gaming if there is a mirror match. And if there is a mirror match and one team outperforms the other, that is a big team diff, in my opinion. I could be wrong. But we are going to see that Fade and Raze. I mean, Fade is also a super solid agent to pick, right? You don't have that intel kind of character. You don't get to see where players are on the map.
Yep.
And that Fade does a great job, especially with the dogs.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things we're gonna see is, you say team div. I'm curious to see if we're gonna see if it's utility div, right? I think that's the biggest thing, right?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like the teams, it makes a big difference, and we saw that on ODU's win streak and Ascent there, and especially on Breeze, it was a big team dominance there. So I'm curious to see, right? Is that gonna be because of their gunshots on their gun battles, winning those, or is it gonna be because their utility is better on the usage? I think that's really what's gonna come down to here is really who takes what. AEO is gonna be just looking immediately for this peak. Sometimes you can find that, sometimes not, but the smoke is gonna come out early from ODU there. What do you think they did that one there, Vital?
I mean, they're just looking to try and control the tempo, right? They have a very aggressive team comp. They're pushing from both sides, and you just want to delay any sort of aggression as early as you can, because there's only one person on site right now. The rest are just playing towards their spawn side as Niche is getting ready to try and find somebody with that dog. There it is. The dog goes out. Does happen to spot somebody. That's top site. They know that AO is alone.
AEO is going to be shown there. Going to be low. Not going to be quite low yet, but it's just abilities thrown at AEO. And Arxia will find Ryan, though. That's going to be the pick onto ODU. That Radford is going to use. AEO will find Super Hot Girl, but not before. Adamada is going to find AEO as well as an Arxia. Shatter is going to be looking for this pistol round. We've seen it before. Shatter's going to find Niche as well as going to find Adamada. There's only one person left for ODU. Defect will fall, and Radford.
Gracious.
Round number 1, the pistol round. Radford's dominance performance on the pistol rounds, you cannot deny.
I think right here, they started funneling out a little bit. I mean, they did get that trade, which was nice, but they were kind of held up on site,
One
right?
bullet.
I mean, Shatter just played that beautifully. And now, something that's interesting too, especially on a map like Fracture, right? If you win that first round, you should win that second round, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the entry points are very narrow. So you can honestly post up with a shotgun either on site or, at the entry points, and you can look to really deal a lot of economic damage to the other team.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see here. Shattered on probably the map that they most enjoy, Fractured, Shattered. We got some words going in for either way when a mirror gets destroyed, Shattered, Fractured, whatever it may be. However you may want to choose there. And maybe Shattered's going to be comfortable on this map, right? Maybe Shattered got their name from Fracture. You never know, right? Possibly. So we are going to see that Radford's going to be holding relatively well here. You're not gonna be too aggressive. Just going to be doing the good old-fashioned hold. I think Ryan and Sho both saw each other there, but I'm not entirely sure there. Or at least one saw the other, I'm positive of. And it's going to be ODU figuring out what they want to do, taking the slow zip line. Don't want to make any noise going across this zip line here. And honestly, that's probably my favorite part of the map. I just like going across the zip line. Have you ever had like a gun battle on the zip line?
I have.
Those are so fun.
It gets scary.
It gets scary, but it's so fun because no one's accuracy works because it's you're moving. So it's really interesting to see, who can find that random headshot. When you have like a Vandal shooting down the zip line and it's like, oh, I got no one, and then the other team got like 4 of you, and it's hilarious. It's
oh my
fun.
God, Inside is just absolutely free right now. I mean, I believe they're playing that retake out on an A. The team is oh my God.
Oh, ODU is gonna hold this hard.
Hold on, this is really big for ODU. If they got the bomb down, and here it is.
Oh, Ryan!
Shots!
Gonna find Shattered. Super Huckle will fall. Niche will follow shortly after, as well as Defect. AEO gonna be looking for these picks. Show's gonna find Automata. There's only one player remaining. It's poor Ryan. Not gonna be able to really contest this. Just gonna try to run in. Runs in with a knife. 10. He will find Ryan. Radford taking that round number 2. But like you said, winning round number 1, round number 2 is going to be a round that you should win.
And Ryan had the best lurk that I've seen. I mean, especially going into that round, right?
Yeah.
He could have had 2 very big picks. Didn't happen. I mean, only got 1, but wasn't able to get that second.
Yep.
And now Radford is up in 2 rounds. But ODU does have that bye round as they are looking to get some ball rolling, some sort of momentum gained.
Yep, and there we see ODU full bye. Radford going to be on about a half bye here with all their beautiful Spectres and heavy shields. So ODU should win the long-range battle here compared to Radford. The Breach Stone will come out, force AEO to just have to leave there. And now Super Hot Girl gonna be really aggressive. The Stim Beacon comes out as well, so they're gonna be going for it hard. The bomb's gonna come out. That nice shot's gonna come out from Shatter. Not gonna find anyone though. ODU rotating, it looks like here. Super Hot Girl may just be looking on the flank here. The rest of ODU sort of just watching side, trying to figure out where they want to go. Ryan's going to be walking slowly up to here, on to this site right about here. The Brim smoke about to be out, but Super Hot Girl going to be pushing hard onto what I believe is B site here, and Anarxia is going to be forced away. 55 seconds, ODU still trying to figure out where they want to go. Looks like they're going to be rotating once again back over to A site, but AEO is going to find Ryan lurking in the corner there.
God.
And now ODU really needs to decide they want to go over to A, and you do have the Fade, I believe, on ODU all alone on B site. Super Hot Girl's not going to quite find AEO, but will find a couple shots onto them. Double stun there. Shattered's watching, throws the flash in. It does find it. Oh, what a play. Super Hot Girl will fall and slowly will fall defect as well. Shatter going to be holding this high angle here. Going to be watching to see anyone trying to peek, but oh, Niche on the flank. Going to be able to find Shatter there. AEO 32 HP and a drain, but only 14 seconds left. ODU has to make some plays here. Automata's going to find AEO. Niche will fall. Tenedy is left though. 2 players for Radford. The bomb is not planted. Automata can't plant it in time. Show will also find them. And round number 3 goes to Radford here. But Vitali looks about the same as what we saw last map.
I agree. I mean, they're playing that beautifully again. Like you said, that util diff is something spectacular going on by Shattered. And AO really standing their ground on site. Unfortunately, didn't get that pick, but it led Radford to win this overall round, as we are seeing them up 3 rounds to none.
Yeah, it's a really close game right now because ODU not going to be scared, right? I mean, they've been in this scenario twice now. Once not in their favor, the second time very much in their favor. Right. So could really go both ways for ODU. Going to be trying to figure out how they want to approach at this point. Automata's going to be looking to use this Breach ultimate. I don't believe gets anyone there, but Super Hot Girl! Oh my gosh! Not gonna find Anarxia, but the Anarxia will find Super Hot Girl. Nisha's gonna take a little bit of damage there. Show will find Ryan, so now it is a 3v2, 3v5, my bad. ODU struggling to find how to get on this point, almost a mirror of what happened to Haven. Just not being able to secure this point here, tries to go in aggressively, loses a player or two, and then gets stuck rotating, and normally is found out in rotation. It's a nice gun skin, by the way. But ODU now needs to figure out what they want to do going forward. How do they want to take this fight? How do they want to find the kills? Do they want to go for kills? Do you want to play aggressive? Do you want to play slow? Do you want them to come into you? And Arxia is going to find Niche, though, and now ODU is going to have a slight struggle coming in as Tenedy will find Automata. Tenedy is going to be seen. Defect will find that nice headshot. We have seen some great shots from Defect. Gonna find the shot on Anarxia, but not before Anarxia finishes Defect off. And now Radford up 4-0 on map number 3 in the series.
And that was a really big play, especially by that Fade, being able to hold them back in that B main area. And again, they did a phenomenal job holding that down.
Yeah. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see, as we are going to have a full buy for ODU here. Radford going to be looking here as well. So what do you think is going to happen here, Vitali?
I mean, I think Shu is doing a great job being able to, you know, hold it down as much as they can. I mean, again, that tethered was just huge on their end, right? And the Rim ult is going to clear anybody out on site. As we do see, the showstopper doesn't get anybody, and Tenedy is going back in. AO does get that pick on Orion, bringing it to a 4v5 situation for ODU, as that Breach is super low.
Yeah, and you know, ODU does lose that player. The Fate Ultimate does come online, but you have to be aware of the operator as well. Shattered will find Effect, but Automata and Niche will find Shattered and Anarxia in return there. ODU did just make this fight even, but there is a low player for the side of ODU there. That breach is falling a little bit low. That is going to be Automata. Niche will not find the kill, but Automata will. Automata's going to find another one. Ayo is going to fall, and Niche will find Shu, and there it is. ODU 4-1 right now.
That was well executed, especially by ODU, right? I mean, they were able to get those trades. Niche did get that huge pick, and as Automata is on the brink of death, being able to get those final picks, and that brings them to a timeout.
Yeah, interesting. You know, last time we've seen from Radford calling those timeouts was normally because ODU went on a really good win streak where they were up, right? This time, Shu calling that timeout. So it's going to be interesting to see what exactly Radford is calling this timeout for. Is it because you lost that one round? Maybe your team is struggling to find the fight plan, or why do you think they called the timeout here?
I mean, you want to call timeouts when, you know, you want to ice teams, you want to ice players, right? Especially, like, for example, in sports, right? You call timeouts to try and ice the opponent.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's what they're kind of trying to do right now. You know, they have the rounds in their favor, right? They have this little cushion. So I think it's a smart idea to be able to call that timeout, just kind of regroup for a second, right? I mean, this is the last map. This is the last map of the whole series. Like, if you don't win this map, right, I mean, you are out.
Yeah, you got to play for that third place game, and it's, you know, you definitely don't want to, right? You want to go to that finals. You want to show that you are the best team in this MAEC season, and you know, Shu calling that timeout there. Definitely, you know, you're right. I'll probably try to mess with ODU there. You know, Shu doing Shu things and trying to stomp on the competition. And Tenedy going to have this op holding this side here, Vitali.
And an op is super crucial, especially for Tenedy, right? You want to be able to hold that side, and Tenedy gets that first pick. Now bringing it to a 5v4 situation. Tenedy looking to just stay, stay dominant. And Defect does get that pick. Now bringing it to a 4v4, and they do clear tower.
Defect runs. Oh, Defect barely gets out of there alive, but is blinded and is taking some damage there. It is a 4v4, though, so ODU does have control of this site. Shadow's going to be throwing out that second flash. No Util left for Shattered. And if ODU knows this, they might be okay to just peek forward. Oh, but Radford's going to be trying to control this point here. ODU, is ODU on the flank? Shadow's going to... Tenedy will find Super Hot Girl. Shattered still diffusing here. Gonna find the stick. Finds it. And Automata will find Tenedy. Anish will find Anarxia. Kills are still going on both sides. Shattered will come out on top. Radford up 5-1 right now. And what an impressive stick that was.
You know, pros don't fake. And we're seeing it play true there, right?
Yeah.
Being able to just play under that pressure, just trying to have that trust in your teammates and getting that job done, getting that defused, and now you're up 4 rounds in the first half.
Yeah, and you know, if you're ODU right now, right, like you have no ultimates, right? Radford, they have the busted operator. They have the chamber ability, and ODU really needs to be aware of that. We've seen some great plays from Tenny with that operator, and I believe Tenny is still holding the other op. I could be entirely wrong here, but Radford is going to be finding the kill onto Ryan. So no longer is there a chamber alive for ODU. That operator from Radford on the side of Tenny is just gonna be such an aggressive push, doing a phenomenal job there, and it looks like we are going to have ODU pushing hard onto B side here, though. Shu is going to throw out some abilities, trying to find out where they are, but run through all the smokes right now. It's a bit of laser tag going on, trying to find out where to go. The decay comes out. Automata is going to be forced out because they are blinded right now, and ODU not able to secure that fight. That was just phenomenal performance from Radford, being able to just put so much pressure on ODU that they didn't feel comfortable trying to secure the site. And now ODU is back at where they started, need to come back in. But Super Hot Girl is on the flank. Radford still watching that long angle with the Tenedy with that chamber ultimate. So anything can truly happen here. Super Hot Girl gonna be trying to find a kill, but not quite going to find it. It's going to dodge this breach ability here. Super Hot Girl still looking. Tendy's going to find Automata, and Arxia is going to be covering this angle as well. Super Hot Girl's going to fall, but Defect will find Shu, and Arxia is going to find Defect. Tendy finding that third op kill on the Niche, and Radford up 6-1 right now.
there's so much to talk about. I mean, they're doing a great job, especially with this op. You know, being able to control and put pressure is a big thing on Fracture. I mean, there's a lot of narrow angles to hold, and if you have an operator holding that angle, I mean, there's just really not much that you can do. You know, it's important for them to call that timeout. ODU, you know, trying to get that ball rolling. They do have their ultimates online. They have that breach ultimate, you know, available at the ready. And they do also, like I was mentioning earlier, they have that Brimstone ult. They're looking to potentially maybe try and explode it on a site, try and get that bomb down in a corner, you know, a really safe spot, so that all Brimstone has to do is just dump util out onto the site.
Yeah, and you know, ODU, they have 3 ultimates here, but they are also on a very low buy. They're not going to be able to take this fight very well. Defect, we have seen some phenomenal plays from Defect with that Sheriff, though. So, you know, anything can truly happen. And one thing I do want to mention is Ryan is on Chamber. Defect has been on Chamber for the past couple maps here, but no longer. Right now, Defect is on that Brimstone, something we haven't seen before. So doesn't have that Chamber ultimate, just that Chamber Sheriff, just ready to be used on call. Right. So ODU has to really purchase the Sheriff to do that, for Defect to really shine on that role and make an effect with that Sheriff. So we are going to be getting into this round. Radford up 5 rounds here. ODU, I mean, you know, this is still winnable for ODU, though, right? So much can happen in 5 rounds to make this a winnable battle. Super Hawk, just barely getting rid of that boom bot there. That scared me a little bit.
And they can really just play off of this Chamber op. I mean, they can look to try and get these picks. They can look to try and, Anarxia. Ryan, you have your op. You don't have your op online?
Oh, there it is.
That's what I was waiting for. Again, you just play around that Chamber op. You look to try and get as many guns as you can before exploding on the side. I mean, you have a whole minute, right? You could just look to try and play slow, look to try and grab guns, and there's only one person on B. I mean, that was a really aggressive push, you know, on the defensive side of things, and I don't believe Niche knows that this push is happening. Oh my God.
Oh, Defect, there it is. I told you, Vitaly.
No.
Defect with that Sheriff doing amazing work, finding 2, but will fall to AEO to that Vandal headshot. It's a 2v3. ODU does have that op online, but 40 seconds remain as that spike has to be planted. Radford going to be holding the site relatively well. Automata going to be going back over to B. It looks like here. No one's on B right now, so Automata will get a free plant. It does look like here. ODU is going to be watching A site. Maybe trying to find, oh, there it is. Yep, finds the flank angle there, is able to take out Shu, and now the Raze is the only one remaining for Radford. 3v1. ODU definitely feeling really good about this round, Vitaly.
Again, I mean, they knew exactly where every player was, you know, going into that 2v3 situation. That Raze is just looking to maybe try and bait something out. I mean, Niche in a really awesome spot.
And there it is.
Ryan gets the final pick.
Yeah, and there you go. ODU only down 4 rounds, so we are still anyone's game right now, right? ODU taking that round can now buy fully, as well as Radford. Radford will be able to buy full as well, so it's going to be a gun battle game here with that utility aspect. The crowd is heating up as this will decide who will be going into that finals game here, Vitaly. Both teams, Radford wanting to get that rematch, ODU wanting to just show that they are the true underdog story coming in. Ayo, throwing that boom bot down here. You could spectate the boom bot?
You could.
I did not know that.
A lot of the utility, you know, if you are able to throw it or, you know, shoot it kind of deal, like that Sova Dart. Oh my gosh.
Super hot girl.
If you're able to get that utility out, you know, you can follow that utility.
Huh, cool.
Something neat.
The more you know, right? You learn something new every day. Shattered will have to get rid of that fade ability, and Ryan will take that kill off. ODU now going to be able to secure this site, playing aggressive. Anarxia is going to find Super Hot Girl, though. Not quite going to be... Ooh, that's going to be close, as ODU will now have the plant. Radford going to have to play a little bit more aggressively now that they... Oh, but Automata's going to find 2 here. Tenedy, the only one remaining, is going to fall to Automata with the Sheriff. And there it is. ODU taking it back right now, only down 3 rounds, 6-3.
3 rounds is all you need, really, especially if, you know, you're on the opposition. You know, if you're on the back foot, you really just need 3 rounds. You know why? Because then that 93 curse is active.
Yeah, you know, and that's where things can get a little scary, right?
can.
That would be dreadful to see for ODU to actually activate that 9-3 curse and coming out on top. That would just be such an underdog story, but such a defeat for Radford. So obviously they don't want that to happen. I think that's a big mental thing, right? That 9-3 curse. It's like, if you see it, it's sort of just like a self-fulfilling prophecy right there. Shu will take a little bit of damage by that nade bomb, by that bomb from Rays. What a good grenade shot there that we saw from the Rays from the side of ODU. Gonna have to force Shu out through the Stim Beacon. It does look like Radford's going to push hard onto B site because ODU's going in. Ryan's gonna find that kill on EA, finishing it off. Adamada's gonna watch this flank angle here. Not gonna quite find anyone yet, but Radford is going to try to find this kill. Shadow's gonna find a nice headshot onto Super Hot Girl. Shu gonna find Adamada. It is a 3v4 scenario, but Radford falling low on HP. Ryan watching this flank is gonna find Shu. It is now a 3v3 once again. ODU does have that spike planted. And Ryan able to find 2 kills there. Once I finish it off with once again another ace for this series. We already have 1 for Ryan. Ryan wants to go for 2. We want the Ryan squared on the ace. Tenedy will fall to niche, so the ace won't come out, but ODU will take the round.
ODU played that beautifully. I mean, they knew exactly where everyone was. They had that read, and they were able to just explode out on a site. Look at try and just play for that post plan. I mean, somebody posted up in arcade. Ryan getting those big 2 picks and really just solidifying that round for ODU.
Yeah, ODU now only down 2 rounds, and I believe Radford is going to have to play on a lesser bucket. Never mind, ignore me entirely. Both teams are still going to be able to mostly full buy. Radford does have 2 light shields now, so it's going to be sort of interesting to see how Radford wants to play this, because if they lose this, they are going to be on a potential tie round for ODU, and they're going to have to play on a very low buy, not going to have really anything. Will find Adamada, but will fall down to Super Hot Girl there. Shatter will find Defect there, and the spike has fallen.
Super Hot Girl, good for 1.
Super Hot Girl gonna find that kill there. It's a 3v3 once again. ODU likes their 3v3s. Vitali just absolutely loves them. Niche finding Shu. Oh, Tenedy so low, and there it is. Super Hot Girl finding Tenedy. Gonna pick up that spike, and now it is only 1 player left for Radford. And Arxia going to be able to just have to find a way to find these kills onto ODU, as Super Hot Girl will find this spike plant now. And Arxia does have 40 seconds remaining to take this fight. Is going to come in through these rafters area up in here, but ODU holding basically any angle possible to watch out for Radford. And wow, I didn't know you could stand there.
Yeah, that's a new addition to Fracture. They just put that up because now it's a little bit easier to kind of hold with that kind of top area there, that catwalk. And Arxia does get damaged up.
Spotted, and there it is. Niche finds the kill. It's now 6-5, and this could make it tied up for map number 3 of the series, because now Radford is forced on a very low buy.
This is true. However, Radford also has 2 ultimates online.
That is true.
And these are very crucial ultimates. They have that Breach ultimate and that Fade. So, you know, it kind of is anyone's game still. I mean, if you look to try and play around both ultimates, if you're Radford, you know, you are... I seem as though I've lied. They have that showstopper. They do have that Fade ultimate still, as I was mentioning. But, again, you can look to try and save that to try and play that post-plant situation. Or you can look to try and utilize that, you know, during that execution to try and stall as long as you can.
Yeah, and Radford, we do see here, is on a very low buy going into almost the second half here. It'll be tied going into the second half. And these matches have gotten progressively more aggressive as Ryan will find AEO. Niche is going to try to find someone, but not quite able to find them yet, but does get rid of that Fade ability. And for a second, I thought Radford was the side of ODU, and Niche is going to get 2. Ryan going to find Tenedy. Ryan is just popping off right now. Radford, 3 people left. That showstopper no longer online. 1 ultimate for both teams, the Breach ultimate as well as the Fade ultimate for Radford. And now ODU, it is a 5v3.
Shattered. If you're going to do it, you're going to go crazy.
Shattered. Oh, Super Hot Girl's going to stop Shattered. Super Hot Girl is just going to go in for it. Now it is a 5v2. The Breach ultimate is used from ODU. Super Hot Girl does spot. Oh, there goes the nade. Oh, gonna force them out on the reload. Is gonna find the brim for Radford. Radford, only one player left. Shu will fall to Super Hawk Girl. Tied 6-6 as we approach the second half battalion in the MAEC Winter Finals.
It's 6-6.
It is 6-6.
You just said it was 6-6. I had to double up on that. It is getting wild.
Like I said, it is chilly here in Virginia, but these matches are heating up, and this is what you want to see. You want to see these back and forth games. You want to see the ties. Neither one of these teams want to go for that third place match right now. They want to be on that stage. They want to win this series. They want to be the best team in the MAEC.
Now, I want to talk about one person for a quick second.
Absolutely,
and
go
that's
ahead.
Shattered.
Shattered, okay.
He was beautiful on the aggressive plays when it came to Haven. And he was on Breach, right? So we could really look to see a shift in momentum. Right now, ODU is going into the second half with a lot of confidence. Oh, and there it is. The flash goes out, the effect. And Super Hot Girl looking to try and just play a lot of aggression. Oh, and there it is, the flank.
Oh,
Ryan, good for one. Super Hot Girl looking to push
Ryan with two, Defect with three, Niche with four. Ayo's gonna find that nade kill on Automata, but there's only one player. Yeah, Tenedy is going to find Defect there. ODU, it is a 3v1. Tenedy only on 55 HP. Basically one-shot territory for ODU, and this will be the first pistol round that Radford loses if they lose this, Vitali.
Is that true?
I believe so.
Did they win any on Breeze?
I believe so. I think that is that first pistol round one. ODU beating Radford in their comfort round.
This is huge. And especially on a map like Fracture, right? You can look to save those Spectres, going into that buy round, looking to play close angles, hold together. I mean, there's so much potential for ODU to just come out on top here.
Yeah. I mean, ODU. Wow.
I must say, I'm from the same area as ODU, so I am feeling a little bit of kind of hometown favoritism, if you will. I've definitely toured ODU's campus multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I do love the area. I love the place. But enough about that, right? We're here to see some crazy plays happen. And Ryan.
Oh, Ryan.
Oh,
the flash comes out. Okay, TP comes out. Ryan's going to live. AEO's going to take a little bit of, actually a lot of damage there, and not going to find anyone on ODU. AEO's going to be shot at through the wall right now. Not in the best of situations, as Shu as well as Sandy are going to be on the flank onto A site right now. Two players are still on B site for ODU. The alt point will be captured by Shu. And now Radford needs to make the decision, you know, sort of where ODU was. How do you want to take this fight? Do you want to go towards A? Do you want to go towards B? How do you want to go? AEO 38 HP and a dream right now. Oh, does see ODU sort of camping out right here next to this box on the site. AEO's going to throw that nade in, try to force out ODU here. It's going to be really aggressive.
Oh, man, Super Hot Girl.
Oh, going to be taken out by the nade on the counterpart. And oh, Tenedy not quite able to find Ryan. Ryan's going to find Shu. Shatter will fall shortly after. And Arxie's going to find Ryan, but Automata is going to find Tenedy. Radford, only one person remains. Super Hot Girl, 6 HP. I feel like Super Hot Girl likes to be on very low HP. We've seen that a lot these past few games.
I agree.
But, you know, ODU, one player remaining here. Just the classic. And Automata just playing a few games right now. Just trying to jump peek. Tell the rest of ODU where Radford's last player is. Now, 10 seconds left. ODU just needs to just sort of play safe. And Arxia is going to be on to point here, but doesn't have Spike. May just try to live at this last round or try to find a last kill because it won't be able to plant that Spike here and not going to find any kills either. And now ODU up 2 rounds in the second half.
And that's actually something that's really smart that ODU did. If you kill the last few people, you know, after that post planner, if you just kill everybody outright in that second round, they get extra money. So now if you look at their economy, they're kind of not buying so big. I mean, you see an
It's
Arxia.
a forced buy here.
Of course you see that forced buy, but
Yeah.
you see an Arxia, they aren't able to get another rifle. They get that
Yeah.
Spectre buy. I mean, again, still a very solid buy, but again, you don't get to play with the team in terms of, you know, having that same firepower as you would. Of course, that's just one
Ryan
gun
has
down,
the
but
op.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Do something.
Oh! does, I believe, nick them. But super hot girl with that double nade kill there on the Shattered and to AEO. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but Radford down 2 players already into this fight as ODU is up just 2 players already. And now Super Hot Girl just rolling with the Spectre right now, has the nade back because they got the 2 kills to really get that back there with the nade itself. Shu is now going to be trying to hold this angle, watch anyone walking through that door there, but ODU can really just play relaxed now. They don't have to do anything crazy or do anything insane unless they so choose. Tenny's going to be coming through this bottom area here, trying to find someone. And Vitaly, I mean, what do you think is going to happen here?
I think they're going to look to try and just prod and poke a little bit. I mean, they're trying to figure out where everyone is, but I'm still kind of shocked about that play. I think I know exactly what happened. I'll talk about it after this round. But, I mean, again, I think they're looking to just try and get some sort of information. There it is, Kennedy getting that nice pick. Now they're starting to open up the map a little bit, trying to now figure out where everyone is. Those rotates are not coming out by ODU. They're looking to just try and hold, but, I mean, there's only 25 seconds left, and, I mean, they have to execute, now.
Yeah, Radford has to be aggressive here. They have 20 seconds here remaining. ODU 4v3. Gadgets are destroyed for Radford's chamber there. Automata's going to find the Brimstone on Radford. 11 seconds remaining there. The spike does need to be planted. Automata's going to be looking for someone around this corner. Shu is going to be around the corner here, and they do notice that Automata's going to find Kennedy. Shu is going to find Super Hot Girl, but it also finds Automata. Niche will find Shu there. ODU taking the round 9-6 here. Radford not in the best of situations, Vitaly.
So here it is. I believe that there was a fade tether thrown in a perfect spot, and then they just were able to throw that nade.
That was incredible.
That was beautiful.
That was absolutely incredible.
I could be wrong, but I don't think a simple nade like that is going to kill 2 people, right? At such a high level of competition. I mean, I think that's kind of what happened. But again,
I believe so,
now they're going into timeout. I mean, Radford is on the back foot. They're not able to buy here. This is really looking lost for Radford.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is, especially for ODU, like, look who's top frag right now, right? It's Ryan, okay? Super Hot Girl was doing phenomenal in the first game. Niche was doing phenomenal last game. I mean, all these players on ODU are doing such a phenomenal job. They definitely have their specialties, and none of these players are slacking, right? Every one of these times. Like, yeah, Defect is 8 and 11 right now, right? But look at last round, right? I mean, was like second frag, right?
Everyone has to be, at the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm definitely familiar with that.
I am too. It's okay.
I mean, I'm not, one to judge. Well, I am. I love to judge. But in terms of, being at the bottom of the leaderboard, I've been there multiple times. I know how it feels. I kind of like it a little bit, because then I get to support my team, in other various ways without having to frag. Because it's based off of frags, right?
Okay.
It's based off of frags. Believe it.
Yeah,
don't
no, I get, yeah.
You don't believe it.
No, but what my point is like ODU, right? It's a different person in bottom frag every time, but it's a different person in top frag every time, right? So that shows that ODU just has specific specialties, and Ryan with the headshot onto AEO there. ODU already starting off strong. Super Hot Girl will find Shuba. Shatter will find Super Hot Girl there. Automata's just going to be looking strong, just doesn't even care, going to be going for it. There is going to be flash, but wait.
Wait, this is a 3v3 situation now. I mean, Shattered on
what
health.
HP? I don't know. Someone call it BGs, because right now Shattered is just staying alive on 1 HP, and I don't even know what to expect coming forward into this fight here. ODU does still have this op, just holding it right there. Ryan with the headshot to enter out this round here. Radford 3v3. This is ODU's specialty, right? These 3v3 scenarios, just doing such a phenomenal job watching each other, watching each other's flanks. And I mean, you really can't ask for much else there. Ryan. Oh my God. It's just solo holding this point, I want to add. And is going to be stunned there, so the op won't be useful. But there it is, going to be unset.
Ryan do the flash!
Ryan finds it, isn't going to find Shattered, but in return, Defect will find Kennedy.
Radford does have that Breach Ultimate online. They have a lot of potential to get at least that bomb down.
Yeah. But they do know where but 1 HP.
I mean, 1 HP.
Yeah, there it is. Niche will find Shattered. That is double digits for ODU, up 4 rounds, and they only need 3 more to take this series and move on to the finals in the MAEC Championship.
Hey, don't call it a comeback just yet, though. I mean,
absolutely.
Ryan,
that was just gorgeous. You can't ask for anything else there from these players on ODU. I mean, just doing phenomenal things. That would have me shaking a little bit.
I was getting a little nervous.
Oh,
that one also had me shaking. You know, seeing
shaking bacon.
Gosh, I'm saying.
I am saying. I actually wanted some bacon this morning, but I never got some.
You never got some?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have like myself a BLT later. You know.
Ryan.
Oh.
Hold on, he hasn't TP'd. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. All right, just in the smoke, like quite literally on the edge of the smoke. I was so confused for a second there. All right, Shu will find Automata early into the fight. Now ODU no longer has that ultimate ability online, and it's the first time they're down one player in quite some time here. Ayo is going to be just shooting around, trying to find someone. Anarxia is going to find the plant. Super Hot Girl will be throwing this boombot out, and just gonna run away from that. No one wants to die that, right?
I mean, they do also have that showstopper, and this could be really crucial. Here we go. They're starting to clear a main.
Super Hot Girl.
They hear that. I don't think Super Hot Girl heard that. But
I don't think they did.
my goodness.
Anarxia's not going to be able to find out. Just gets shot in the back. Shattered will find Ryan, but it's not going to matter. And there it is. ODU 11-6. Gonna probably pick up that op just for Ryan, right? Needs to go find that op. And
yes.
I mean, 11-6 here. ODU doing a phenomenal job.
That was a beautiful play. I mean, the way that they executed that retake, couldn't have done it any better. I mean, the fact being able to pick up that final kill, or no, not the final kill. I'm sorry. Super Hot Girl being able to pick up that final kill. Now Ryan is able to op, and he has the op online. Automata has that Breach ultimate online. Radford, they do have Tennity's op online.
Yeah.
Now, this could be pretty game-changing. I mean, it is 6-11.
Yeah.
I mean, comebacks can happen.
I mean, you've seen the 7-11 curse.
No.
Right? Or is it 7-12? I don't know. There was something else I've heard before. It's like 7-something. I think it's 7-12, I think is the curse.
One of the two.
Yeah.
One of the two.
You know what I want to see? I want to see
the stop.
Oh! Tennedy gonna shut that down, though. I was really looking forward to an op switch into an op, though. Super Hot Girl will find AEO, but not before Shadow's going to find Super Hot Girl in return. The Brim ultimate is online for ODU, but Radford, we did just see Tennedy does have that operator out as well here. It is a 3v4, so not quite where ODU likes it to be.
I mean, this is still very winnable, though. Automata does have that Breach ultimate.
3v3.
Oh, Niche getting that beautiful pick.
Oh, fine Shu.
Do they utilize this Breach ultimate?
And Oxy is going to plant, and there's
one. Only one gets tagged, though. They do got to clear this arcade area.
Oh, Shattered finds the effect.
I don't think they know now.
Oh, but Niche, not in the best scenario. Oh, is going to be flashed. Tennedy's going to find Automata. Niche is going to not quite find Shattered, but wants it bad. Can't find it. Shattered's going to find Niche. 7-11 right here. It is still anyone's game, Vitali. Neither one of these teams want to go down in this game. It's been such a back and forth game so far. We're on map number 3, and this is just the semifinals. Neither one of these teams want to end it right now.
And ODU, I believe, have, I want to say 2 to 3 ultimates. I could be wrong. But that Fade ultimate is what I'm really looking forward to seeing. Yep, they do have that Fade ultimate online. And
Chamberlain's going to come out from ODU.
Course. And this is big, too. I mean, Chamber can just look to play either really aggressive angles, try and hold, some sort of slight off angle. And Chamber is playing in this sort of A-man area. I mean, Radford playing slow. I feel like they have to try and figure out where this operator's playing around it, right? You don't want to get
100%.
an early pick, and just be useless for the rest of the round.
100%. I agree. Yes.
And oh no.
They turned around. He found Niche.
Oh wait, do they know?
Oh, but Defect.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know. Oh, Defect finds the operator from Tennedy now, but Radford does have control of the site. It does look like here. It is a 4v3. The op is being used by ODU. Brim ultimate is online as well here from Defect. Radford is going to be able to plant this spike now, and now ODU needs to figure out how they want to take this fight, how they want to go in there. It does look like the Brim ultimate is going to come out online. Oh, wait, never mind. I lied.
They should definitely use it.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, you got flash.
Oh, Anarxia's not going to live it. Defect will find Anarxia, and there it is. ODU now has the advantage here. Shatter will find Automata, but Defect will find Shatter. Super Huckle's going to fall down to AO. Ryan's going to go for the defuse. AO's going to find Ryan with that showstopper. Just one player left for ODU. Radford wants to get this round. Defect is remaining. The grenade is thrown out and is going to find Defect. There it is. Vitali clutch from AEO 8-11. Radford is not giving up this series.
That was a massive clutch. I mean, Tennedy being able to get that beautiful lurk, getting Niche out of the picture, right? But the fact of being able to get back in there, saying something, you know, on the side of ODU, and does get a pick. Super Hot Girl, I want to say overextended just a little bit. I mean, just a little bit. I mean, you had the man advantage, and Ayo was able to wrap beautifully.
That was such a good game.
Oh my,
Gorgeous.
I commend Defecto. I commend him for being able to try and stick at the half. But in that scenario, I mean, you just kind of have to, you know, it's either you full stick or you tap the bomb, play off, you know. Multiple ways.
I don't think it was possible to just tap it there. I think you had to go for the defuse. I don't remember exactly the timing there, but Shadow's going to be using this Breach ultimate really fast here. Niche is going to be stunned and is now kind of just stuck here. And it does look like ODU is on a low buy round, I believe. And Arxie is going to get this plant off. Shu is going to be holding through this smoke, just waiting for someone to peek it through here.
Oh, defect.
Oh, defect. Oh, but the headshot comes out from Tennedy. Shu will fall down to Super Hawk Girl, though. It is a 4v4. The Fade ultimate is online for ODU, however. And Arxia just might want to, yep, there we go. Gets out. Does fall to Ryan, though, but Automata will fall down to Shatter. Tennedy will find Super Hawk Girl. It is a 2v3. Radford's lead right now. AEO will be trying to find ODU. The rest of ODU there. AEO will find another one. Niche is the only one remaining. It is just a 1v3. You don't want to use a Spade ultimate. There's just really, you just don't want to risk that right now. Niche so low on HP. AEO just going to shoot some bullets there. Does know where Niche is. Finds Niche. 9-11. This is a close series. It's a series that is not going to end. And Vitali, what are you going to do?
I mean, if I were ODU, right, they've been holding on to this Fade ultimate for a while. I feel like at some point you have to use it. I feel like now that ODU, I believe, is on the buy round, they are able to utilize that Fade ult. I mean, I think they should really just try and look to play back, look to try and just hold angles, try and get that information. Yep, take the timeout. And, I mean, Tennedy's been popping off with the op, and we see both Chambers actually top fragging.
Yep.
And that's something super important to note that too.
Close those KDAs are
on
both teams.
That's what I'm saying. So being able to note that, right? They are looking to try and take some sort of aggressive angle. They're looking to try and get some sort of value, right? And be able to back out. I mean, that's what Chamber does best, right? You're able to play aggressive and just back out whenever you want. So when you understand that, when you are able to play around that, right? ODU, they have 2 ultimates online to be able to play for that retake. I mean, they could also try and play, you know, to hold them at bay, you know, if they're looking to try and get some sort of aggression, trying to get out onto that site. I mean, there's so many different factors and variables that go on in this game. But, you know, on the side of ODU, you need to try and shut it out quick. And then if you're on the side of Radford, I mean, look to play together, look to try and isolate gunfights, look to try and figure out where everyone is. Initially, you know, before you try and execute a site, don't just go in there, you know, blind, right?
Absolutely. And it does look like we are going to have full buys from both teams here. 9-11 ODU's lead right now. I mean, this is 2-round lead. Vitali, this is the closest map we have seen so far in this series, and it's truly anyone's game. ODU, the underdogs here. Radford wanting to go up against their old opponents. Anarxia is going to find Niche, though, and now ODU is down 1 player. Ryan barely getting out by the skin of their teeth right now. ODU will have that showstopper online, and the plant will come out from Radford now. Radford is going to pick up this nice little Vandal. That's going to be AEO for you. And Arxie is going to be throwing down some smokes. It does look like ODU has to engage. Now Super Hawker will find the showstopper. It is now a 4v4, but there's no ultimate left for either team. Now the op is out. ODU, it is a 4v4. The plant spike is down. AEO will find Defect. AEO will find Automata, though. Shu is so low. Automata will find, but Tennedy will find Automata. The bomb is still down, though, and Ryan will find Tennedy, but Shadow's not done yet. Shadow's going to be looking for this kill, finds a kill. 10-11. Vitali, Radford is not done. They are not going home yet.
It is 10-11. Radford playing it beautifully. I mean, yep, let's look back. They played this very well. They were able to, they know exactly where this Fade is playing. They've been able to isolate Niche for multiple rounds now, being able to get that first pick early, and I think that's what's making Radford so successful in the later half of this game, right? I mean, being able to get rid of those ultimates as early as possible, then just kind of breeds, success. I mean, Shattered with that beautiful flick. Now, like you said, it's a 1-round differential. Shattered is, again, playing his utility beautifully. Oh, and they're looking to just play aggressive towards this game
Stim
area.
Beacon comes out.
I mean, they are on that save.
Oh, wait. ODU is just going to go after him.
Yeah.
Tenedy will find Niche, though, and Tenedy will fall to Ryan, though. Shu can't find Ryan. Ryan's going to find that kill. ODU does not want to make this game last any longer. ODU is going to be up 1 player, but Ryan is at a sliver of HP. Radford does have that ultimate online for a Brimstone here. The spike has been planted, but they are going to try to bait out that ultimate. There it is. AEO will find Defect, though. The ultimate comes out from Radford. It is a 3v3. This is ODU specialty. They love to be here, but it hasn't been in their favor so far. Ryan has the up, find Shattered. NRC's gonna find NRC, is gonna fall down. AEO will find Automata. Is a 1v1 scenario. Both races alive. AEO versus Super Hot Girl. And not quite as right. Super Hot Girl finds AEO with 5 HP. It is 10 to 12. ODU's match point. They are not done yet. They want to end this on a thrifty. Radford needs to pick up this round. It is 1 round away from ODU moving on to the finals.
That was probably the craziest round we've seen this entire series. This entire day so far. I mean, it just begun. The day just started for us.
Yeah, and I just get it hyped, Vitali.
Now, okay, multiple things going on there. Radford are down 2 rounds. They do have that chamber up. They do have that showstopper. And then we look at ODU. They also have that showstopper, and they have that Fate Ultimate. They are not able to use that Fate Ultimate if they keep killing Niche early on in the game. But again, I think ODU should just look to play safe. If they're looking to try and win this round out, right, they're looking to try and just play safe. But if you're Radford, you want to take some sort of risk.
And they are. Both Ultimate Showstopper and Chamber Operator are used by Radford.
Oh my gosh.
ODU is going to blind, but Niche is going to find 2. ODU wants to end this series right now. Niche is going to be going for 3. Niche finds 3. Tenedy's going to fall, but Anarchy and Shu are going to find 2 in return. It is a 3v2. ODU wants to stop this right now, but Radford is not done yet. They want to find these kills. Niche is all alone in this corner, cannot do much else. Radford is going to be looking for these kills, but Niche will find Anarchy. It is just 1 person left. Shu will find Niche. It is a 1v2. Shu has to use this Fate Ultimate right now. Is not going to find anyone. I believe the spike is here. ODU wants to end this right now. Radford does pick up the spike here. Shu needs to make a miraculous play to make this series continue forward. It is going to be very hard for Radford to pull this off. Shu, it is all up to you, my friend. You have to find the way to get these kills. ODU does have that Chamber Ultimate ready, though. Super Hot Girl just watching 30 seconds on the clock. Radford, Shu is going to find Super Hot Girl as a 1v1. Radford is not done yet. ODU wants to end this, but Radford is just saying no. They want to end this right now. The spike is going to come down, and Ryan, only player left on the team, but we've seen some great plays from both of these players. Here it comes, and the headshot comes out by Shu. Spike is going to be defused. ODU going forward in the finals against GMU. There you go, Vitali. You couldn't have asked for anything better.
And the crowd is going wild. ODU is going wild. I'm getting wild. That was a beautiful series. Again,
absolutely.
That's just semifinals. We're looking
exactly, semifinals.
I mean, I felt the emotion behind these 2 teams, and I'm sitting at the desk.
I know. I want to go up there with them.
I agree.
I'd like the hype is there. ODU taking out one of their rematch opponents, taking that on top, and now will be going up against the other team that defeated them this season, GMU. ODU, the true underdog team right now, making a run, going to the finals, going up against GMU later today.
And I want to say I did call it before,
you did.
Before this.
You did call it.
Before the series even started, I said I had a feeling ODU is going to come out on top, at least in this first game. I'm not too sure, of course, about the second game. Anything can happen in the second game, but my go is telling me ODU is going to have it in the semifinal game. And, I mean, they just delivered on all cylinders. Of course, a little rocky start, but they were able to get everything together and just work together beautifully, as we saw in that last round.
100%. But, Vitali and I think we need to take a quick breath after that. So we're going to send it over to our analysts. I'm sure they have some great things to say about this.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. What an incredible series we just witnessed. It went from oh my gosh, it went from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows and back up and down again. And that map, especially on Fracture, was just insane. We saw ODU having such a comeback after the first half, and then they were completely dominant. And then all of a sudden we see Radford coming back with a comeback of their own as well. It was just mind-blowing even.
Yeah, the shifts in momentum, even you had a little inkling of it in map 1.
Yep.
ODU started to have a little bit of a comeback. And then really when you get into map 2, we get onto Breeze, we really see this shift. And now ODU's on top, has all the momentum. And then it gets a little scary there after they already won 10 rounds or so, 11 rounds or so. And then it's, maybe GMU's actually going to mount the comeback. Maybe, after 2.5 hours into this, they're going to come back. And ODU is able to hold on and take it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely mind-blowing, of course. But I think we should talk a little bit about the MVPs of that kind of series, who really kind of shone out there. I'll give my MVPs, and then you can either disagree or agree with that as well. I think on the side of Radford, you have to give it to Shattered, of course. I think especially in Haven for map number 1, as well as Breeze map number 2, Shattered was going insane. I think map number 3 in Fractured, Shattered was a little bit quieter. We saw other players stepping up, like Tenedy and Anorexia were really stepping up and kind of filling in that gap for when Shattered wasn't going out of their minds. But overall, I think the player for Radford that is the MVP is Shattered. On the side of ODU, I think it's a little bit more difficult. I think there were a lot of players that really had their moments. I mean, on Breeze, Niche was going insane. You had the Molly lineups, the clutches coming out from Niche. I mean, the casters were talking about it, that pro mentality that they had. But, overall, maybe not the most consistent from what they've seen. I would also argue Super Hot Girl was going insane. Breeze was being that entry, was getting a lot of 2Ks, 3Ks, just entering into the site, picking off kills. But, I mean, when you look at Fracture, when you look at especially the end of Breeze, Ryan, the chamber player, was going crazy. We saw an ace to end out Breeze for ODU because of Ryan. We saw Ryan going absolutely insane on Fracture, getting those picks, getting those kills. So really quickly, just before we send it over, what are your opinions, just very, very quickly?
Yeah, I think Shattered definitely has to get an honorable mention for the losing team on that side.
Yeah.
And I think I have to agree with you for the side of ODU there.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible play all around. We do have an interview lined up with one of the players, so we're going to send it over to that interview right now. Take it away.
Hey everybody, this is Rhea Sylvia and I'm here with Ryan. I know that the analyst desk was debating on who was the MVP of ODU, but again, based on that last game, based on that ace, we did really want to talk to Ryan. And Ryan, this series of games that we just watched was easily the most hype series of 2 days, because this was the only series actually that wasn't a sweep. So talk to me about, playing actually the entire 3 games and especially the last game.
Well, I didn't play the first map. I had to sub in second and third map because someone wasn't doing up to par. So I subbed in, and we lost to Radford 11-13 both maps earlier in the season. So we had to come back stronger with a new game plan. And I let the second KO map, I didn't do too well. I just ended it off well, and I just kept it carrying on to the chamber map. Then they just couldn't stop me. I don't know why they kept peeking me.
Talk to us about the mentality when they couldn't stop you. How do you focus? How do you make sure that you actually keep going? Because I'm sure the nerves are there. Worried that okay, maybe that next shot I actually won't be able to pull it off.
No, you just gotta believe in your aim. That's why I was just swinging everything. You can't get nervous, or else you're gonna fail.
I love it. That's a great attitude. So you talked about switching a little bit of your strategy, a little bit of your approach to playing Radford since you lost earlier in the season. So are we going to expect to see more secret strategies or anything interesting as we go into the finals?
Well, who won that map? GMU? Did they win against?
Yes, GMU won.
Yeah, I mean, we're 1-1 against GMU. We 2-0'd them first time we played them, and then we got 2-0'd the second time we played them. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes. We might have some tricks to pull out.
Excellent. Well, we'll be watching for those. Thank you so much, Ryan, and take it away, Analyst Desk.
I mean, I think it's always great to get inside the mind of a player, especially a player that was just calm, cool, and collected as Ryan was. And you heard it in the interview as well. Just, you got to be confident. You got to be confident in your aim, because if you're not, you just miss. You just mess up. We talk a lot about mentality in esports just in general, and I think we saw that mentality come out here a lot. And I think it's even more prevalent in the landscape as well, just because you hear it. You see your opponents. If you're a spectator, you've been hearing it. It's been picking up off the mics. We're in the analyst desk. We're like a couple rooms back, and we can hear the crowd popping off as well. It's just, it makes that much of a difference, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say something like Ryan said, where you can't get in your own head. It's easy to say that. It's a lot harder to actually do it when people are screaming. There's 2 matches going on at once, so there's people screaming in the middle of your round for no reason.
Yep.
Like, it is hard to have that mentality and just say focus on your aim and then actually doing it after saying it.
Yes.
And it's another thing for Ryan, coming off of the bench after map 1, he didn't even know if he was going to be playing or not.
Exactly,
Comes straight off and then is able to end out map 2 with a victory and an ace. Like, I think the mentality and the mental strength on the side of ODU really showed, especially when you get into long matches like these where it goes to map 3 and you're playing for hours on end.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a really good point that you make, especially when we're looking at this very long series here. We saw Radford start out really, really strong on map 1. And even on Breeze, they started out really strong. We saw Shattered getting 3Ks. We saw Anorexia getting a 3K. We just saw these players really making impacts, and kind of it was beginning to look like map 1 all over again. And then something just switched, right? ODU starts getting a little bit of wins. They start picking it up. All of a sudden, Radford maybe stops that little streak that they're going on, and then ODU just gets back on that horse, and they just keep picking up momentum, picking up speed. And then all of a sudden, they end out Breeze with an ace. And, if you're the other team, that kind of feels bad. It doesn't feel good. That's not how you want to do it. We even saw, ODU winning 2v5 site takes. Like, things that they probably shouldn't have been winning, but because of, with Ryan and Defect maybe making some ego chows that you wouldn't expect them to make, just being confident, not letting that get into their mental, and then moving forward. And then we really saw that mental, I think, break down in Fracture, specifically for Radford. They had a good start in Fracture. They got 6 round wins, and then all of a sudden, it just was completely in ODU's favor. And once they got to the half and it was tied up 6-6, it looked like Radford's mental was just broken. It looked like they were a little boomed, and they didn't really have a response until the very end, where they were like, okay, we need to get it together. We need to start making some sort of comeback. But at that point, it was just too little, too late, I think.
Yeah, I think you could say they might have lit the fire underneath themselves a little too late. Didn't get enough kindling to get it going. Yeah, in my opinion, where things started turning, we were talking about this yesterday with League of Legends, where there was some turning point, some defining thing that defined each game they played.
Right.
We were talking about like the red buff burn for one of the games.
Yeah.
I think for this game, it's when that pistol round win went for the side of ODU. I think that's what they were struggling to get the entire time.
Yeah.
And once it happened, I think you could say that anything's possible. And I think the momentum shifted.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw, right, Radford was winning most, if not all, the pistol rounds. Radford lost the last pistol round for Breeze, and then the last pistol round for Fracture. And that, again, like you said, that's where we see that momentum shift, right? So, when Radford wins those pistol rounds, they have a couple of rounds as a buffer where they can really kind of bank on their money, but also it's a little bit of a confidence boost, right? Because you're like, oh, we just got better aim at that point, right? We're more confident. You're going to take those challenges. But when ODU wins those pistol rounds, they just run away with it.
Yeah, I think the real ones were those real against the odds wins that they were able to pull off that they weren't able to pull off in the first map. Like we're talking about these pistol rounds. We're talking about all these thrifties that they had. We had these 2v5s, 2v4 retakes that they were just able to clutch because they trusted in their own ability, right?
Yeah, we also saw the ninja diffuse coming out for ODU, where they were just literally throwing bodies on site and then diffusing in the smoke. It didn't matter, that they were gonna get it regardless, and Radford just wasn't ready for it. They weren't expecting it, and at that point, that's a little frustrating too, because you're like, okay, we definitely should have won that round. Maybe we killed everyone after it was defused, but like we should have won that. We should not have lost it to something just like that. So that's really where that frustration and a little of that mental starts to deteriorate, I think. Yeah, so, unless you have anything else to add, I feel like that is a good conclusion to the semifinal of Radford v ODU. Radford will get a chance to play for 3rd place against Mount St. Mary. But, now ODU gets a break. They get a little bit of a time to, recuperate, recover their mental, go eat some food, go set up for the GMU versus ODU. GMU undefeated in the regular season, 7-0. But, you heard Ryan. ODU's not scared. They're confident. They've beat them before, and they think that they can do it again. So I think it's going to be a really good finals match. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we are going to have the Rocket League Finals. That is going to be Howard Community College versus GMU.
Yep.
Man, GMU is like in all of the finals, if I'm going to be honest. Just a good team all around. Yeah. So when we come back, we're going to have Howard Community College versus George Mason University. Rocket League. You're not going to want to miss any of this action. We're going to take a short break, so go grab some popcorn, go grab some drinks, and we'll see you in a little bit.
I'm Joey Gariziak from Shenandoah University, and you are watching the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference on Twitch.
So are there any sort of parts of the program or curriculum that you can point to? Because like you said, every school should make it their own. So are there items you can point to and say, this is what's special about us? Are there specific focuses, let's say maybe on coaching or production? It sounds like maybe it's one of your focuses.
Yeah, I wish I could say production was our biggest focus, but it really didn't come around until we'll have our first full production class will actually be this year. It's a new class. We've had experiential learning in production and people working in the broadcast room for years, really since COVID. But really it was focused on event management. That was by far our biggest focus, was how to run esports events. And all the aspects that go with it, because like I mentioned, my background is sport management. I was big into running sports events, and that's what I really came up doing and learning. And so the curriculum became a derivative of my background and my knowledge, and that was really focused in event management, revenue generation, marketing. And so those were the biggest areas that we had. But that event management class is probably our hallmark class because students are actually running events. In fact, the MAEC is a final project for our esports event management class, and where students have been involved from the very beginning to run this event, with students actually taking the initiative to write the proposal from the RFP that Evan and Josh sent out to all schools, and students were the ones writing it to submit the proposal, because that's a really good chance to learn how to do that kind of thing, how to bring an event to a space that a lot of people don't know how to do. And talking about it's one thing, but actually doing it is another thing. So I think that event management class is kind of our cornerstone, and something that we take very seriously and offer each semester, so we can keep the classes small, so that every student gets a really high quality experience as part of that class. And there's not any skating by because there's 30 or 40 people in it. No, we're talking about 11, 12, 13 people, where everybody has an important role in it, so they can get that on their resume by actually running multiple events each semester.
That sounds incredible. And I like that, the running the MAC is sort of the culmination of the class. What a great idea. I love that.
Wasn't again, I wish I could take that idea. That is not my idea. I can always take credit for things, but I really can't for this one. This was a student, Kasim, that really took the reins on this and has done a great job running it with the rest of the students in there. So I really love the way this has turned out.
All right, so the production aspect sounds amazing, and I think the fact that it's your cornerstone class or sort of cornerstone aspect of esports you're focusing on, I think is really important, and it's very marketable, because that's where the money is, right? Like, I mean, that what you're talking about, like putting on events, promoting them, right? That is what sort of the big names are investing in right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that the production side of things is incredibly important, not just for where the industry is now, but where the industry is going. There's always going to be a need for graphic designers and content creators and people to do the play-by-play and color commentary, or analysts and directors. There's always going to be a need for that. And it's not just in esports, it's also in other areas too. And so, yeah, that's been a big focus for us, especially during the pandemic when we couldn't host events in person in our arena. We were like, okay, well, what's the next iteration of that? Well, it's running them online. And to do things online, you got to be able to stream to Twitch or stream to YouTube, or you have casters and have overlays, have graphic designers. And so we really spent a lot of time focusing on that part during the pandemic, and it's really become a big focus for us. In fact, I was able to hire a full-time coordinator for broadcast production this year and create a new position because of the need for having somebody in that position. So I was very lucky that, again, we go back to administrative support. Administration recognized our need for having that position. And, a lot of schools don't have that. In fact, maybe 2 other schools have a full-time esports broadcast production person just on staff. So we're really lucky to have that. It's really elevated what we've done to another level, and we're able to generate revenue. We're able to host more events. We're able to provide more experiences for all students because of it. So yeah, it's been really good and really been a focus for us over the past couple of years.
That sounds amazing.
Hello Hello and welcome back to the DMV's Winter Games of 2022, presented by Game Gym and Events DC, of course benefiting Children's National, live right here at Shenandoah University in our beautiful esports arena. If you are just joining us, you missed out on a ton of crazy Valorant, honestly. We just saw Radford versus ODU, the rematch of the regular season before Radford 2-0'd ODU, and now ODU made the comeback and won out 2-1 in, I would say, a very solid fashion, especially after watching Breeze and Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, if you just took the last two games and it was a 2-0, you would have said that ODU had a very convincing victory.
Yeah.
And the way that you look at it, I love looking at previous matches and future matches as a collective BO5. I think you can also do the reverse and look at it from a collective, it's just a BO2, right? Or they won both games, is all it is.
Yeah, fair enough. So with that victory, ODU gets to move on to the final. So we're going to take a look at the bracket. Off stream, we did see Mount St. Mary University versus George Mason University, and GMU won out 2-0, putting them into the finals. So now it is, again, another little bit of a rematch before. GMU, the undefeated team in the season, 7-0. ODU, 5-2 in the season. You know, so both of these teams, right? Very, very strong, very good. ODU looking incredible today, looking amazing in the LAN environment. We weren't really able to see too much of GMU, but we just know that they're a solid team all around.
Yeah, talking about this LAN environment and how ODU has thrived in it. Throughout the stream, we've been talking about how great this environment's been. GMU has been the loudest team here so far. If you've ever been hearing any sound when our casters are out there in the middle of that ODU Radford game, that's GMU when they're winning rounds. Yeah. So if I'm thinking of any team that might be thriving the most off of this environment, I think it has to be GMU or ODU. Yeah. And we're going to be seeing both of them in the finals in a few hours.
Yeah, it is about to be wild in the arena. Both these teams are going to be popping off. It is going to be so loud. I cannot wait. But of course, before that, we have got our Rocket League finals, and we'll take a quick look at that bracket as well and how we got there. So both of the semifinals matches were played off stream, but just note that we had ODU versus GMU again, ODU versus GMU, and we also had Shenandoah versus Howard Community College. For SU versus Howard Community College, that is the 1 seed in Howard and the 4th seed in Shenandoah. They went all the way to game 5. Surprisingly, no one expected SU to go that far, but Howard Community College was able to win out and secure themselves a finals placement. And then on the other side, we did see GMU beat out ODU and find themselves in the finals as well. So now it's going to be Howard Community College, which is 6-0, versus GMU, which I believe is, I want to say 5-1. They are 5-1. Yep. Yeah. Their only loss accredited to Howard Community College.
Yep. And speaking of Howard Community College, I believe we do have an interview?
Yeah, we do indeed have an interview. Again, one of the representatives of Game Gym was able to sit down with a representative of Howard Community College, one of the more prominent MAEC members. I feel like you just see them all the time. Especially when it comes to Rocket League. So they got a chance to sit down and talk with them. So we'll have that for you in just a second here.
Hi, I'm Mark Winkle, and you are watching the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference on Twitch.
There are so many programs out there, not just esports programs, like, you know, any club, you name it, sort of says, oh, well, you know, we treat everybody with respect, but it's like, it's just a statement, right? Like they maybe put it on their website, but they don't really put any kind of policies or actions behind it. And so it's sort of on paper looks like they're inclusive and welcoming to everybody, but then when you look at who's actually participating in the club, it's actually quite exclusive. So if you don't mind sharing with us, what are some of the specific tools or actions that you take? Because I mean, obviously it sounds like you do to reach that 15%, like I said, is impressive, right? In the esports space. So y'all have the statement of inclusivity and treating everybody with respect. What does that look like in practice? Do y'all have trainings about like interpersonal communication or, specific check-ins with different group members or coaches, for example? Like, what does it look like in practice?
Well, first of all, it just starts with we do have a code of ethics that I share with everybody that comes around and make sure that they know that these matter. These matter very much. Secondly, it goes to, I've had to put in some, I guess you want to call it punishments or reprimands for when there are situations of not respecting everybody in the program or even, involving in the leagues that we're around. And if there is a situation, the student athletes in my program know very well that if they get out of line, as they like to call me, Director Winkle is coming after you. Because, again, we were talking about this a little beforehand. I'm not really a coach in the traditional aspect because every single one of my student athletes can whoop my butt in every single game we play. There is no question about it. It is not a secret. So what I bring to the table is more of a director atmosphere of making sure that everybody understands what we're all trying to work towards and not just, winning a single game. It's about having a program that we can all be proud of, we can all be a part of. I have to give a big shout out to Black Mamba from our first year on our Overwatch program. She was a starter on our Overwatch team, and she was really just the trendsetter of, showing the boys that she can hang, and she was just one of our best players, and it kind of helped set the tone for what the program was going to be able to offer, and showing that we do have at least that one female that could just dominate when she needed to and really be a productive member. And then next year we had a couple more. This year we have even more than that, and it's just sort of helped growing the trend. But it's nice. It was really fortunate for me that we had that one player who just helped be that trendsetter for us and helped pave the way for all the females that have come past beyond her to show that, we are really opening with open arms. Anybody that wants to come in, we're going to give you every opportunity. We're going to make you feel like you can play here. And honestly, since then, we've had no issues, especially with any females feeling uncomfortable, at least to my knowledge. And if there was anything to my knowledge, it was handled immediately and hasn't been an issue since. But I think I'm also just lucky enough that I've had a program of really great student athletes. I'm lucky that, they've all really respected the code of ethics, and they've created their own little civilization. They understand that they are allowed to create this world in the esports room that they want, and that they know that in order to be able to do that, to be able to create the world they want, they need to make sure that they follow those rules of being respectful. We have the success that we have, both in terms of on the field of battle, as well as being able to create the program that everybody can be proud of.
I think that last one is an important point. Like the fact that you said they created their own civilization. That sounds like Sims, but no.
It really is. I'm not even kidding.
No, but when students or whoever or the participants of a club or a team when they feel that ownership, that's when things really take off, right? Because the top-down approach is really important. Like you said, the code of ethics is important. The fact that the reprimand is immediate.
Yeah, and again, I think these interviews are always just good to be able to hear these different perspectives, see how the esports landscape, specifically the collegiate esports landscape, is shaping up specifically in that DMV area, that DC, Maryland, Virginia area. And, it's good to hear from places like Howard Community College, because I don't know, you don't really get to hear too much from community colleges.
Yeah, I think that's one of the nice things about the MAEC, where you have higher education institutions that are designated as universities, colleges, and community colleges, which I don't think you get in traditional sports at all, and I don't think you get that a lot in a lot of esports conferences. So I think it's really cool, especially with this interview format where we can hear a bit from each institution on their thoughts, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, it's actually interesting that you brought up traditional sports because, yeah, you don't really hear a lot from, community colleges, and I don't know. I feel like maybe nowadays it's less cool to meme on community colleges, but back in the day it was like the cool thing to do when in reality these are valid options. These are cheaper and sometimes more effective ways of going to school. So yeah, I'm glad we were able to hear from Howard Community College. So without further ado, let's talk a little bit about this matchup that's happening here. Of course, we've got Howard Community College versus GMU. Howard Community College 6-0. They were undefeated in the regular season, and GMU 5-1, only losing to Howard Community College, but it was a close game. It was 3-2 scoreline in the end.
And I think that close game is an important note because as we've seen today, it was off stream, but as we've seen in the bracket, I think neither team in this grand finals are invincible.
I agree.
We mentioned how Howard was actually brought to the last game against the 4th seed Shenandoah, which I don't think anyone expected.
No.
And for the side of GMU, despite being the higher seed, they still lost a match, right? Or lost a game. And I think that's very important to note. And could shape up. Like you state that Howard's 6-0, but maybe that was a few close matches that could have gone the other way.
I completely agree, but we'll have to see. It looks like the players are getting ready, so we're going to send it over to the casters. Guys, what's it looking like on the floor?
It is looking absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Nikita, for being the best analysts in the world. I am Ryan Blankenhorn. Joining me is the one, the only, the Xander Merle Smith. We're coming at you, Rocket League, GMU, and Howard CC. How you feeling tonight, Xander?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I got a chance to watch both of these matchups in the semifinals, and both of these teams looking so good. As Nikita had mentioned, both maybe looking not invincible, being the top two teams, 5-1, 6-0. It's going to be an electric matchup.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you have these two teams. GMU won the spring season, right? Howard completely undefeated. And you have these two teams that are going to be looking, GMU to get their second title, right? And Howard looking to get that title, saying, we didn't go undefeated for no reason, all right? Like, we're here for a reason. Everyone is here for a reason. And now GMU and Howard get to take that battle. They get to decide who truly is the best MAEC Rocket League team. And I don't think either one of these teams are going to be going home easy tonight. I'm expecting a 4-3.
Oh, ooh.
I'm expecting a 4-3. I'm expecting a game 7.
I love that call. If we went to game 7, I'd be so happy. I mean, I don't know if I expect it, but my goodness, would that be amazing if we went all the way to Champions Field here in the esports arena.
I think anything's possible, right? I mean, if you just saw the Valorant game, we had ODU and we had GMU. We had ODU and Radford, right? Radford. Struggling right now, right? I'm getting all the teams confused. But, they went to a game number 3, almost overtime. So I'm expecting we're going to see these teams tonight. The LAN environment is hyping these players up to just max. No one wants to go home. They're all coming from such a far place. You already hear them the crowd going crazy right now as the ball has already been tipped off. 5 minutes. Game number 1 in the MAEC Winter Finals for Rocket League.
Here we go. Game number 1 out of potentially 7.
And, I'm holding on to that one, Xander.
You know what I'm looking for early on is, especially out of Howard, 2 players from the semifinals really gave me something to look at as far as offensive plays. And we see a little bit of maybe aggression there. Zuni gonna be popping off 30 seconds into game number 1, coast to coast. Gonna do this one completely alone, right by Towels, right by Clicky, and that's 1-0.
Just goes straight through from one side of the map to the other with really barely any contest there. Howard CC just showing dominance 30 seconds into the map. Clicky's going to be trying to get this close to the goal, just keeping that pressure on. That's what Howard CC wants to do here. Just what GMU wants to do. They want to have that pressure. They don't want to give Howard CC that sort of free reign to throw the ball around and get the passes and get the nice goals here. And, you know, you have Zoni, who is sort of just really good at pushing that ball out we've seen so far, but just not want it on their side of the arena as the ball is going to be close here. Nooble is going to be not quite able to get that in, though, but the demo is going to come out onto Charles as well onto Arrows of both teams, down to just 2 players right now. Clicky not quite able to make that shot yet, but the ball relatively midfield right now. As I say that, the ball is going to go down to GMU's side here, and close here, and not quite going to find the goal there, but never mind, Nooble going to find it through all the crazy.
And you know what? Just as I was about to get started talking about who players to watch out for, both Arrow and Nooble had 19 shots apiece in their best of 5 game against Shenandoah, and so they're definitely 2 players to be looking out for in this series. And you know what? Really, I think these players need to work through here in game number 1, as all 6 of them. Game number 1, electric environment here in the esports arena. Screaming fans, and you know, you've got to calm those nerves. This game number 1 is always kind of about testing out what your opponent is doing, how your team and how you can calm your nerves, and ultimately, as long as they don't let it get too far out of hand here for GMU, then there's still time to make a comeback. Still 3 minutes left on the clock, not even halfway through game number 1.
Yeah, and you know, Rocket League is one of those games where you could be down, and in a minute, you could just entirely turn the tables. It is such a very versatile game that you just have no idea what is going to happen. And, you know, this is a best-of-7 series, right? You may have a team that just completely rolls in this first round, right? You may see Howard CC go 5-0 in this first one, but then go to round number 2 where GMU goes 5-0, right? I mean, Rocket League is just such a crazy game, and you just really never know who is going to be able to take control, who has that boost advantage, who can do the crazy flip resets and getting that double tap into the goal there. But
speaking of which, another waterfall, though, going to be coming right down the pipeline, and this aggression here from GMU, they're trying to get a little bit, claw a little bit back here. Just over 2 minutes left to go. Ace going to be dribbling downfield, pass to Clicky to the corner. Now Tao's a shot on goal, going to be swatted away by Zoni.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is Howard CC holding normally 2 back on that goal when GMU is getting aggressive, and then immediately all 3 of them commit to the goal onto GMU, which is truly something that is kind of risky if you think about it. You know, you have 2 on the goal, and then once you see something where you could go forward, all your players go forward and drive towards that ball, and that's something that Howard CC is very risky in doing, in my opinion, but it's working out so far, and GMU is just not quite able to get the ball past one of the defenders without getting the other one on the side of Howard CC. To find it, but a demo comes out onto Nuba and onto Clicky. So about 3-second respawn there. The boost is going to come in from Zani. Not quite going to be able to get that ball touch onto GMU's goal here, but now the pressure is back onto GMU as Howard CC just has the ball sort of lurking around this net right now, and it really just gets to play and relax as we are now back down at 1 minute and 5 seconds. Like I said, though, a minute can change the name of the game, and there it is. Towels is going to find that shot through all the chaos, and there it is, 101. What did I tell you, Xander? 1 minute can make or break the game.
I'll say, and absolutely, you hear the crowd. It's unbelievable energy here in the arena. And that comfort goal for Howard is now down to 1. It is 1 minute left on the clock. It's now a doable comeback here for GMU. And if they're able to pull something out quick, perhaps off the kickoff. But Howard immediately striking back here. 54 seconds left on the clock. Comfort goal now back in possession.
That was gorgeous right there, the top touch there, just being able to bonk it into the goal. I mean, Howard CC's Arrow just doing a phenomenal job there, just really going through all of GMU's defenses and not stopping. Just had that boost advantage, being able to go forward and finding that goal. So now that Comfort is back at 2 goals. Only had that really spot to be defeated for a little second there, but 40 seconds remaining. And this game is not a slow one, Xander.
No.
Both teams are just going back and forth. Both teams have a phenomenal boost management here. and that is giving the ability. I mean, in 5 seconds, GMU and Howard can switch the arena back and forth to what side that ball is on, and that's what you have to be really careful of. Like, these 2 shots, you have 20 seconds to make them. You really only have 20 seconds to make one, and then make that other one on the tie there, on the OT, and it is entirely possible for GMU to still take round number. Whoa! Right off the crossbar.
Right off the crossbar indeed. And now another little bit of danger there as Howard threatening to go up 4-1. And this looks like game number 1 is going to go over to Howard as soon as this ball touches down. There you have it. Howard University with the 1-0 lead here in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is a best of 7. So this is a long road to go, albeit it's a good start. You always want to get that first win under your belt, especially what could be a long series. Getting up a little bit in the series is always going to be helpful as far as your mentals and your momentum that you've got. So we'll see how GMU is able to respond.
Yeah, and I got to give major credit to GMU, right? Like Howard, they were really aggressive at the start, and I think that's what gave them those first 2 goals really, really fast. But GMU started to really get used to how Howard was played a lot more aggressive, really controlled their boost percentages, and were just able to take that match back and go forward, and it sort of ended up almost making that series extremely difficult for Howard, and that was only map number 1.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm actually really impressed with is you're talking about how the field was flipping back and forth constantly. I think that is a testament to both teams' defenses not allowing a sustained offense to exist on their goal, right? So they're able to break that and switch over to an offensive play quickly, and that just made for such a tug-of-war battle that Howard ultimately came out on top with.
Yeah, I mean, and that tug-of-war, it really depends. Like, can you just find that slight opening there with the ball? I mean, Arrow found it. We saw Talls find it. Like, it was just so close in so many scenarios of that tug-of-war, and it's already starting back up again as the ball is going to be on to GMU. Nooble not going to be nice about it, though. Going to be pretty aggressive here as Howard CC is going to keep this pressure on to GMU. A little bit of a slower start here as these boosts start to get worked up around the field here, but here we go, starting to speed up. Zani's going to grab that corner boost, get all the way back up to 100. Nooble going to be just sort of wandering around, watching the ball, make sure no one goes anything crazy as the ball swings across GMU's goal.
My goodness. Now Ace going to take it to the corner, met by Arrow. Zoni going to be a little bit awkward there in midfield, going to get contested, but no worries. 2 teammates back behind. And now finally GMU breaking free potentially to get a little bit of offense going themselves. But just as I say that, Howard flipping the script completely on the other end. Now Clicky needing to make a play in the Arrow in the air to try and keep that one away from the goal. No waterfalls here. And now Zoni to the corner, going to get a nice pass potentially with the cross here. And now the defense of GMU will bend but not break and early here in game number 2.
Yeah, and we do see GMU being very aggressive on Howard CC's goal right now, not really being so nice about it. You have Talls and you have Clicky just really forcing that ball off. There's rarely any defenders on the side of GMU. I mean, now there are, of course, but Clicky and Talls just doing a phenomenal job. There it goes! Talls running through the air. Nice little air dribble is finding it. There, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, Sander. And GMU taking this round up 1 for them right now, a minute and a half in.
I mean, that was all put together by Talls, right? Or was it Clicky that was, it was Clicky that was doing,
Clicky was doing great.
And then Talls right there, I mean, that's just great communication, knowing that he can let that go and know that he's got a teammate in Talls to back it up and take home the goal to get this early lead. Well, I wouldn't say early now, just over 3 minutes left to go in game number 1. And we knew game 1 might be a slow burn as the teams start to figure each other out. The defenses are starting to really come into full form. Talls needing to make a nice play on that one, but he's got more danger coming, but he makes another play on the ball in the top right corner.
Yeah, and Howard CC able to really be aggressive now, but especially now that Talls has gotten demo. Going to be back relatively early, though. 2:40 on the clock. GMU still up 1. Still anyone's game. And there it is, right through everyone. Ace is just going to shoot that ball in.
Look at this setup by Clicky once again. The assists on this. Oh, unbelievable. And I fully believe believe that if Ace wasn't there, Clicky probably was going to take that home either way. Unbelievable plays here by GMU.
Yeah, 2:36 now. Nice little pinch. Throws the ball up in the air. Zani's going to be the one who takes advantage of it. And oh, what a save from Clicky there. Not letting that ball go in. And now the ball is going to be aggressive back on the side of Howard CC. GMU not playing nice today. I told you Xander's going to a map 7, and that's what it's already looking like. We're only in map number 2, and we are going hard. Howard CC going to be aggressive again, but Clicky's going to throw that ball out of there. The demo does come out onto Ace, though. Clicky's just going to throw the ball up a little bit. Oh, is able to dodge one of Howard CC, but Ace is going to be going in. The ball's going to be close. Ace throws it up. Talls is going to be back in again, and we might see a nice little pass, but not quite, as Howard CC is going to get that ball out and back on the GMU side of the field.
Yeah, GMU has woken up here in game number 2, and another aggression here on the Howard goal. And I really love the play for Howard early on, right after the second goal, to try and get one of those kickoff goals. Really steal that momentum back off the sidebar, but it's not going to go away. It's going to go in. That's Zani here. Now 2-1. Howard CC just within 1 minute and 36 seconds left on the clock. Wow.
I know, it's looking kind of familiar right now, Xander, so we'll see what happens, how GMU wants to take this, if they want to be in that 1-goal area, if they want to be back on that Comfort 2 store lead right there. We are going to see the demo is going to go out on to Clicky, and now Howard can be a little bit more aggressive here. Clicky's going to be back in the fight now. Tall's only running at about 54 boost, so can't be too aggressive. Howard, on the other hand, going to be very aggressive. A pinch throws the ball to that back right corner of the field to the side of GMU. Ace is going to just stop all of this, but not before Howard throws the ball back up. The boost does come in for Clicky. He's able to throw it back over. Talls is going to get a nice pick. Ace is going to touch the ball, and oh, not quite going to make it. Talls is going to fall into the goal with Ace. Not quite able to find it yet. 1 minute remaining. Still 1 goal ahead for GMU. Clicky sees that ball, is going to try to defend it, but not quite able to find it, and there,
unbelievable here from Nooble to tie the game up. 53 seconds left to go here in game number 2. 2-2. And what fireworks we have already. I was just thinking, as you were saying it, it was almost a mirror matchup of game number 1 in that GMU went up 2 to get that comfort goal. Howard started clawing back. Now Howard makes it even, and if 45 seconds is in this score line stands, then we might have our first overtime.
Overtime in the finals, and you can't ask for anything better up here. And that's what you are probably going to see here, as both of these teams doing a phenomenal job just throwing that ball back and forth, playing that tug-of-war game, really just refusing the goal. 24 seconds remaining here. Howard CC does have the advantage here, but the ball gets thrown out back into midfield. Nooble not playing nice, wants to go for the ball, but not before Clicky's up in the air, going to hit it around. Pinch makes the ball go straight down there. Arrow is going to be trying to find this ball. 8 seconds remaining here. We are going to probably see an OT unless some miracles happen. The ball goes up and down. Clicky going to just try to keep this ball down, but Howard CC does not want it to end quite yet. Nooble's going to throw the ball up. Ace is going to try to hit it, and here it comes. You have Arrow going to be bonking that ball back up. Arrow's going to hit it again. Talls hits it on the wall, and the ball's going to touch. OT is activated in round number 2.
Unbelievable. The final challenge there with about 6 seconds left for Arrow to stop any last-second goals was so important to send this into overtime to keep things even. And now Howard with second life here in this game number 2. My goodness, the way that they are able to get that equalizer, now it's anybody's game. Golden goal.
Absolutely. GMU, Howard CC 2-2 on round number 2. You can't ask for any more 2s. It was just 22 seconds though, so I can keep going on this one, Santa. 22-2-2-2. It is the year 2022 for the MAEC Winter Finals. We have OT on round number 2. GMU going to be aggressive on the Howard CC. Ace going in. Clicky. The ball is right on the goal for Howard CC. The aggression is there. GMU can be very powerful here. The ball is going to be thrown back over to midfield though, but not before Clicky. The air dribbles it in the air. Ace not quite going to be able to find the ball, but is going to find the demolition on the Talls. Ace will fall as well. Talls needs to do some amazing defense, but not before Nooble finds the score. Howard CC takes round number 2, 3-2.
Oh my goodness, Nooble single-handedly double demo into the goal. Are you kidding me?
That was just incredible, Xander. It is now up 2-0 for Howard right now, but we have already seen it in overtime. We've already seen GMU being aggressive. This is still anyone's game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, if I'm GMU, that absolutely takes a lot of wind out of my sails. We have the lead up 2-0, game number 2. It looks like we might tie this thing up if we just let the clock elapse.
Yeah.
Then Howard roars back, ties it up, and then in overtime, not a minute later, and then a double demo single-handedly, as I said, Nooble just doing it all himself.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, you know, people sleep on demos in Rocket League, right? It's like, oh yeah, cool, a demo. I mean, but that's why I love calling them so much, because things like that can just make or break a game. Like you said, Nooble, the double demo into the score. I mean, that goal probably wouldn't have happened if the double demo didn't happen.
Oh, absolutely
not. Both players reset on that boost, so now GMU has no aggression back on the defense, and Nooble able to take advantage of that.
Wow. Well, GMU, I think if there are timeouts, this is a good time to take one. Take a little bit of time and just try to reset. If they've got a coach, you know, or a team leader, you know, use that experience in that person who has had experience taking a tough loss, being down 2-0, and try to reset in some way. And you just start with one game at a time, right?
Absolutely.
You can't win all of them at once. You can't win 4 games. You got to win one at a time. And right now, what GMU needs to do is go 1-0, and then keep going from there.
Yeah, take it one goal at a time. That's all you got to do here. You know, 5 minutes on a clock, that's a lot of time, and a lot of things can happen in 5 minutes, especially in a game like Rocket League. You just can't really... there's only so much you can really do in this game to just sort of predict what's going to happen, right? I mean, the ball is just... You can only control it so much, right? You can get the nice double taps. You can get flip resets. You can dribble it all you want. But when it comes down to it, that ball has a mind of its own, Xander. It's not like you could control it really easily, right? Like,
well, these players can.
Well, yeah, I can. I still can't even beat the easy bots in Rocket League. But anyways, we are going to see down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Still no goals yet. The aggression is still back and forth. No boost for Nooble, so Nooble's going to probably have to go camp around the corner, try to get some boosts back, as we are going to see here. But Tall's going to fall low on the boost as well. Not going to be able to finish up on that shot there. And we are going to see Howard CC pushing it back over to the side of GMU. Ace is going to get the boost. Clicky's going to find a nice demo onto Nooble, I believe that was.
A little revenge, perhaps?
Exactly, yeah. Nooble, stop demoing my team. There you have it. And then now, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Still anyone's game. No one's pointing yet. And, oh! We do see GMU is going to just chuck it right over to Howard CC's goal there. Tall is going to be trying to help out Zani, however, going to just deny that. But, oh, all of GMU is just putting so much pressure onto Howard CC right now that they don't have any boost remaining. Only 0 boost for Nooble. He needs to find a way to get that boost back, but the boost for GMU also falling low, not being able to fully take this fight. But wait, never mind. There it is. Oh!
Wow. And I just have to say, Howard playing an absolute ideal version of what is bend, don't break defense. They have allowed GMU, you can have the ball, you can stay on offense if you want. We're not going to let you score, and eventually you're going to overcommit, and we're going to pop out and score. So this is
the double demo.
Uh-oh, look out. Arrow with the double demo. Now down to Zoni. And it's not going to waterfall in front of the goal, but you got to look out for a return attack. GMU looking to try and do just that. But now we've got Tals going to be challenged there in midfield. Down to the middle now. Ace stealing it away. If he's off the back wall, maybe getting one over towards the goal, but not in the case of the Howard defense, as they will stand tall. Now we've reached halftime here in game number 3. And no goals to speak of. 0-0, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely, Xander. And here we are. GMU still putting some aggression onto the Howard CC goal. The pinch is going to throw the ball up, however. And now GMU still has that ability. Clicky's going to just dribble it a little bit, try to cause some pressure on Howard CC. Ace will go in for the ball, not quite going to make it, but Tall is going to go in for next. But, oh, can't quite find the goal there. Now the ball is going to be back over onto GMU side. That tug-of-war game is just playing like crazy right now. The save will come out from Clicky. Nice little up jump there. And now you are going to have Talls, who is going to be pushing the ball back back over to our Howard CC's side there. Ace is going to be coming in from the bottom. Clicky going to be sending around midfield here. Ace throws the ball around. Zani's going to be looking to stop that ball. The ball is thrown back over. Tall sees it, but can't quite down touch that ball into the goal. The goal is still there. The ball is still putting major pressure onto Howard CC. It is back over onto GMU side now, and Howard CC can finally take a little breath.
And both these teams may be scoreless, but if you want to score at home, please consider donating to Children's National. Children's National is one of the top 10 pediatric hospitals in the nation. All money raised through the DMV's Winter Games will fund research by Dr. Kevin Cleary that involves using video games to help kids with cerebral palsy improve their motor skills. Donate at extralifedc.com.
And I don't even know what to say to this other than Ace finding the goal. I'll tell you, this man's motor is going absolutely crazy right now, finding that goal.
I'll tell you what, Ace probably just donated some money to extralifedc.com.
Probably. I think that's what gave him that goal right there, Xander. And, you know, if you want to be as good as Ace, I think you should donate as well. That's all I got to say about that.
Wow, GMU finally breaking the defense, and now GMU opens up the gates. The flood is here, and his name is Talls.
10 seconds, and there it is, 2 goals. That is how fast Rocket League can change. That is how fast a team can take the lead. GMU wants to get up in this series. They do not want to make it easy for Howard CC. 46 seconds remaining, but Howard CC can definitely still take this, but they have to be aggressive for the side of GMU. They have to keep that ball on their side. They have to be aggressive. They have to throw the shots in. There it is. Not quite going to make it, though. The demolition does come out on Clicky, though. Nooble is going to be looking for these shots, but not before all of GMU is going to hit that ball. Ball's going to be thrown back over to the side of GMU. Arrow's going to be looking for that shot. Not quite going to hit it as it goes with the crossbar, but Nooble going to be coming in and find that shot.
Hold the phone. Howard CC is not done yet. 23 seconds left on the clock, and they are within
Beautiful. 1 goal, 23 seconds, match point if Howard CC takes this victory here. GMU does not want to end it quite yet. They're saying, no, we can play this game. Ooh, almost had the flip reset there from Arrow, but it's going to be stopped. 13 seconds remaining. Demolitions onto Zani and onto Nooble, so GMU can be aggressive here, keep the ball on the side of Howard CC. 6 seconds remaining here. GMU wants to either get this ball down or get the ball in the goal here. 3, 2, 1. The ball is going to be activated now. It goes down. GMU not done yet.
Wow, 2-1 in the series now. It looked like for a second that Howard might start to pull something together, but just not enough time left on the clock, especially when those first couple of goals scored in about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, I can understand if Howard is able to pull together at least 1 goal, but if they turned around and scored 2 goals again in like 10 seconds, and it was all of a sudden a 2-2 ball game and we go to overtime, I just might fall down and faint.
Yeah, I mean, these players are just phenomenal. I mean, they're just going back and forth, the ball going over the field all over the place. The pinches are coming out in the air. They're controlling the pinches. I didn't even know you could control the pinches, but I mean, apparently you can. I thought that went randomly, but it's like they always know where the ball is going to go. They're prepared. They're ready to go. They're controlling the corners. They're controlling their boost management. And that's probably something I got to give major credit to both teams here, is even when the ball is on their side of the field, these teams are just doing phenomenal jobs. Whether with or without boosts, both teams are just an incredible offense, incredible defense, making sure that ball is just not going anywhere.
Absolutely. And Howard's still up, right?
Yeah.
But that is a great first step for GMU. You know, if you're able to hold Howard off for the first 4 minutes of the game, that, I think, after being down 2-0, GMU, I think that is already a big win. And then they score 2 themselves and are able to get their first win. Now we have an interesting series. Well, GMU is only within 1 game now, and it's going to be, obviously, if Howard wins, then they're on match point. But GMU is coming awake.
Yeah, and GMU, I'm telling you, Xander, it's going to be a 4-3. I don't know who's winning this yet, but I'm telling you, the 4-3 is coming. GMU is not going home. We are at the LAN. We are in the finals. Neither one of these teams want to go home without a fight, and you can see that GMU 1, Howard CC 2, 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this round here to tie up or to make Howard CC on a match point in these finals. We're going to see the ball is going to be aggressively over onto Howard CC's side of the field. No boost available for Clicky, though, so not able to really capitalize on the ball staying on that side of the field, but the ball's going to be back at about midfield, now pushed over to GMU's side, and right up the crossbar, not quite going to make it. Nooble goes for it, but not quite there. GMU saved by the skin of their teeth. The demo is going to come out onto Ace, but GMU going full speed into this fight. All these F1 racers not stopping. They are going to be going hard. They're going fast. The ball's going in, and right up the crossbar, Clicky even knows that that's not going to go in and doesn't go for the save there. Instead goes for the re-push, and Ace not quite able to get that ball through the defenders.
Man, and this is just both defenses stepping up time and time again. And once again, we're over a minute into game number 4 and still nothing on the board. So Howard, GMU, I mean, not to say that there aren't close goal or close shots. I mean, we had one go off the sidebar for just barely a 1-0 lead for Howard, but somehow still 0-0. Now 2 minutes in, over to the corner. Howard looking to put a little bit of offense together. Going to be met here. Going to waterfall down to, no waterfall to the goal. Pass to the center and stolen away by Clicky. That one's going to the other side.
Yeah, and Howard CC, this ball, I mean, if we could figure out the stats for this, that'd be incredible, because I think that ball's been over on Howard CC's side of the field for about 80% of this game. GMU is doing incredible defense here, going for a lot of shots, just not quite able to find it, but the amount of aggression that is on Howard CC is really giving GMU the ability to make small mistakes, the ability to keep the aggression up, but Ace! What a defense! Clicky's gonna make sure that ball stays completely out of the goal. Nooble's not done yet. Ace is going to stop that aggression. Talls is going in, though. Arrow does miss the ball. The ball is going to be taken out, though, by Zani. Zani's going to be looking to go back for it. Ace, though, not stopping yet. The ball is going to be going back over to about midfield as Clicky's going to try to find a way to get that ball over. Talls and Clicky both going in. You could have maybe seen a pass there, but not quite going to find it. Ace throwing the ball to the skybox there. And, Zani, another save. Zani is just doing an incredible job with these saves right now, Xander.
I would love to see the stats at the end of this series, as it does feel like Zani is everywhere on the field. Zani's playing really, really well defensively, and then Nooble on the far end on the offense. Wow, back and forth. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. This is Rocket League.
Yeah, this is just ideal gameplay, Xander. I mean, GMU, this is exactly what happened last round. 0-0 for about 4 minutes of the game. Then you hit about 1 minute. And
so get ready, everybody.
Get ready. It's about to happen. 1 minute and 11 seconds here. The ball is on the side of, ball's on the side of Howard CC. Not quite there yet. 1 minute and 5 seconds remain. The ball is still on the side of Howard CC's field. And GMU is not ready to give this up. 1 minute remaining here, still 0-0 right now in the Rocket League series, and it is still anyone's game. Zani just gonna get a nice little touch on the ball, not gonna let that happen.
Oh my goodness, so close on that end. Now 45 seconds left to go. Clicky, really nice opportunity, but gonna be maybe a bit of a
Ace!
Oh my goodness! GMU with the first goal of the game here. 38 seconds left to go. And there's the crowd.
Crowd going wild, Xander. And can you really ask for anything else right now? 38 seconds. GMU, this is their comfort. They want to be up in the series, but they want to be up late in the series. They know that if they can stay up late, then they don't have to play as aggressive. But I don't think they care. They're still playing relatively aggressive here, still keeping that ball on Howard CC's side here. It is still anyone's game. 25 seconds, there it is. Arrow scores. 25 seconds, 1-1. I mean,
you can't script this.
No, you really can't.
You can't script it. This is unbelievable. Howard every single time able to respond. Now a tie ball game just in the waning seconds of this game. and either we're going to see 10 more goals or we're going to overtime.
Absolutely, Xander. Anyone's game right now when we've seen this happen. 10 seconds is all a team needs to make a goal. Every second counts here. Howard CC does have the ball on their side of the field. 10 seconds remain here. Clicky's going to try to go for the goal. Tall shoots it next. Clicky goes in. Clicky with 6 seconds remaining finds the goal, but it's not over yet, Xander. This goal can be taken right outside of the gates by Howard CC. The crowd is going wild with 6 seconds remaining in this round.
All right, so it's going to be 10 more goals. Howard here on the kickoff. I can smell it.
Here we go. GMU going to be taking control of this ball. Zani's not done yet. They want to keeping this ball up in the air. And here we go. Arrow's going to throw it up, but it's going to touch the ground. There it is, GMU tying this series. And here is the crowd going wild. 2-2. I'm telling you, 4-3.
Oh, my goodness. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. When it looked like Howard was taking over this series, GMU has roared back. And gosh, I love these graphics, don't you?
Oh, they're wonderful. I mean, I wish I was that talented. I mean, that's just incredible. It's so pretty. It's so clean, crisp.
The hype chamber. Absolutely. Love it.
Absolutely.
Wow. 2-2. Going to game 5. I mean, these two teams are no strangers to going deep into series, right? I mean, we had Howard go to game number 5. We had GMU go to game number 4 in best of 5, so they're only one short of the maximum.
Yeah.
And now they are basically, I mean, if we kind of look at it in a way where, okay, we've got 3 games left, 3 maximum games left, right?
Yeah.
So it's basically a best of 3. If you can mentally trick yourself into, all right, nothing's happened before this, right? Now we go to a best of 3, and we just need to win the next 2. Job done.
Yeah, clean, easy. Let's just wipe it off your shoulder, right? Just keep going.
I will say, both of these teams already in the money, right?
Yeah.
Top 2 teams in the conference here in the grand finals. One going home with $500, one going home with $250. That's not a bad weekend.
No, it's not. I mean, that's a weekend that I wish, the demo comes out onto Arrow pretty early here. And, you didn't believe I was going to say 4-3. I'm thinking it, Xander. I don't know. I'm thinking the copium's there right now. I'm thinking it's going to go to a 4-3. It is going to be pretty soon. And this is going to be pretty good. So, this best of 7 going to be very interesting to see.
That's right. And here we go. About midfield, it's going to be Ace going up for it. Going to be met by Zani here, stolen away. This one's going high to the GMU goal towels, to the wall. Now, once again, Arrow. A bit of a pass here into the middle. It's going to need the defense to step up, and Clicky is the one to do that. Now, can Clicky continue to switch fields? No, going to get demoed. So, life brought a little bit short there. Respawn all good. The defense back up in full strength now.
What an air dribble.
What an air dribble. Here to the corner, Nooble. Oh, just barely missing that, but maybe not, using that as a kind of a light pop out in front of the goal. And that one here now to the corner is going to be enough for Ace to try to turn fields here. Clicky, look out! Oh, but 2 defensive players for Howard back and make sure that was no problem.
Yeah, 3:35 here in map number 4 of the series. Map number 5 of the series. Close enough. We'll get there eventually. I'm just so hyped right now. I lose count. And here, Ace just finding it right off the crossbar into the goal. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. GMU starting this one off very strong. And there's the crowd for you.
And that is such a great place to put the ball, because you're riding the difference between if you hit it a little bit too high, it's off the crossbar, another teammate can rotate and make a chance on it, right? And if it doesn't, it's going to deflect down into the goal and give the defense something to think about. And in this case, GMU is going to go up 1-0. And that's an early lead that we don't see normally in this series. Scoring in the first 2 minutes of the game, what?
Yeah, 2 minutes, that was something that we haven't seen since, I believe, game number 1 of this series. So very different than what we've seen, especially from GMU. They've been into that late game. But also, I want you to realize, the ball is still aggressively on GMU's side. Used to be very aggressive onto Howard's side, and Zani's gonna go for the shot, but not before Clicky stops it. It is still over here onto GMU's side, though. Howard CC not giving up easy. 2 minutes 35 seconds remain. Here it goes. Tall's gonna throw it back into that corner there. Nooble, no boost, has to go find some more boost there. Ace is gonna meet this ball up, and what a play! But not before Clicky defends that shot from Howard CC. Ball is back over on the side of the Howard CC field, but not for long, as this tug-of-war game has only begun.
It feels like Clicky's car is 10 feet wide because nothing is getting by him on the defensive front. Been an absolute all-star as a goalie here, but just as I say that, Zoni going the other coast, and now Nooble trying to follow up, but was there an accident here? No, just barely. Arrow able to get back in time. That's a big save, but can Howard's defense get back as well? Just in time. That's a good recovery here to let the to kind of stop the damage from getting any worse. Zoni! Oh my goodness, I cannot believe that got saved. Just barely in time once again. Howard really pulling the keeper in multiple cases here and trying to get as much offense together as possible, which kind of creates a little bit of scary situations. And now they really need to start to pull together what could be, a tie here, a equalizer, I should say. Otherwise, the momentum now all of a sudden, George Mason fully in control, 3 in a row, right?
Yeah, and Howard CC they are getting a lot more aggressive, which is exactly what they need to do. GMU, very aggressive the past few rounds, and that's what's given them so much of a victory. So now Howard CC needs to go back to what they did in round number 1, right? They need to be aggressive. They need to hold this point. The demo will come out onto Clicky. This is very good for Howard CC. They can be aggressive again, and not quite going to find it, though. The ball will go back over to Howard CC's side of the field with 50 seconds remaining. Anything can happen, though. Clicky's prepared to hit that ball off the wall, but not before it is thrown back over Zani. Not going to be nice, though. Going to go for it. Going to not quite make it. Arrow's going to hit it off the ceiling, though. Howard CC aggressive again. Zani's going to go for the shot. Not quite going to be able to make it, though. We are going to see the rest of Howard CC, though, being very aggressive. Ace will throw it back over to GMU side of the field. 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds for Howard CC to tie up this series. 25 seconds for GMU to win.
And I love seeing a little bit of that offense out of Howard, but once it got down there, it was a little bit of an awkward possession, right? No real big rotations coming through to get a lot of power behind that ball. Easy for GMU to get away. And now just 10 seconds left. Howard needs something here or GMU will win 3 straight. 1-0 here now, just 2 seconds. And you can hear the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable stuff. George Mason will take 3 straight to be 1 away from the championship.
3 in a row, 1 away from taking this MAEC Rocket League Grand Finals home. And they want to take this title back. They already won once in the spring. They want to win again. But Howard, they're undefeated. They don't want to be defeated today. They're not done yet, right? So GMU 1 win away from winning. Howard, though, needs to really get back into their groove, right? GMU has that momentum. So during this little section to take a break, reset, figure out what you want to do, sort of go back to, that best of 3, right? Think 0-0 right now. We got this. Go back to how we did in round number 1, round number 3, right? Or round number 2. Go aggressive, be safe, don't do plays that put us in bad positions, right?
Right. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams today in the finals have lost more games than they've lost all season, right? Yeah. I mean, they're clearly the top 2 here in the MAEC, and it's showing how even they are. I mean, every game seems on just a razor's edge which way it's going to go, because you've got one team that just seems like they can score 3 in a row quickly, but it just goes right back to the other team doing the exact same thing. I cannot wait to see what Game 6 has in store for us, so let's get into it.
Game 6 starting. GMU looking to finish this series strong with a nice 4-2 victory. Howard CC not looking to end it yet. They want to go to map 7. I'm not going to lie, I want to go to map 7 too, so, I don't know. Just the tension and the LAN environment to see such an aggressive play style, seeing it down to the wire. The OT Game 7, I'm still predicting it. The demo will come out onto Clicky, though. Oh, the goal on the GMU is just being bombarded right now by Howard CC, but is forced to jump back. But Nooble going to keep that ball about midfield there. Tall's going to pinch that ball straight down, and the ball is going to be back over onto Howard CC's field.
Yeah, as Howard, that's what you want to do early in a game where everything is on the line. Your backs are against the wall. You need to start that offense early. And what a save here by Zoni to keep it high. But Ace over time, a long enough period, you cannot deny Ace. He's going to find a way to put that one finally in. He stays in the air with it and is able to put that one through. 1-0. GMU has 4 minutes and 6 seconds of scoreless time to be crowned champions.
They want this, and you can feel it, Xander. You can feel everyone here in the crowd are just so hyped to see who is going to win all of this here. We are going to see Howard CC really trying to be aggressive here. They want to keep the ball on GMU's side. GMU has done such a good job at keeping the pressure on the Howard CC, and now Howard CC needs to basically reverse that pressure. They need to do the same thing but the GMU, because right now it's just so much pressure, so many goals are being shot from GMU that it's just such a complication for Howard CC to play an offensive game. We see them going back and forth a lot. And there it is! Arrow tying up the series, 3 minutes, 27 seconds. It is not over yet.
Look at this long ball from half field. Arrow.
Gorgeous.
Just gonna sneak it right by Towels. 1-1. And I mean, would you have it any other way? I knew it wasn't going to be 4 minutes and 6 seconds or whatever of scoreless time. Of course, Howard's going to find a way to get back into the game and even it up. 3 minutes and 20 seconds here to go. And Howard finally getting a little bit of offense together. And if they can keep that sustained offense and keep the pressure onto GMU, then it's really going to, take a lot of that pressure off their own goal, which seems to be the constant barrage you've been talking about for most of this series now.
Yeah, it's just really whoever has the most pressure on the other team's goal is winning these rounds, Xander. I mean, we saw Howard CC very aggressive at round 1 and 2. They won. GMU very aggressive on Howard CC's field in games 3, 4, and 5. They've won those. So it's really who has the most aggression on either side of the field. And now we see Howard CC and GMU very even as Zani's going to throw that ball out of the field there. But it's so even. Both these teams being aggressive. Both these teams bombarding the enemy's goals here. And it is just anyone's game as we approach just under halfway through game number 6 of the MAEC Winter Finals.
Yeah, that's right. 2 minutes left to go here. Now Zoni trying to put something together there in the blue box space. Arrow now off the side wall, but it's going to go across the sidebar. And here's a bit of a sustained offense there for just a moment. Nooble losing control of that one. And look out! GMU almost flipping the field. All so very close. Off the back wall here now. Zoni going to try and get a little bit of help, but it's back into the corner. That's dangerous. Great timing from Arrow to keep Ace away from the goal. And now they're going to get a little bit of breathing room as they punch this one back towards GMU's goal and try and get one themselves. That one's going to go over the top, over to the far wall, centered by Nooble. Can he do it himself? I could not believe how that did not go in.
Oh, that was just centimeters away from crossing the line. You know that's a blow to Howard CC. Not quite able to make that goal, but they are not done yet. They're like, all right, fine. That goal's not going to go in. We're going to go back at it again. And the aggression from GMU is there. They are upset about that last goal. And there it is. Again, Zani goes to the shot, but Tall's not letting it happen. And the ball going back and forth. The tug of war back from game number 1 and 2, Xander. We have it back here at game number 6.
GMU has done some incredible goal line stands here. Howard just putting it all on the line as they know this is 1-1. They've got to get a goal through. A demo from down onto Ace is going to once again give
there it is. There it is. Arrow makes ice the score with the demo. Howard CC up 2-1, 48 seconds left. Game number 6, Howard's lead.
Ideally timed demos have given Howard so much control over the GMU goal area. And once again, we have Howard in the lead. As it stands, if Howard takes us home, we will go to the aforementioned fabled game number 7. But 40 seconds in Rocket League is an eternity, as we've talked about. And now, oh my goodness, it seems like Howard has just come afire here late in game number 6. With their offense and sustainability here, it's just been unbelievable. And once again, they're just going to try and burn clock now. They've got the lead, and they just want to put this ball high in the air away from GMU and try and take up as much time of possession as possible as we near the 0-second mark. And it's a off the crossbar.
It's still going. It's not done yet. There it is. And we are going 3 seconds. This is going into an OT, Xander. This double crossbar shots. The crowd is going wild. Taos finding that goal. 2-2. 3 seconds remain. OT in the midst.
Oh my goodness, but the kickoff can still be a very long time as long as this ball leaves the ground. This could go on as long as it needs to, but here we go. Overtime, game 6, grand finals.
GMU looking to secure this victory. Howard CC looking to keep it going. Here we go, 6 seconds into OT here. The ball going over to GMU's side of the field. A nice little bump will be put there, but ball not going to be quite going into GMU's goal, but it was really close there. We are going to see some major aggression there right on the top of the goal by Howard CC. Howard CC doing some major aggression, keeping this ball onto GMU's side. They know this is how they win. They know if they can just keep putting shots onto GMU, eventually one of them will go in. They just need to keep the aggression here. Ball's going to go bounce right over Howard CC. GMU now can be aggressive. They can now go for the shots. Here it goes. We are going to see Tall's not quite going to find the ball, but Clicky is just chasing this ball like a cat with a mouse. Not done yet. GMU still trying to defend this ball. We are now going to be about a minute into OT. What a save from Talls.
Talls right by the goal there to save that one. But is anybody there this time? Of course. Who else? It's Clicky, but Howard's offense is now starting to go. Now Clicky down here for a moment. Ace gonna punch this one out. Finally get this away from my goal, says GMU. And once again, now we're going coast to coast. Is GMU going to try and put together something, punching it back into the corner, arrow, back out. They're just going to, there you go. That's a really nice steal there to continue that ball going over towards GMU's side. But look out, here comes Clicky.
A dribble.
Here comes Clicky, indeed. Now Zoni, I can't believe that we're going here to overtime. It's 2-2. This arena is louder than I can hear myself think. This is unbelievable.
You hear them cheering GMU, cheering Howard CC. A minute 50 into OT, Xander. Anyone's game right now, and this is only game number 6. GMU wants this to be done. They want to go forward. They want to end it. The goal goes in, but not quite able to find it. The ball is still on the side of GMU. Talls not going to go for it. Going to let Clicky take that ball. Zani going to say no. Keep that ball back on your side. How dare you throw that back over to me? Arrow's going to be trying to find this ball back. Clicky's going to chase that ball. Clicky's been chasing this ball all game, Xander. And now we're going to see Tall's going to be thrown back over to midfield here. The ball's going to be back over onto Howard CC's side. Clicky's going to be there. It's no one's there. And so close.
That's honestly a great duo there for the defense. You can double commit if nobody else is nearby, and luckily that was the case. Now over to the far end. GMU is going to let that one bounce harmlessly away. But Tal's up there in the sky off the back wall to help punch it away. Now midfield, an aerial Nooble going to be challenged by Clicky. Is it enough? It might be. Over to the side a little bit wide.
Oh, the saving from Howard CC. This is just phenomenal gameplay. We are 3 minutes into OT right now. No goals yet. And here it is, just the pressure back and forth. Who is going to make the next goal? Clicky's going to go for it. Clicky's going to go for it. And it's saved. Oh my gosh, Xander.
Wow, Nooble finally punching this one away. The aggression from GMU being traded in kind.
Oh, wait, here it is. No.
Oh, my goodness. Every single goal seemingly on the goal line. it just gets stopped. It's not even the shooting is like wide or anything, but the defense is unbelievable.
Oh, this could be it. That is it. GMU wins the series 4-2. Here's the crowd yelling wild. GMU winning their second MAEC title. They are the grand final champions here at the MAEC Winter Finale.
Unbelievable. Howard going up 2-0 in the series. I literally have to yell to be heard over the crowd. Howard going up 2-0 in the series, and then finally GMU. I mean, they took it 4 straight. They would not be denied here in the Shenandoah University Esports Arena MAEC Winter Games Finals.
That was just incredible. Teams going back and forth. The crowd was just going wild back here. And I mean, you can't have asked for anything better in this land for the Rocket League Grand Finals.
I mean, really, GMU. And we're not even done today, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even done today. We got the Valorant finals right after this. If you saw the semifinals, and if that's any marker for how things are going today, you're not going to want to miss this. But let's go ahead and throw this over to the analyst desk and see what you guys think.
Yes, thank you guys so much. What an electric crowd we have here in the arena today. They were going absolutely wild, and for good reasons. That was an incredible match. Howard CC starting off super duper strong, but GMU just bringing it back bit by bit by bit, and just fighting with tooth and nail into overtime to make sure that they were able to secure that victory.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about thriving off of this LAN environment.
Yes.
You heard the crowd. You couldn't hear Xander.
Yeah.
GMU was thriving off of that LAN environment. The entire arena was going wild for 4 minutes in an overtime until it culminated in that final goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, wow. Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm an analyst and I'm almost stunned for words. But I think this does go back to what you were saying earlier, that no one is infallible here. You know, no one is invincible. There is that opportunity for an upset, and GMU was there. Howard Community College may have been undefeated in the regular season, but GMU came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, and with it comes this mentality to know that you can win it. Xander mentioned that Howard came out strong. They went up in the set 2-0, and GMU didn't let that change anything about them.
Yeah.
They knew that they could win. They knew that they could capture all of this noise, this energy, and put it into quality, sound gameplay. And we saw it there. I think even in that overtime, GMU was probably the more calm team. I mean, they had the safety of one more game. That is true.
Yep.
But I think the rotations really allowed for them to show, like, we're fine playing in this overtime. Yeah. We're fine pushing it further. You can make the mistake. And we saw Howard maybe make the mistake with that open net at the end, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's just so much to talk about, honestly. But we do have an interview with one of the GMU players, so we'll be going to that momentarily. Take it away, Desk.
All right, I have Ace here with me. Ace, congratulations on that win. It was truly epic. Like the analyst desk was saying, you know, Howard went undefeated during the rest of the season, but what an upset here today. Tell me what it took. Was it like a secret strategy? What is it, just a mentality of just pushing through? What was it?
For us, I feel that it was definitely the hype of the crowd. It kind of like just got us to actually do what we normally do, and we just always normally go down at the beginning of series, which happened here too, but the crowd really got us lit up, and we just played our game, and we won.
The crowd was going absolutely nuts, and I have to say GMU really understood the assignment about bringing the energy. Even at check-in today, they were the loudest team, so absolutely. And it's incredible that they were so loud that you can hear it through your headsets.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. Talk to us about the mindset, because, you know, Rocket League, they're very quick games, so you can't really rest in between. You have to be on all the time, but it's also in spurts. So is there any particular kind of training or advice that you can give any aspiring Rocket League players?
Well, normally people really just get upset at the game because they like make these minor mistakes. But if you really want to be good, you just got to move on to the next play instead of just dwelling on something you missed, like an open net or a bad touch or a double commit. You just got to get over that and just keep playing, and then you will end up winning. Yeah.
That's it. So just move on. Don't get hung up on your mistakes, and that's how you win. So thanks so much for joining us, Ace.
Thank you for
Back
having
to
me.
you, Analyst Desk.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. We love to hear from the players, especially players like Ace that were just scoring constantly over and over again, being the playmaker, whether it's that making goals or saving goals, as we saw that incredible just pinch save in that last game, just at a minute 30. Ace able to just stop that ball from going in. That very well may have saved them the series, actually, if Ace hadn't made that clutch save.
Yeah, I think that's something that we haven't talked about yet. Is we talked about, it was 2-0 and then ended up being 4-2 at the end of the day. I don't think we talked about how close each of these games were and how a one-goal swing at any point in a lot of these games could have turned the tide for Howard.
Absolutely. I mean, when we look at these games, right? Game number 1, 3-1, fully in Howard's favor. Game 2, 3-2, still in Howard's favor, but starting to come back. We're starting to see GMU make some noise, make some momentum. Game 3, 1-2 in favor of GMU. You know, it's GMU starting to take control, but it's just that 1 point differential. Game 4, 2-1 in favor of GMU. Again, it's so close. It's almost there, but not quite. Game 5, 1-0. There's only one goal scored all in Game 5. It was Ace, and it was at the 3-minute 24 mark. Like, it was so close. And then, of course, Game 6, you were there. You saw it. 3-2, but we went to overtime. We were in overtime forever. It was like 4 minutes. It was so long. But again, as you're saying, it's these 1 point differentials. Most of these matches were literally determined by one single goal. So when you have players like Ace that are going crazy on the side of GMU, getting those goals, getting those points, that's exactly what you need. And on the side of Howard, you had players like Arrow who were making crazy shots, half-court shots, getting just these weird open net situations where, you know, if you're GMU, you're like, hey, he wouldn't shoot from there. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And all of a sudden, Arrow just sniping one down, able to just keep Howard Community College in there. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough against the beast that GMU turned out to be.
Yeah, and I think Ace really talked about it well in the interview, where they mentioned that they acknowledged they're a slow starting team. So we see with the goals, Game 1 had the worst differential of any of the games.
Yep.
And that was a 2-goal differential, if anything. That's still small.
Yeah.
And they were able to claw back, maybe notice some rotations, notice when they're taking shots and where they're taking them from, and turn that around, and were able to lower the gap in Game 2, take the lead in Game 3, and never let go. And I think you mentioned it with the side of Arrow as well. All of these players are fantastic mechanically.
Yes.
Like, hands down, they're all very good at this game. And maybe what it takes to turn the tide and get the victory is a little bit more of mental comfort or strength, and knowing that GMU knows they're a slow team. I think they were comfortable at every point in this game. Even if they were down 2-0, they know it's a best of 7. They have 5 more games at least to play.
Exactly.
And I think the players are confident, and that confidence turned into a victory.
Yeah, I do want to point out here, because I think it is really interesting, where I do agree that GMU maybe in a series-wide is a bit of a slower team, and especially when you look versus a team like Howard, they're a slower team. But I do want to point out that every single match this series, GMU scored the first goal. Every single series, GMU scored at least one, except for game number 1, where Howard just kind of ran away with it. But, you know, so I think that's really interesting. They may be slower on paper, but they were still able to, you know, slow the game out a little bit, enough so that it was playing to their strengths, playing to what they want to do, and play at the pace that they like. We did see Howard Community College, especially Game 1 and Game 2, they were playing the game that they wanted to. They were playing fast. They were playing aggressive. They were playing this enforcer kind of style where they were really getting a lot of demos. They were pushing people out of net. They were just pushing GMU around, basically. And typically we see this happen when the speed isn't the same for either of the teams, right? Howard is just moving fast enough that they're catching GMU, stalling out in front of the net, or is not going fast enough so that they don't get demoed. And finally, Game 3, we see GMU speed up their gameplay a little bit, be a little bit more agile, have a little bit more momentum under them, and just able to avoid those demos, not get demoed quite as much, and even start dishing back those demos as well to Howard Community College. And when that happens, it just starts disrupting the flow. So Howard Community College just got thrown off by that, and GMU was just able to ride the momentum all the way to the end.
Yeah, and that was the grand finals. There still is the third and fourth place match between Shenandoah and ODU that hasn't been played yet.
Yeah.
So we'll be sure to update you on that throughout the day. But, I mean, at the end of the day, GMU, they showed up. They upset. They're the victors. Congratulations to them for winning
Congratulations to them.
The MAEC DMV Winter Games for Rocket League.
Yeah, they get to walk away with a cool $500. Second place, so Howard Community College isn't going to be walking away empty-handed. They also get to walk away with $250. So, it's upsetting, right? You want to get first. You want to get that title, but $250 isn't that bad. You can walk away happy with at least a little bit of money in your pocket. For now, though, we are going to be taking a short break as we get set up for the Valorant Finals. Ooh, I'm so excited for the Valorant Finals. It's going to be GMU versus ODU. You are not going to want to miss it. We've got replays from the last series that we just saw from Rocket League. We've got an interview as well, and then we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have the Valorant Finals. It'll be the last match of the day. You're not going to want to miss a second of it, so we'll see you soon.
I'm Lucas Scott, the head coach at Randolph College, and you are watching the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference. Go Wildcats, or else.
So let's dive right into the esports program. So Randolph College has 1,000 undergrad students. That is quite small. What does an esports program look like at a college like that?
So yeah, I mean, our student body isn't the biggest, so we're not kind of trying to support a million different teams competing in a million different games, and I am the only full-time staff for the esports program, so I mean, I also couldn't really handle that. But what it ends up looking like is we see so much passion for just kind of the intro level stuff, and kind of people just want to play the games in groups. We have a really active community who just gets together and plays Smash Brothers in the room basically every other day. And we have a 8 PC computer lab that we keep open 4 or 5 days a week depending on my student worker schedules, and I can walk in there and I can see everything from kids playing Diablo 1 to ROM hack versions of Pokemon to Magic the Gathering cards spread all over the room, or they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, or sometimes they're playing Valorant, or kind of the more traditional esports things. But the main priority that I kind of found when I got on campus a year ago was that there's so many different interest areas that these students cover that may not have full team level numbers, but because we're a small college and the room kind of fits our needs, we can help it supply what they are interested in, which is a place to gather, a place to game, and for those of them who don't have PCs of their own, then a way to kind of introduce themselves to the esports ecosystem and see, is being a player something that I, being a competitive player, something that I am, really driven for and to grind for, and if not, players make up less than 5% of all the people who are involved in the esports ecosystem. So is there something else that they can get involved with? We try and help out anybody to figure out what their real passion is within the larger ecosystem of esports, because it's only going to get bigger from here.
Absolutely, absolutely. You hit on so many things that I want to ask about. I guess let's start with the different types of games that your program covers or welcomes, because I think it's amazing that you're not sort of stopping at esports. Like, you're also including Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic the Gathering or what have you. You're welcoming a broader I guess demographic, because some folks might be interested in games that aren't particularly traditional esports, but then coming into that space where everyone's hanging out together, they might try out something that's a traditional esport. And also, folks generally like varieties, so it's awesome that you welcome so many games under one roof. Can you tell me about how that happened? Was it just sort of something that you opened a room and people just came in and they played whatever they wanted to play, or do you curate some of this?
Yeah, I mean, the honest answer is I don't curate. So we have PCs that aren't, on some kind of LAN software or something that's going to tell them like, these are the games you can play here. They are basically just PCs as you would buy them if you were a consumer, and that's something that I find useful, because that's how you interact with them in the professional space. Is the only time you're working with LAN PC software is if you're at a LAN center, like competing at an esports event or something like that. But most people are not picking up a PC with the sole intention of going pro in Valorant or Counter-Strike or League of Legends or something like that. They're picking up a PC because they see like, oh, there are, this list of games. And, if you want to kind of compare it to the console thing, the list of PC exclusives is a lot less restrictive than the list of any console exclusives that I've ever seen. Unless you want to get really technical about what Nintendo exclusive means, but not the main point. But kind of, I was hired last November and I came here and I saw that, they had this room full of nice PCs that, in my head, coming from a competitive background, because I used to compete in Overwatch in the collegiate space, but when I saw that, I was like, oh, that's kind of like a practice room where a team would gather, like, and that's the main purpose of the room would just be for those 5 players to become like the best League of Legends players or whatever that they could be. But then I realized that, outside of those 5 players, we still have an entire campus community who walks by that room fairly frequently and says, hey, I wonder what I could do in there. And the more that we opened it up, the more that we saw that people from all parts of campus came in, and it was really great to see. One of the things that kind of keeps Randolph on the map is our athletics program, and this year we have a lot of kids who are like, oh, after tennis practice, after swim practice, after, we also have a music program, so I have kids coming in with trombones and stuff, and just, even if it's just to relax after a long day of classes, it becomes part of their campus life, and, they kind of interact with campus in a more meaningful way than they would otherwise, which I think is really great.
That's amazing. I love it. Coming in with trombones, swimming trunks, that I think just adds so much like variety to your college experience, and I think that's really important. You can't go to college like this. You have to be able to experience different things, whether it's gaming or, like you said, sports, study abroad, things like that. And it sounds like your program, your esports program, creates that variety and broadens the horizons of the students at Randolph College.
Go Wildcats.
Hello. I know you just watched the interview with Lucas from Randolph, and I just have to say that that was my favorite interview to do. Lucas is an absolute joy, so I just wanted to give him another shout out and say, go Wildcats.
Lucas is a great dude. But we are not the people that you're normally used to seeing here. I'm Josh Hafkin from Game Gym.
And I'm Maya Kushner from Game Gym as well.
But very excited to be here with you all. We're taking a couple moments just to talk about some of the things that we are doing at Game Gym, the MAEC, and obviously give us another shout out for donation. So if you are interested and would like to donate, head over to www.extralifedc.com, and any little bit will do. We're trying to raise money for games-based research at Children's National Hospital.
And if you're watching this on Twitch, you can go into the chat and type !donate, no spaces, all lowercase, and that will also tell you how you can donate to Extra Life.
Oh, yeah. So, let's talk about Game Gym just here for a little bit. Some people at home might not know us, but actually we are the first 2 employees to ever work at Game Gym.
That's right.
So, this is a really cool, and, the reason why Game Gym came to be was we were looking to provide resources for our community, and we realized that there weren't really great training options. There was no place to learn video games in the same way you can learn how to swim or go play basketball or do something else. There's really no resource to do that, so we decided to create it for ourselves. We had a LAN center for about 2 years, pre-pandemic. That was a blast.
The before times.
The before times, exactly. The different era. And now we have a company that is, digital. We are pushing a variety of different programs forward. We have a really robust summer camps program. We're co-founders of the MAEC Championships, where we're here celebrating today. And then we also have an app that we're coming out with in January, which is going to be super awesome.
Absolutely. The app is actually live, not in an app format, but online, so on PC. So you can actually sign up and start checking it out right now before it launches if you're interested. But let's talk about the MAEC, because that's why we're here. Actually, if you've been following, these Triple Crown events that we've had, they do follow the MAEC. So let's talk about the event. So first of all, just give us a little background, like how it started.
So the MAEC really came to be because we got all of the leaders who are in collegiate esports in the room, and we asked them, how can we support you? And they identified 3 different things. They said, we want local competition opportunities. We want high school combines, or the ability to identify local talent. And then we want career fairs and opportunities, internships for our students to learn. And so those are the 3 pillars in which the MAEC is based. And I'm incredibly proud to say that we've done all of those things over the last 4 seasons.
And this season, actually, we've had new schools join MAEC, so it's growing. Can you tell us about what do you see? Like how fast do you think the growth is happening, and how is it impacting the competition? I mean, obviously it's awesome to have more opportunities and more competitors, like you said, that you could compete face to face. So what has it been like this season?
It's been amazing. I think bringing new teams into the fold just throws a wrench into everybody's plans. And esports are kind of volatile right now. You don't quite know. We have 2 teams that joined us this past season, Radford and Bryant Stratton University, and both of them made it into our top 4 Final 4 in their respective games. So, just because it might be a new school or a less developed school or a community college or, something outside of the traditional kind of sports ecosystem doesn't mean they can't be an esports powerhouse.
Absolutely. And actually, as you probably heard from the interviews throughout the event, these schools have competitive teams, but they also have esports clubs, which are more casual. And it's a great way for people to dip their foot in if they're not familiar with esports, or maybe just weren't feeling like trying that out before. It really gives them a safe space to try that. So all of these schools have these clubs, and it's amazing because you can get a lot of great players who just sort of come in thinking, all right, let me just try it out. Let me see what it's about. And they end up blowing it out of the water.
It's true. And then, to complement the esports, a lot of these organizations have maybe an esports business major or minor like Shenandoah does, or a game design program or a coding program. The whole goal with esports, if we can keep kids involved with video games and involve competitive video games, we keep kids in STEM longer, which is a positive thing. That's what we want.
Absolutely. And esports is one of the most broad industries that you can think about. I mean, there are folks, doing production. that are signaling us right now. There's art, music, so there's a lot involved in video games, and there's a little bit of everything for everyone here. But with that, we are told that the Valorant teams are set up, and that's what you're really here to see. The Valorant finals are going to be even louder and even more hype than the Rocket League finals you just saw. So let's take it to the casters.
And we're back. It is Bear and I back here in the analyst desk. And wow, what an exciting day we've had so far. It's not quite done. We do have the Valorant finals, but really quickly, let's take a look at that Rocket League bracket so we know what has been happening today. Bear, do you want to give us a quick rundown?
Yeah, I mean, as we all know, GMU took down Howard Community College in the last round. Grand finals. But we did mention that there's the 3rd and 4th place bracket, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where Shenandoah University and ODU played. And this was a match that turned out to how the seeds would expect. Right. ODU was the 3rd seed in this bracket. Shenandoah was the 4th. And ODU did come on top in a 3-0 victory. I believe it was just a best of 5 to claim 3rd place. So at the end of the day, the final placements are GMU 1st, Howard Community College 2nd, ODU 3rd, and Shenandoah 4th.
Yeah. Sometimes there's an upset, and sometimes it goes the way that you would expect it. Rocket League was incredible. If you didn't get to see that finals match after this VOD goes live, I would definitely recommend going back and watching that, because that was insane, and the crowd just made it even more special. And now we got some Valorant. So let's take a quick look at that Valorant bracket. Which just has been so intense. It's been so back and forth. It's been absolutely crazy. As we did talk about before, ODU beat out Radford, and GMU beat out Mount St. Mary University. So now Radford and Mount St. Mary are going to be playing in that 3rd and 4th place matchup. But the important thing is we have GMU versus ODU fighting for that $500 first place and $250 second place. And, of course, bragging rights. I feel like that kind of goes without saying, but best team in the DMV area if they win here.
Yeah, I mean, I think GMU came out here to try to make a statement.
Yeah.
Currently, they're 2 out of 3 in every title they competed in to win it.
Yes.
They have a chance to make it 75% here. We've talked about it. GMU thrives under pressure, thrives in this LAN environment. I mean, we're having our casters out there trying to hype up the crowd when there's not even matches going on.
Yeah,
like, imagine what's going to happen where we're getting into map 2, map 3, and everything's on the line. It's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we have like the two loudest teams here, it's just gonna be wild. I cannot wait. Before we get too deep into analyzing this matchup, really quick, we do have an interview from one of the representatives of Game Gym, talking to a representative of Mount St. Mary's University. And again, I think this is just really interesting, so we're going to throw it over to that, and we'll be right back after it.
Hi, I'm Russ Hamer at Mount St. Mary's University, and you're watching the Mid-Atlantic Esports Conference on Twitch. Yeah, so I teach a streaming class. Our little stream lab, students get credit for running all of our streams. All of our streams are student run. And so I teach a class on that. And then students, part of that is students running these streams. The intro class is called Video Games and Society. And it's a kind of broad games and culture and the culture of games sort of class. So we talk about esports some, but we talk about just games in general some, and we talk about the kind of culture surrounding them. And that's the one that all the students come into thinking like, all right, we're just gonna play video games. It's an easy A. And I'm like, no, we're gonna read a bunch of like sociology and some cultural studies. I teach a class called Game Mechanics and Systems that looks at how games work. And this is one that I think is a bit of a sleeper in esports programs when I look academically. A lot of the programs that exist are esports business functionally, and not tossing shade at esports business at all. We're building that out too. When I think about esports business, you see a bunch of there's new games that pop up every week, and oftentimes they're just flavor of the week, flavor of the month, and they pay a bunch of streamers to get into it, and then 2 weeks later nobody's playing it. And some of those games are able to sustain, some don't. And I think that a lot of the time when we look at games that succeed or that fail, one of the things that we can do is if we understand how games work, what makes games fun, what makes games engaging and entertaining, both from a player and spectator perspective, then we can make better business decisions. If you work for Pepsi and they're trying to figure out, we want to sponsor a league, who do we sponsor? Not just looking at metrics of average league viewer engagement, that's important too, but understanding longevity. Is this league, is this game going to have viewers in 2 years? In order to answer that question, you need to know games really well. You need to know how games work. So for instance, we could look at something like Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm was a successful game and a failure of an esport. And that doesn't come down, Blizzard made plenty of mistakes, sure, but that doesn't come down to marketing or lack of financial support or anything like that. Heroes of the Storm failed because of the way that gold is split on a team. Like, I would argue that's the core reason. When you get a kill, your team earns the gold in the experience. It's shared, which means that individual carrying is harder. You can't solo carry very easily because when you do well, the team does well. Just like in League, you don't gank losing lanes, you gank winning lanes so that you can snowball. It's hard if you're really good to make your team snowball, because if you have that one weakling on your team, the good that you're doing is being destroyed by them. Whereas in League or Dota, same situation, the good that you're doing rewards you individually, so then you can do more good. So from the player perspective, that's more rewarding. It feels better to get a kill in League than it does in Heroes of the Storm. So in the long run, you just don't have as high of a skill cap in Heroes of the Storm. That's why the game struggled as an esport. It's fine as a video game, but you're not going to get a highly competitive scene because of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting take, because, I think teams that do play more like a team, like as opposed to like relying on a single carry, are the ones that do better.
No, absolutely. Yeah, the issue here isn't one of a problem in terms of teamwork, but rather if you want a high-end esport, what you need is the ability to demonstrate high-level skill. I don't want to put the hundreds of hours it'll take to become a high-level player into your game if my high-level skill isn't rewarded. So you end
there's
up
no way to
getting-
demonstrate it.
Exactly. So you do really well, but since the gold is split amongst your team, even at the end of the game, it doesn't look like you did that well. It doesn't feel like you did that well. So for instance, I think Valorant did a great thing when they made it so that as far as your rank goes, whether you win or lose, your rank is how much your rank goes up or down is also affected by your KDA that match. That's pretty significant because then as a player, you are incentivized, even if your team is trash. If you can go ham, if you can play really, really well, all right, you're only going to lose a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that incentivizes players who are incredibly skilled, regardless of their team, to always play their hardest. But here's the storm, you don't have that. Since you don't have that sort of skill expression, it's not that at the high level you want solo carries. You don't. You're right, that disappears. But that high level scene never develops because when you practice in solo queue. You don't always practice like as a team stack. You need to get some solo queue time. And solo queue just feels bad at something like Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah. That makes sense. Very good game analysis. I like it.
And we're back. You know what I really love about all of these interviews?
Hi, I'm Russ Hamer at Shenandoah University.
They
You're
all
watching the
just kind of
Esports Conference on Twitch.
you know, they coincide together. They build off of each other, and you know they work together, right? It hits on the pillars that we've already been talking about, and also brings in new pillars as well. It's not just esports is video games. Like there's so much more to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we touched about this earlier with how Shenandoah builds its program on this academic and professional development pillar.
Yep.
And for the example, someone like GMU builds a lot of it on competition and performance, which we've been seeing today. We talk about the potential to have 3 to 4 titles swept by them. And then I think it's really interesting, which Russ was talking about, where you have a university like Mount St. Mary's, right? And they focus on the pillar of education and professional development. But even within these pillars, there's different sides you could build it on, right? So Shenandoah is more of this esports business, right?
Right.
And Russ was mentioning this exactly where some schools do that, but Mount St. Mary's focuses on more of the technical side or the game industry side, where it's how do games work? Why do games work? Why are they popular? You talk about the streaming, the technical and the hardware side of that. And I think that's really interesting to hear because a lot of the time when you're just watching tournaments like this, you just see the competition. You see the teams, you see the games they're playing. You're not thinking about why they're playing them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I really like these interviews.
Yeah, there's definitely multiple facets to it. There's a lot of things that you can draw from it and a lot of kind of connections that you can make throughout the interviews. But for now, it looks like we are going to get the map picks, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. Map number 1 will be Haven with GMU on attack. Map number 2 is Icebox, and map number 3 is Breeze. Now, what I will say is we've already seen 2 of these maps already, that being in the form of Haven and Breeze when we come to looking at ODU's playstyle. Haven, when ODU took on Radford, you know, it was a rough match. It was very much in favor of Radford. They were kind of ran away with the game for a little bit. So the question is, how will ODU stack up on this map again? How will they do, you know, and will they have, you know, shored up some of those holes before they go into that first map?
Yeah, and moving on to map 2 with Icebox, I think it's really interesting in the second choice of the slot of maps because how play focused, how planned you can be on this map, right? And that could potentially be the last game of the set to determine the championship. And it's, what do you have up your pocket? What have you been planning all season?
Right.
I think you could see a lot of coach and team expression in a map like Icebox, where it's not just dependent on your aim like Breeze that we mentioned.
Yo.
There's a lot of controller play that we could see. There's a lot of plan plays for pre-plant, post-plant. Do we want to give? Do we want to rush? I really want to see a lot of like cool Viper plays. There's going to be some lineups. So I think we could see that. I don't really know who that's going to benefit. But both teams have had ample time to think about what maps they're going to pick and what they're going to play, what comps they're going to run. So I don't know if I could really give out an edge to who prefers it, who doesn't.
Well, I would really like to see some really cool Viper setups from Niche on the side of ODU. We saw it on Breeze, and maybe we'll see it again. And I guess that brings us to map number 3, Breeze, right? If it goes the entire way, if it goes all the way to Breeze, we know that ODU is exceptional on this map. They 13-6 against Radford, a team that was kind of throwing them around map 1 on Haven, and it became the turning point for ODU for the entirety of that series versus Radford. So I think if I had to give it to anyone, I mean, I feel like Breeze advantage goes to ODU just because of how well they played already today on it.
Yeah, if I had to think about some form of advice or game plan I'd want for each side, I think if you're ODU, you're comfortable going game 3. I think you know that you can lose one map and still be confident. And I think GMU might know that. They saw the match. They had the ability to see it. So maybe GMU's outlook is, I'm the first seed. We came here to win.
Yeah.
Let's just pack it up in 2 maps and get out of here.
Exactly. Undefeated. Maybe they are just confident. And, you know, as we heard from some of the players, confidence is all you need. But for now, it looks like we are getting ready to get into this Valorant finals. We're going to send it over to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Alexander and Nikita. It is going to be a great finals here, but we have to get the crowd a little bit hyped up, right?
We do.
So just hold us here, okay? All right, everybody! ODU, GMU, all of you, let's get hyped!
Absolutely electric here, Ryan. I can't wait to get in it. You see the different colors. You see the crowd so ready for this game. It's going to be absolutely amazing. You have David versus Goliath here in this matchup.
Absolutely.
GMU 7-0. I mean, it's going to be so hard to beat them, and trying to dethrone them is ODU at that 5-2. Definitely doable in this finals. Winner takes all. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely, and you know, you heard the crowd. They're prepared for it too. You have the underdog story. They just came off of a victory, beating one of their rematch opponents, and now they are going to beat the biggest opponent yet to win the MAEC Winter Finals, GMU and ODU. This is going to be one game to remember.
Yeah, and winner walks away with $500, and that is a good chunk of money. And if we look at the agent select screen here on Haven, definitely going to be a interesting pick for both teams. I imagine we'll see a lot of the same from each side, maybe some difference on smokes, maybe even a breach. We see Harbor getting teased as well. Gunfighter does change that node to maybe a Cypher right there. So I'm excited to see what these team picks, but look across the board, pretty much the same. The only difference is that duelist spot and maybe an Astra over a breach, but breach with all these close corners is such a dangerous threat.
Yeah, Gunfighter just playing with us a little bit, figuring out what they want to do. Yoru, Cypher, Astra.
Just pick someone.
Gonna be definitely trolling us a little bit here. The crowd is hyped up. Oh, maybe the Viper. All right. 25 seconds left, and the Viper is picked. Interesting for Haven.
Yeah, going for a little more of a defensive util with that Viper pick. A lot more cover lineups as well, so that's going to be a great way to try and defend those post-plant scenarios. And it's really going to come down to, really, I think, who wins the offensive round, because you have one team that has the Viper, the other has the Breach. Breach is a lot more aggressive and more attacker-sided minded than Viper, but does both also have that util to lock down the sites. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think it'll just come down to really who's going to be able to utilize that utility more. You also have that Raze instead of the Jet, and Raze with that util can do so much damage. You really got to be careful about that.
And we are getting into the game here. The crowd is hyped and ready to go. Here we are, round number 1 of the MAEC Winter Valorant Grand Finals. ODU and GMU looking to take home the bacon tonight.
Yeah, and GMU is going to be in red, and we're going to see ODU in green. Only if we could change the colors in the match. That'd be so nice. Valorant, please add that as a thing. I beg. And it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. We're going to see Smokes go out early on to onto C site, as it looks like ODU is going to try and push things here, and that Smoke completely covering the other team. Ryan trying to jump and try and see the other team, but I don't think it's going to work out until it's too late.
Ryan is going to end up teleporting out, but Ryan will still find the kill on Esper. Gunfighter's going to find Niche. Oh, and there it is. Autobot's going to find 2, but Chasing Kytrain's going to find 2 as well. It is a 2v2. K-Train is going to be able to plant this spike down. It is a 2v2, but Ryan not quite able to find it. K-Train's going to find the nice kill. We do have a Frenzy against a one little ghost, as well as, I believe, a classic here. Crowd going absolutely wild. Not much HP remaining to the side of GMU here.
Yeah, now super hot with that Frenzy in hand. Going to try and defuse this spike.
There's
Does
one.
Find the one tap with the dash. Can't quite get the last shot onto Chase, and they will win. George Mason takes round number 1, and the crowd behind us is absolutely loving it right now.
This is a best of 3 series, and this is only round 1, and this crowd is ecstatic, Will. There is nothing else you can ask for at these LAN events. Some beautiful plays already, and this is already down to the wire, 0-1, GMU's favor.
Absolutely unreal play there by ODU, but just falling short on the dash reset. Wasn't able to get that Frenzy up in time, and it ends up falling in the hands of George Mason, who now has all the momentum heading into this next round. Ruba goes out. Ryan's going to deal with it. Shot is going to come out from Headhunter. Not going to quite find anyone. Ryan's going to be forced to retreat back, and has that teleport still online, though. Definitely something to consider if you are ODU.
Yeah, so I believe Ryan did manage to find a slight nick onto that Viper there for GMU. Yep, they did. So it looks like we're going to have GMU running down C long here, trying to secure this site with 1 minute 8 seconds remaining here. Esper's checking corners, making sure as GMU is going to get this spike planted and secure down C site. ODU now has to find out how they want to take this site. We've seen this before. We saw it in the ODU game earlier. This is what ODU likes. They like to have the enemy team secure their spot, and then they take control. They force the enemy team back, but maybe GMU won't fall into that sort of play that we've seen earlier. So ODU needs to figure out what their plan of attack is going to be here. Dived's going to find, oh wait, never mind. ODU's going to find 4. Chase Q going to be able to find 2 as well. And there it is, GMU just finding that round with relative ease.
Yeah, and there it is. George Mason had full advantage going in, and they used that to their advantage. They get on site with all 5. 5v5 retake with way more utility, way more guns than ODU had. And after that, it was like a janitor just cleaning house right there. I mean, absolutely unreal. Chase QQ right there with the triple to help propel GMU to a 2-0 lead. But now, something you have to be careful about is now ODU can also buy. So now, this is a massive round, because if ODU's not careful, this game might be slipping out of their grip.
This is a full buy for both teams here. ODU gonna play relatively safe. Ryan finds 1 headshot and gets out of there. Finds a headshot on to Chase QQ. Oh, we have Super Hot Girl gonna do a little bit of damage. Not quite gonna find the kill though. Gunfighter's gonna come in, but Ryan's gonna find Esper. Ryan will fall down that Gunfighter. However, GMU is going to go for kills, but Super Hot's gonna find 2 more, but not before falling down to K-Train. K-Train, the only one living on the side of GMU, is all alone right now on a site. K-Train is spotted and is known where they are. Can't really go anywhere else as the abilities are throwing out flashes. Either way, K-Train falls, and ODU taking round number 3.
K-Tran trying to do so much right there for George Mason, but there is ODU to deal the counter blow right there. And now, just like that, ODU has a round on George Mason. 1 round difference, back to this, almost back to the start in this one. The crowd behind me is absolutely livid right now. They are ready for some Valorant action, and so are we, folks. Whether you're in person or online, this is amazing.
You have a little bit of a battle going on right now. GMU versus ODU going back and forth here as we approach.
It's also crowd versus casters right now. We got to be careful. They might drown us out.
Honestly, though, Will, it is so difficult to even hear ourselves think. It is so crazy right now.
But that's exactly
what you want.
That's exactly what you want from this LAN environment, and it's so nice. I had the privilege of going down to DreamHack, and this is close to reaching those levels levels of hype right now. I mean, absolutely unreal from both sides. Shout out to all the teams that have come out here, but now we're going to see GMU try and take this B site. Knives going to come out. Super Hot Girl's going to find one. Can't find the reset. Esper going to pick up two. The Daffect is going to find a kill right there, and now full site control goes to George Mason. However, it is a 3v3, but K-Tran is on the flank, is going to find one. Can he find the second? Is going to elect to just play it safe.
Yeah, we do see Ryan does find that pick, but it is a 2v2 now. K-Train might be spotted out by Niche. Niche is taken out by K-Train right on the flick. Now GMU up 2. The Viper ultimate is going to come down online as well. Ryan all alone on this point. It is just Ryan to take this round and even up this series. But right now, GMU in a good area. The Decay is going to activate on Ryan. Going to be falling low on that HP, and it's going to fall down to K-Train. GMU up 3-1 in this series.
K-Tran's going to pick up 3 thanks to that Viper ultimate right there. Locks down that site. Super Hot Girl wasn't quite able to find a nice reset, but it was just clean up after that for K-Tran. Catching the team out. Niche saw the gun barrel, but it wasn't enough. The shoulder peek right there by K-Tran just does him in. I mean, that's an age-old CS trick right there, that shoulder peek, and he uses it to perfection. K-Tran picks up 3, leading the way for George Mason to start things off here heading into round number 5.
Yeah, we're going to see ODU not going to be able to do that full buy like they want to do. GMU, however, going to be able to do that full buy. Ryan is going to bring out that chamber ultimate, that Tour de Force. Yes, the Tour de Force there. A little pun on the Tour de France. And here we go. Ryan going to be just holding this window here, trying to find any picks early on. Actually going to hold around the box, see if anyone's going to come through. No one's coming though, but it does look like K-Tran does also have that chamber ability online.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a push through garage. They deal with the chamber trip. Ultimate is going to come out from the fade.
So many abilities.
And now all the blinds coming out in the world, and now it looks like so much util used by George Mason, and they're not going to find any value in it. You just wasted an entire ultimate and didn't utilize its potential right there. I mean, yeah, maybe you could argue that it was for intel, but you don't follow up with it at all. And now you have to be so careful about taking this site. You have an ultimate down. Smoke is going to go up onto Heaven, so that is going to help out with that. But now it's a 5v5 retake. Ops out on both sides thanks to the Tour de Force from both teams. Let's see who can just wrestle control of this site in the end.
Yeah, you do see Super Hot Girl's going to sit up in this window here on Heaven. Does have the dash ready. He's going to drop and is not quite going to find it. Esper's going to be covering. Esper does find another one. Automata's going to find even, but Esper's going to find 2 more. Esper's not quite done yet, but Nisha's going to find Esper. He's going to fall next to Chase Q. And GMU barely can nail that one alive. 4-1.
Esper with 4. The crowd behind me is losing their minds right now for good reason. An almost ace out there from Esper. Absolutely unreal. Great job of George Mason to lock down that site, and they are cruising right now here early on.
Absolutely will, and this crowd is going crazy. It is absolutely amazing, and you can't deny Esper with the 4K just doing Esper's work right now. We gotta have this boom bot, the beautiful spectate, which by the way you can do, which I was mistaken earlier. D-Ved's gonna find Automata really fast into this fight. A minute 30 left, and ODU is gonna be down 1 player.
Yeah, and that's a big pick, because that's a lot of stuff that you can use to kind of retake that site. The breach flashes are so strong, as well as the displacement that he can do. And if someone's behind, like let's say this box right in front of Esper, you can Breach could have used that one, his first ability on that, and he doesn't have the chance at Esper fitting that through the gap. But Ryan's gonna find 2, but a massive flick there by Esper. Daffect is gonna get a kill onto Esper, and now 2v2 for both sides. Omen Teleport is online. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Spike is down, so I don't think we'll see it come out. Fade is going to find the Haunt, is going to go down. However, D-Ved is right there to deal with it. Gonna find one. Can't quite find 2, but is he going to be fine? K-Tran in the corner. K-Tran takes him out. George Mason with a big round, and that's ODU's economy down in the bin right now.
GMU is feeling themselves right now. But you know, we've seen this before. ODU got not really the best of map number 1 in the semifinals earlier today, and they still came out on top. So ODU still sort of figuring out what they want to do here against GMU. GMU feeling good, doing what they want to do, taking these rounds. And here it comes, ODU, GMU. Like you said, taking some time for ODU to see what their plan is going to be.
And they need it after a tough loss. Looks like economy is still there for them. However, ODU needs to win this because
it's a forced buy.
If they don't, it's not even a forced buy, it's a full buy. They have full guns and armor, but the problem is if you lose this round, your economy is in the bin. So you have to be so careful about something like that. And really, it's gonna come down to, I think, those early picks that we've seen. We don't see an op from either side. We don't see Chamber Ultimate come out, so maybe the Chambers don't want to go for broke. And so that's going to be something interesting. And meanwhile, on the side of George Mason, you could afford to give up one of these rounds because look at the economy difference. They have full buy and still have 6K, 4K, 2K in the bank. That is more than enough for full buys in next round. And so that's definitely going to be something to check out in this one. And it looks like they're going to elect to give the Omen the spike, and that's gonna be big because Omen has that teleport, that ultimate online, so really has full potential to go anywhere he wants.
Yeah. And one thing I want to mention real quick is K-Train did pull out that operator.
Oh, we did?
Ryan will fall down to D-Van, though. So yeah, that operator was bought, I believe, right after the timeout was ended.
Pick.
So yeah, Ryan's gonna fall down early now, and now GMU may try to just fully push down to A side here.
Yeah, and having that Chamber offline is so big. Chamber is so good at locking down sites, being in multiple areas. However, Super Hot is going to find a kill onto Chase, and now it's all hands on deck for George Mason. That's a right short sight, but Amadama is going to get a kill. Super Hot is going to find one, but is going to fall to Gunfighter. Amadama is going to find a kill, but immediately gets traded out now. 1v2. The last one is Gunfighter as they try and plant. They do have lineups potentially online. Does get blinded from that haunt by ODU, and now Niche just trying to find the opening to get this last kill onto George Mason.
Yeah, and it does look like we are going to see both of ODU is just going to try to pinch out Gunfighter, but Gunfighter's going to find one and use his ultimate. GMU is investing everything to win this fight right now. Defect's going to fake the defuse, going to be looking for this kill, and the shorty comes out. The clutch comes out, GMU up 6-1.
That is heartbreaking. Gunfighter clutches that up. Absolutely unreal. Great job there to get the last ult point. Recognize that you have that ultimate to use it, and then pull out that shorty in close range scenarios, and a one shot is all they need. GMU now full control of this game, full economy, and just look at the side of ODU. They are in shambles right now. All pistols are from their side. They do have 3 ultimates, but you don't normally want to ult when you have pistols in hand.
No, you do not, and Ryan is not going to find the pick that they are known for getting early on in the fight. It is going to be forced to TP out, and Gunfighter will find Ryan there. D-Ved will also be coming out of that fight. Going to be trying to just run around point, sort of cause some commotion here, as GMU is going to actually hold further back. This is interesting. This is what ODU likes. They like when the enemy team leaves the point, because then ODU can actually secure the point and do what they've done previously, which is just sacrifice 3 of their players to defuse, fully stick the defuse. And that is going to be interesting, but K-Train is going to stop that. Super Hot and Niche will both fall down. Automata just has a sheriff in hand here. Only so much you can do, but both ultimates online here. But no longer as defected. Automata will both fall. GMU up 7-1 in this series.
A great job of George Mason to recognize that ODU is just going to try and flood the point. They only have pistols. They have full gun advantage, and K-Tran had other plans of letting ODU onto that site. GMU plays that defense perfectly. They don't lose a single person that round. Economy is booming for George Mason. Meanwhile, ODU just trying to get the scraps left off their plate.
Yeah, ODU will have 3 ultimate abilities online here as GMU has none. So ODU, we may see a very aggressive defensive play here as we have teleportation, we have fade, as we also have Breach's ultimates online here. And GMU mainly to just actually sort of try and bait these ultimates out. We are going to see that pull will come in, but no one's going to try and engage yet. Niche is actually going to try to. Never mind. Niche not quite able to find anyone quite yet here, but ODU does know where GMU is right now. Super Hot will find Esper. Esper's going to fall early on into that fight. Ryan holding the off. Knock it. Oh!
Double legs gonna go out from both sides. Not quite gonna find a kill. Chase gonna try and commit to this push into garage. They are missing their duelist, so that's a lot of just entry potential offline. You miss that raise, you miss the nade. You also have the movement into sight. So that's definitely gonna be something to keep in mind. Fade ultimate is gonna come out. That's gonna find a few people right there. Adamada is gonna be able to actually avoid that though by being on B side. I think he thinks someone's at mid. And I think he's 100% correct because he sees Chase, QQ, and Viper. Viper will put down that smoke screen. Is going to be able to pick up the smoke as well and just kind of try and play life and play this one safe.
Yeah, ODU, GMU, 4v4 here. Teleportation and Breach Ultimate are still online for ODU, so they still can play relatively aggressive here. Does look like GMU is going to rotate back over to this C site, which is where they started, but Niche has not left. 13 seconds remaining. Niche knows that they are coming in. Finds 1, finds 2. Niche is not done yet. Looking for a third. Can't quite find K-Train here. 4 seconds left. No time to plant this here. GMU not going to take this round. ODU not done yet. 2-7. Let me hear it right now, ODU.
ODU saying we're not done yet and trying to make this into the next Rocky movie. I mean, absolutely unreal right now. Great job there by Niche to defend that spike going down. And George Mason unable to just run onto site and pick up that spike and plant it. And now ODU is maybe trying to start a little bit of momentum to come back on their side, but I think this round is really going to determine what happens for the rest of the game.
Yeah, ODU does take this round here. GMU still up 5 rounds, but we've seen this before, right? This is genuinely the underdog story that everyone knows and everyone loves. So ODU, I think you're honestly pretty confident here, right? Especially because of what you just did earlier today. And Superhot's gonna fight too, but we'll find out. Fall down to David, but
they have Spike.
Really matter. They have Spike, like you just mentioned, Will, and they found 2. Automata's gonna find a nice ability kill onto Esper. Ryan's gonna be watching Spot. Can't quite find the kill yet, but it doesn't matter. Still gets out with their own alive here. Defect still watching this Spike. Make sure no one can go in. The smoke's gonna come out. David's gonna go and grab that Spike. Defect knows the Spike is gone and is going to play relatively safe here and not go for the pick.
Ryan had such a good chance to get a kill onto the opposing chamber. K-Tran would have been taken off the board, which would have been absolutely massive. Granted, it is still a 4v2 in favor of ODU. They also have that Omen teleport that they can use for intel, but you have to be so careful against this chamber with the op and the headhunter. Definitely something to keep in mind going forward. K-Tran's going to try and push through garage. We'll see if this is the play with the op. And no, Niche with the amazing headshot. He says, I can also do a one shot. Niche with 2. ODU picks up 2 in a row and is crawling back from the brink of defeat right now. ODU not going anywhere right now.
ODU is in this finals, and they are in this finals for a reason, Will. They are not giving up easy. They are not going home unhappy tonight. ODU is going to put their best foot forward, and we are going to see a timeout from GMU now.
Yeah, and they're starting to recognize maybe that momentum is starting to slip through their hands. Maybe a little bit of the sand effect going on. Maybe a little bit of end game with the just people fading away. And now you have to be so careful to not let this momentum build on you, because if that happens, things can get out of control really fast. And now you have, I mean, just look at the scoreboard right now. K-Tran is the win con right now for GMU. I mean, 11-4. That's almost, he's 1 kill away from a 3 KD.
Yeah, I mean, K-Tran just doing a phenomenal job right now. But do look at this, right? The side of GMU doesn't have the best economy right now. They could.
No, they don't.
Not all of them are going to be able to full buy here, unlike ODU, except for Super Hot Girl. Super Hot Girl's not going to be able to full buy here, but will be able to buy something. I lied. Gonna be able to buy that Vandal, actually. But
Super Hot also
GMU.
has ultimate online as well, which is just as good because you don't have that accuracy drop off in midair, which makes it such a dangerous weapon for that Jet. And we're gonna see Ryan try and get a collide. It almost lines up for him right there. That was so close to just being the clip that everyone sees.
Automata finds one, Ryan finds two with the headhunter, looking for heads indeed. Needs to find Gunfighter. There's an up-down C-Long here, and we are going to see the Omen for the side of ODU just playing a risky game with K-Train here. But what does K-Train mean? It means the killing machine. Here we go. That's what the K stands for here. GMU's K-Train going to be looking to try to win this fight. There are 5 bullets, 4 now. Only 4 bullets left for K-Train. It is still possible to get all 5 of these kills. We've seen it before.
K-Tran looking for that last kill. Misses the Jet.
And there it is.
Super Hot completes the flawless for ODU. George Mason now dropping 3 in a row. And if you're George Mason, you maybe start sweating a little bit because not only is the heat coming at you, but so is the momentum and so is the crowd. They are rallying their boys. Last round before the swap, 4-7. Will it be 7-5 or will it be 4-8? We'll have to wait and see for this round. But now, economy on both sides is there. This is all or nothing. This is the round to use your abilities. ODU elected to not use the knives or the Omen ultimate. No ultimates on the side of George Mason. Maybe 1 or 2 away on a few. K-Tran doesn't have that op. Instead, elects to go with that Vandal. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on as well because K-Tran has been so good with that op.
Yeah, and we are going to see the blind is going to come out, force Chase Q to run out of there. GMU, like you said early, still up 3 rounds, but Ryan's going to find a nice op kill on the K-Tran. The top fragger for GMU is now dead and in the dust. ODU still up 1 player right now. The knives are used. Still 2 ultimates left for Ryan. I'm telling you, I want to see that double op kill. 1 with the normal, 1 with the chamber. That's going to be beautiful to see. We still have teleportation online as well for ODU. Chase Q will find Automata. It is a 4v4 scenario right now, and we are going into the half after this round.
Yeah, and it's like you said, double op, so maybe we see Chamber hand that op off to one of his teammates and use that ultimate because it's now or never to use it. We see Jet Knives come out. Fade also has ultimate online after getting that kill, so that's going to be something else you want to try and keep an eye on going into this thing. But Super Hot with a massive kill on the Esper. Fade ultimate going to come out from the side of GMU. Prowler is going to follow that trail left behind. But it looks like they're just going to flee sight. ODU electing to try and retake this.
Yeah, ODU still has 2 ultimates abilities online. GMU did just use that Fade ultimate, so no ultimates here for GMU remaining. It is a 4v3. ODU's ability to win this right now. DVED does have this little smoke available. Chase Q playing the patience game. That is a big thing in Valorant, just being able to be patient. DVED's going to find Ryan. Super Hot's going to find Gunfighter, but will fall shortly after. Defense to find Chase Q. Defense will follow as well. It's a 1v1. Niche is going to take DVED. It is now 5-7 going into the half. Let me tell you something, Will. A lot of people are going to say that this is a warm-up game for GMU, but let me tell you something. This is a game to sweat about if you are GMU.
It's David versus Goliath, and David is starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and what a performance right now from ODU. They were down early on, but they have rallied to 4 straight. Niche with a massive pick there onto DVED. And now, if you look at the side of ODU, it's momentum starting to build. We're going to see what they can do on attack. Only 2 rounds now separate these teams.
This is the origin story for ODU. A 5-2 team versus a 7-0 team right now, and the score is 5-7 in only game number 1 of the MAEC Valorant Grand Finals.
That is what is wild to me. This is only game 1 and we're reaching these levels of hype. Imagine if this thing goes to a game 3. I think the roof might come off the building in this one. I mean, it's been absolutely electric in this building. It's just absolutely unreal. And meanwhile, Defect is going to get about half health on the side of ODU. That's going to be something to keep an eye on. Ryan and Niche. However, Chase and Gunfighter. Gunfighter does go down. D-Ved finds another now. 2v2 left. Super Hot is going to find a kill on the D-Ved. Now the last one is K-Tran for George Mason.
K-Tran is going to be going for the spike is going to be planted by Ryan here. K-Tran does know where the spike is going to be planted. Finds Super Hot Girl. It is the chamber 1v1. ODU wants to be in one round territory here. GMU wants to get that comfort back. They want to take this pistol round because most of the time winning the pistol means you win the next one.
And K-Tran has no revolver shots. Ryan has no revolver shots. And full health versus 70 health. That might make the difference, but looks like Ryan is just going to wait for this defuse to come out, and K-Tran might just stick this. He might actually just get this off. No, he doesn't. ODU
not yet.
Around K-Tran.
.02.
He was so close to finishing that one off, but what a defense that is, and ODU continues their streak. 5 in a row now for ODU as they crawl back from the brink of destruction.
ODU is not done yet. GMU needs to regather their thoughts. ODU is ready. They are riding that momentum. They are going hard, and they are not going to stop anytime soon.
In the words of Waka Flocka, they are going hard in the paint right now, and it is all in favor to ODU. 1 round separating these teams. It was at one time the gap was up to 6. They spot out Gunfighter, and that's gonna fear onto Gunfighter, and there's just nothing you can do at that point. Yeah, that's
absolutely not. Automata's gonna find one. Defect's gonna find the other. Ryan already found one early in the fight. It is a 5v2. We are gonna see Defect is going to fall to about 50-ish HP here. GMU 2 players remain, but the spike has been planted by ODU here. ODU has a great area. Automata not gonna play nice. They know they have the player advantage. They're gonna go forward. Ryan watching the flank, and Ryan now knows that GMU wants to push through here. Knows that Chase is there and is ready to go. Ryan not looking anymore.
The timing.
Oh.
Does get saved by the smoke, I believe, right there. And now Automata trying to push up through Garage, trying to find this last person. And he will. Esper and Chase fall. ODU, one of their players away from being getting a flawless round. And folks, we are tied in this game. And this crowd is loving it right now.
We have a match for you today here at the MAEC Winter Finals. And you cannot ask for anything better, Will, can you? This is really just ideal.
You really can't. And for the last, just championship we have for this event, we've seen George Mason already take Rocket League. We've seen him take League of Legends. I mean, do we see the trifecta, or is ODU trying to make sure they don't get their hands on that next one? Definitely going to be something to keep in mind, but K-Tran has other ideas, gets an opening pick on the Automata. That's going to be absolutely massive because now that's a lot of offensive capability taken off the board for ODU.
Yeah, so now ODU will have one down. The spike is still in their favor, though. I do not believe they've rotated yet, but they may try to do that soon here. As Super Hot Girl is going to come through the garage. K-Train's going to be smoked off here. Not going to be able to find a niche there, which could have been very bad. Oh, D-Ved going to be watching this angle, but is going to be spotted out here. Still going to find Super Hot, but will be traded out by Defect. But still, ODU is down one player right now, and Defect on only a sliver of HP remaining, as well as the chamber, which is going to be Ryan for ODU. Just little slivers of HP remaining, but Niche on the flank, looking to find GMU slacking.
Yeah, and Fade may have the prowlers, but right now Niche is the one prowling around looking for these kills. And now you have to be so careful, though. Defect is going to fall. And now numbers advantage increase even more for GMU. However, Ryan is going to find a kill. Does have teleports to set up, so definitely going to be something to keep an eye on in this scenario. And K-Tran, does he hear him? He definitely does. Is waiting on the site. Is going to find one kid. Find the second. And 3 for K-Tran. And George Mason snatching back the momentum. Right now, we are in a massive game of tug of war.
Yes, we are. And this is only map number 1, folks. We have a best of 3 here, and this is still anyone's game. You have the underdog story. You have the undefeated victors. Who is going to take just map number 1 here as GMU only has a 1-round lead onto ODU?
The temperature is rising in the arena, both literally and figuratively. You gotta be so careful about this. Both teams, I think it's gonna come down to really, because it's neck and neck right now. I think it's gonna come down to who's gonna make the biggest mistake. We see a Nate, he'll come out from Esper to start things off. That's massive. Once again, that's the chamber offline for ODU.
Yeah, that's going to be very bad for ODU, but no ultimates on either team right now. I believe ODU's chamber does have ultimate, though, so not going to be seeing that for this fight here. Niche, as well as the rest of ODU, going to be aggressive here. This Phantom is going to be grabbed. Automata is going to plant this spike here, and now ODU is going to hold this point. Super Hawk is going to find Esper, but Chase Q is going to find Automata lurking about GMU and ODU. It is a 3v3 scenario here as we are now approaching this last 52 seconds. Spike is now in the favor of Fade for ODU. Some damage is sent out, but Super Hawko is going to find K-Train, but in return, the effect will fall. Now ODU still has the spike, but just cannot plant it yet, as now both of ODU's players are very separated from each other.
Yeah, that's something you got to be careful about, is challenging them 1 by 1, and also ODU still has plenty of time for a plant, but there goes the spike. Now that's down, and just like that, momentum swings. Prowler is going to find lock on the 1, but it's going to get shot down. Spike picked up, and Niche gonna try and just run and gun. One way is put up by the Viper, but Niche now down to a 1v1 against the Viper gunfighter, trying to save his team and get a second round, and it's gonna catch out Niche with that Bulldog, and just like that, GMU now back to 2 rounds ahead. And now, folks, this is when it gets hype, when we're getting towards crunch time. GMU is now 4 rounds away from taking map 1.
ODU down 2 rounds. The economy is going to force them to full buy here. GMU has the money to spare, but not too much, I might add. They don't have all the money in the world. Either team losing this next round could be terrible for the other.
Yeah, K-Tran and Super Hot, most likely going to see ultimates coming out there. They do have that offensive utility with that ultimate. K-Tran has the op, and Super Hot has the knives. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on as we head into this. And K-Tran, you got to hit your shots, because let's say you waste a few bullets, you're not going to have enough. You're not going to have anything if your ultimate runs out. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. The same thing goes for Super Hot as well. But the thing about Super Hot's knives is that they can get in closer. They can try and just get in your face with that right click and just eliminate you with a snap of a finger like Thanos. I mean, the potential is there for ODU, and both these teams clashing. Whichever team I think wins this round will have the more favorable economy.
Yeah, if ODU wins this, they will be able to tie up the series, most likely here going to 9 because of that economy boost for ODU. But if GMU wins this, this could be in a very bad situation for ODU. So ODU really needs to win this. Like you said, the knives are going to come out, but we are going to see the tour de force come out from the chamber from GMU. We do see still have teleportation. Super Hot going to be aggressive here. Going to quite find Esper is going to fall, but Chase Q's going to find that trade on the Super Hot girl. It's a 4v4. Niche will find the plant down. But this is still anyone's round here. Both teams want to take this. They want to take it long, and they want to take the win. Ryan will find Chase Q, but Automata will fall there. I am so hyped right now. I'm messing up names. K-Train has the op on cooldown. Gunfighter's going to be looking for the fuse. Has half now, and is just going to stick it there.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to spam near that spike. Going to try and use the Ryan's going to find 2. K-Tran getting a kill onto Defect. Now 1v2 with the chamber op. K-Tran's going to find a kill on the Niche. Now Ryan is slow. Did they get it to half? They did. K-Tran's just going to defuse. He got it.
K-Tran got it.
K-Tran clutches it up for George Mason. A massive, massive win. Pros do not fake. and certainly they do not buckle under the pressure.
Absolutely not. Ryan had a phenomenal performance there, but the slow was just so perfect for GMU to get that defuse off, and only moments away, and now we're going to see light shields and not a full buy from ODU here. This could be very, very bad for ODU because now GMU is going to be in a very good spot to continue forward in their momentum.
And just like that, George Mason has completely snatched away the momentum that ODU built up towards the end of that. And it looks like Esper's going to find one. Does try to use the bounce the blast pad, but also uses ultimate. So that's ultimate offline without getting a kill. That's a wasted ultimate on the side of GMU. So that's definitely something to keep in mind going forward. Dafek trying to shoot through that wall, not going to quite find anything. They have a free site to try and plant, but I think that's exactly what George Mason wants. George Mason wants to do these retakes when they know they have the economy advantage, when they know they have the ability advantage. So definitely going to be something to keep an eye on heading into things here.
What a molly.
I mean, what a molly that is right there. That's going to do a good amount of damage. These lineups, and this is kind of what I was talking about. You have more offensive. You have more offensive pressure on this breach, and Viper has so much more defensive. And there it is. Look at that. ODU is gonna win it here. They get a save, kind of a thrifty round right there. Kind of half buys coming out from everyone, and they make it work. ODU trying to now snatch the momentum back towards them in this game of tug and war, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, and you know, if Esper was able to get away with that Ray showstopper, that probably would have been a 4-man shot. I mean, that was close.
Yeah, it would have done a lot of damage to be sure. And look at that, the Chambers almost identical. 18 kills across the board for both of them. Definitely something to keep an eye on as we head into things here. Omen ultimates online for both teams. However, ODU does have that Fade ultimate, and they're gonna lead with it heading into this one, and that's not gonna find anyone. No one on George Mason on the site.
You know, I find this interesting. ODU is so aggressive. They're so involved. Niche is going to get this plant so early in this fight. And by the way, Viper used ult last round for GMU, so you no longer have that. All you have is teleportation with K-Train with the headhunter finding defect. That is one head hunted indeed. ODU also has teleportation available here, but no, Nation Super not going to find it. K-Train is not done yet, though. Finds one more headshot here. They know where they are. Automata's going to find them. ODU 9-10, 1 round difference.
The lockdown defense there by ODU after bomb is planted. It does not get any better than that. K-Train with an amazing headshot right there. Niche gonna pick up 2. Super Hot also picking up 2. And just like that, ODU 1 round away from tying things up yet again.
Yeah, you know, I would not be surprised, Will, if we manage to see an overtime in map number 1 of these Valorant finals. This is gonna be absolutely incredible, and you can tell things are heating up like you mentioned earlier, Will. This is just one amazing, oh, here it is. Oh, not gonna quite find anyone, but that combo.
Yeah, that combo is so deadly because you can't run past the radius of the explosion, but they're just gonna get a free plant.
The plant already started.
Super Hot just gets a free plant right there, and I mean, you take those if you are ODU, and Niche gonna open things up with a kill onto defense. That smokes offline for George Mason. However, you still have the Viper,
What
now,
a peek.
no smokes at all, so no cover for George Mason as they try and defuse the spike.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like we're just gonna have Defect gonna find one. Defect will get blown up though by Esper's boom bot there. Chase will find Automata, but Automata will find K-Train before that fall happens. It is a 2v1. Nice will find Chase Q. Tied series 10-10 right now, Will.
We are back to where we started, folks. 10-10 right now between both of these teams. This is as good as it gets for a finals. And oh my goodness, what a performance right there by Niche defending that site so well. Esper was able to get a kill with that utility, but just like that, we're back to square one, Ryan.
Yeah, and you know, ODU calls this time out here. Ryan called it, and you know, there's probably
two main reasons here that it was called, and one of them was either to sort of mess with GMU's mental, right, but also to reset ODU's mental, right? They have been on such a fire streak right now, and they kind of just need to relax, right? So this timeout may just be to sort of chill out and relax. As you hear, the crowd is absolutely ecstatic and yelling right now.
Let's get loud,
this
folks,
is
in
just
this
insane.
Arena. I mean, absolutely phenomenal, and this is what you want for map 1. I still can't believe that. I've said it so many times because I just can't believe how hype this arena is. I mean, it's just absolutely unreal to see an event like this. And if you look at the economy, George Mason is broke just like me. They have no utility online. They're buying Stingers, they're buying Spectres. Gunfighter has a Ghost. I mean, absolutely unreal. K-Tran might be 1 point away from getting Tour de Force, but he has a classic.
Yeah, and you know, Will, you may be broke, but whoever wins this is going to go walking away with $500. And they will no longer be broke. Second place walking away with $250. Both of these teams going to be why is Super Hot so aggressive? Oh my gosh.
I'm here for it. Doesn't quite get a kill. Esper now down to 5 health. Got to be careful about that. And now that's also a free Vandal on the side of GMU. I mean, Super Hot just went flying in, literally, into that. Almost got a kill, but wasn't quite able to find the last 5 damage there on to Esper. And George Mason has the advantage as they try and defend here.
Yeah, and ODU will have that Jet Knives online for next round, but GMU has already operated that operator. The teleportation is no longer available as Ryan's going to find a nice headshot on the DVED here. It is now 4v4. The spike is still in favor of ODU, so it's still anyone's game, but K-Trade's going to stop Ryan in the tracks. Defect is going to see this. Niche is going to go for a spike plan here, though. Defect is going to watch this garage, watching to see if anyone's going to try to peek the gun sight, the lines of misery.
And right now, full defense is the name of the game for ODU. They have gun advantage. However, I believe George Mason does have that Vandal that Super Hot dropped earlier. So that's definitely going to be something to try and keep an eye on. Niche sitting up on that box spot right there. That's absolutely massive. Tether going to come out right there. But Gunfighter's going to find a kill on the Niche. That going to find a kill. Automata is going to find 2. Now it's a win.
It's not done yet.
ODU has advantage heading into the next round.
ODU, we now see them the first time in the series above, and this is just absolutely incredible. It is anyone's game right now. ODU, GMU, 11-10, ODU's favor. We are only on map 1, Will.
I can't believe this. If at the rate this is going, Ryan, I may lose my voice before we get to the end of this, but that's okay, because that's how you know it is quality content right here, quality competition. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see out of a finals. ODU crawling back from the brink and is now 2 rounds away from taking this first map.
Will, I don't know who scripted this, but whoever did put David and Goliath in the finals, and it is 11-10, David's favor right now, and it is truly going to see who wins this match. By the way, GMU is already down 1 player, I forgot to mention, but ODU is going to have 3 ultimates online here. This Fade ability is going to throw out, though.
And that's a massive first kill as well, because that's K-Train down. Esper's also going to fall now as well. Spike's going to go down. Full advantage right now for ODU as they try and defend this site. It's ODU right now riding this momentum. 3 ultimates online. They just need this round and the next to try and win this.
And ODU hasn't used a single ult this round yet, and they still have all 5 players versus 3. Nisha's watching this flank angle. They're probably going to. They have the spike planted. Oh, okay, Jet Knives are going to come out. Jet Knives will come out here.
That's a wasted ultimate. GMU's going to save here, and they're not going to find any value from that ultimate. And not to mention, this next round is so important because it's match point. You're going to lose out on that ultimate from Jet. So now maybe Super Hot can't get as aggressive as they want to, and might honestly, running around the map like this might just give a free kill to George Mason.
Yeah, potentially, as the ODU team will take round number 12 going into match point here. And oh no, Gunfighter will find Super Hot before the round ends. And now 1 ultimate down. We are going to have Breach. We are going to have Chamber. And we are going to have Raze and Omen for the side of GMU with these ultimate abilities. It is anyone's game right now, but ODU has match point.
Yeah, this is it for George Mason. Break point right? Or not breakpoint.
Match point. Match point. Close enough. Yeah.
Yeah, match point. Breakpoint's tennis terms. I don't know why I said that. It's break or be broken. I think that's what I was going for right there. Break or be broken right now by George Mason. Of course, you still have another map, but you need to win 2 in a row if you do drop this one, and that is easier said than done. However, George Mason is no stranger to reverse sweeps. Certain people will know what I mean by that. Sorry, I had sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, okay. So anyways, I'm going to take the rest of this round because I'm salty now. So let's see. ODU still has 2 ultimates online. GMU 2 as well here. GMU does need to figure out what they... I'm sorry, ODU.
It's low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit right now.
Oh, but not anymore because Esper's going to find Ryan. Superhot's going to find Esper, but Superhot will follow in return. Automata's going to find Chase Q, and now it is a 3v3 just like that. Automata's going to use that breach ultimate ability. The Viper ability will come out, try to molly that off. Niche is going to be planting this bomb. May potentially actually get a gunfighter. Is going to be forced out by the breach stun here. K-Train can't quite find the headshot here, and this is almost it for ODU.
Dafek going to find a kill. K-Train gets a kill on Automata, and now 2v2 with Vade ultimate going to come out. K-Train does pick up that Vandal, but still 2v2 potential decay going onto George Mason, and now defense gonna fall on Niche. Last one alive for his team. K-Tran trying to find the last one, and he does. GMU stays alive and is 1 round away from setting this thing into overtime.
K-Train is still standing. Someone call Elton John because GMU is not done yet, Will. GMU.
I'm genuinely speechless right now. I knew we were going to get a good game. I did not think it would be this good of a game. This is absolutely unreal right now. And this is... I know I said it back when I casted for Stay Plugged In Valorant tournament. Every game went to overtime or went to the last round. This has the chance to top that very, very easily. The intensity right now has already toppled that easily by far. And we're only on the first map. I know I keep on saying that, but like I'm just absolutely dumbfounded that this is the case.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on map 1 and you may potentially be going into OT in the finals, you can't ask for anything better. You can't hope for anything better, and you can't script it. Like, this is insane right now.
It seems like it is. Like
it does. It really does.
It's like league finals. That almost seems scripted, and it's been absolutely unreal. And now we try and find just the last... Whoever makes the first mistake, I think, in this round is gonna decide the fate. If George Mason makes the first mistake, that round is most likely gonna go in the way of ODU. And if George Mason makes that, or if ODU makes that first mistake, George Mason is sending things into overtime.
Yeah, and GMU is going to force ODU to not go down C. That Viper ultimate is used as a zoning ult, but it doesn't look like ODU is that scared right now. Ryan is going to have that chamber ultimate online, the tour de force, looking to cause some havoc. GMU still has the showstopper as well as that fear ultimate online here. Esper's gonna find 1, Gunfighter gonna find 2. Esper will fall to super hot. GMU has 4 players online, 3 for ODU right now. GMU uses that fade fear ultimate right now. ODU still has the spike, still is living. Defense gonna find Automata, and they want to go to OT. No. GMU is not done yet. Ryan not gonna fully plant yet. 8 seconds left. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Forced to plant this bomb right now. K-Train's gonna find it. Defense gonna find it as well. 12 to 12. We are going into OT for map number 1.
My goodness. Defense does it again for his team. The Omens this game are coming up clutch. Folks, we are headed into OT, heading into the closing of map 1. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, man. This is absolutely unreal.
This is OT, map number 1 in the MAEC finals. Listen to that crowd, ready to go and ready to fight.
I mean, the crowd behind me, you can most likely hear them. If you can't, there's no way that my mic isn't picking that up. But I mean, oh my goodness, and it looks like it's going to be ODU on attack, I believe. Or no, it looks like George Mason on attack first. Wait.
ODU will be on the defense here.
Is that a glitch? I don't see Viper Ultimate online. It's saying Viper Ultimate is up, but I don't think that's
Yeah,
the
I believe
case.
that may be a slight glitch because
Yeah.
obviously everyone starts same ultimate, same money, everything
Yeah,
here. So
I was gonna say,
I
that's
believe that's
definitely a
glitch, but
glitch.
that
Ooh.
is not a glitch as Defect is going to be taking out
Well, now I
Gunfighter.
guess it doesn't matter either way if
No, it
there's
doesn't.
a Viper Ultimate online, because now Viper's dead. Howard Defect is going to find a third. Super High going to find another kill. ODU trying to win it in overtime. Fade Ultimate online after getting 3, and now Bomb is going to go down by ODU. They're going to have to try and rush that site, but Super Hot cleans up the last 2, and just like that, ODU is 1 round away from taking this one again.
ODU match point once again. You said it, Will. GMU looking to even this series back up once more. It is anyone's game right now, Will, and I have a strong feeling that you and I are going to be waiting to call the draw before they will.
Yeah, I honestly think we'll tire out before the players will.
I'm already tired. It's map 1, Will.
I mean, to be fair, you've been on all day, so it's understandable. You've done a great job, I must say. And I am currently, I want to know what the players are like right now, because I'm sweating right now. I can only imagine how the players are feeling about this one. And now, Viper Ultimate says it's out again. I don't think that's the case once more. Shout out Riot Games for that one. But now, Spike in the hands of the Omen, and Esper's gonna wait, but he's only gonna find 1. But it is the Chamber. That is so big. Howard Duelist offline for George Mason, and that could have been really, really bad right there for ODU.
Yeah, GMU, it's going to be even right now. Raise dropped for GMU. Chamber dropped for ODU, as well as the fade, as Automata's going to find 1. Deflect's going to find D-Bed. This is it. Niche is going to be planting this spike. ODU wants to finish this map 14-12 and move on. They are done. Automata's going to find K-Trent. Only 1 player left. It is Gunfighter. A 4K must be seen to continue map number 1 here. Gunfighter's going to be coming in, looking to try and find a pick early on here, but so many people are watching right now. There's only so much you can do. Gonna fall. Super Hawk's gonna find it. ODU map number 1, 14-12 in the MAEC Winter Finals.
And first round goes to David in this one. Absolutely unreal scenes here in the arena behind us. I mean, if you can hear them, they are hyped right now. And wow, I am actually at a loss for words. ODU from the brink of destruction is able to bring that thing back. Wow,
yeah, Will, you know, I mean,
I don't have words for it.
I don't either.
I think analysts do, so we're gonna send it back for them so we can get a break to figure out what the heck just happened. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Thank you guys so much. I mean, you heard our casters. They were going absolutely wild. They're yelling themselves hoarse just to get over the crowd just because of all of the excitement. What an incredible game number 1 on Haven. Went to OT. I mean, I will say, if you are a fan of GMU, this may not bode super well for you moving into map number 2. Looking at GMU, they definitely favor Haven as one of their maps that they like to play. We've also seen them play on Bind a lot as well, but it's this Haven that we see them play a lot, especially with this kind of a slightly different composition with the Raze and the Viper. I will say Raze is normal on Haven, but the Viper is typically not that character that you normally see.
Yep.
And I'm thinking that they were using that to kind of catch players off guard, you know, do some molly setups, some Viper smoke, some walls as well. And I just feel like the Viper, unfortunately, didn't quite have the impact that they were hoping it would.
Yeah, I definitely agree that if you're a GMU fan at home, you might be a little bit scared.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if map 2 is where I'm scared.
Okay.
I think you're talking about this comfort pick and this Viper. Mm-hmm. It's kind of more unique on Haven, but moving on to Icebox, that's where all of these planned plays can come. And if you're a Viper main, that is where you can actually express your skill. It is a lot more planned out, a lot more powerful. And I think this Icebox for map 2, could potentially be good for GMU. So I'm not scared as a fan on that side.
Okay, I like that.
I am scared for Breeze. And that's kind of where we prefaced it, where ODU is comfortable on Breeze. And if you could take one map, whether it's map 1 or map 2, I think you're feeling comfortable as ODU to pull off the upset. And that's where I'm fearful. That's where I'm fearful.
Yeah, well, I think at this point, right, what we talked about, right, we thought Haven was going to go in favor of GMU. It ends up going in favor of ODU. We knew that if ODU makes it to Breeze, it will probably go in favor of ODU for Breeze, just because of what we've seen from them, how well they've been playing. So now the pressure is just completely on GMU. They need to take Icebox, and then they need to push through Breeze and take Breeze if they want to have a chance at winning this, if they want to take home that money, if they want to take home that #1 title. So now we really get to see where is the mental, how strong is the GMU mental, how strong can they lock it down? Like you said, Icebox is a great map to express your creativeness, your lineups if you're a Viper main. And I completely agree. I'm excited to see what Gunfighter does on the side of GMU. But when you look over on the side of ODU, Niche, who did amazing on the Omen, we also know that they have a Viper that they can play as well that is also incredible, which we've seen on Breeze. So, I mean, it will be interesting for sure, and I cannot wait. There's just so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance with a lot of these game plan specific play focused maps where you have to play Viper on Icebox, right? And we're talking about it. You play Open map 1 on Haven. I'm gonna play Viper map 2. I know what I need to do. I know how to use the plan. And certain people use their Vipers differently. Some have them be plant and then set up afterwards. Set up before, then plant. So I think there's a lot of creative skill expression for all of the lineups, all of the set plays you have, and then it's just how you actually carry them out with who's doing what role. And I think the Viper will actually have an impact on Breeze as well. Like, Breeze is a good map for Viper. Like, everything that she can do is very good on Breeze. So we've been talking this up for ODU. That's because we have experience watching them play on Breeze.
Yeah.
That's not to count GMU out. I do think that their players with their skill sets could be good on Breeze. Like, I think that is a match that can work. It's just all about momentum. It's all about endurance. We talk about this a lot at all of these tournaments that we run, where they start at 9 a.m. for check-in, and it's kicking on to about 5 p.m. This match is probably going to end around 6 p.m. Endurance is key, and you can have all the mental strength in the world, but do you have the mental endurance to have that strength for long enough? Semifinals was a long match as well, even if it was a little bit lopsided in times. It still ended up going 3 maps, right?
Yeah, at least for ODU, it went 3 maps.
Yeah, for GMU, it's that 2-0, but there's still a lot of time since they've played. You might think sitting around and not doing anything isn't strenuous at all, but just staying awake and thinking about the game will drain you. And now we're having these breaks between games. Every single minute, every bathroom break is going to be ticking more into more what you have of endurance and what you can do. So if this goes to map 3, it might be up in the air. I don't even know if what the momentum is going to matter.
You know what? Actually, I agree with that, especially because, yes, we have seen ODU play on Breeze. We haven't seen GMU play on Breeze, at least here in person. And, yeah, it's been a long day. We've been here since 9 a.m. The player check-in was at 9 a.m. as well. They've been here for a very, very long time. Either they've been in match, or they've been thinking about match, or they've been warming up. You know, there's a lot that's been going on day in and day out just throughout the course of the entire day. Yeah, day in, day out throughout the whole day. But it really will come down to that mental fortitude and the alertness, the awakeness, the ability to just keep going, to push forward, keep pushing through that fatigue, and just which team wants it more at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's kind of an exponential thing where after you get into the finals, wanting it more and focusing more drains you more than it did earlier in the day. And when you're underneath these stressful conditions, we talked about it a lot with the League of Legends match where you know that one round could potentially swing the entire set, the entire tournament that you've been playing in all day, that you're playing in the season for all semester, right?
Yep.
And those moments can lead to glory or they could lead to demise, right? Like, that's just, it's dramatic, but everything could culminate in one single play.
Yeah.
One decision by one person on a playing field of tens of people, right?
Yeah, and I will say we've seen a lot of great work out of both of the IGLs from GMU and ODU. So yeah, it is one misplay, one misstep is demise, right? But it's also just one missed aim, one missed shot can really also impact that greatly. And I think we've seen a little bit of that, especially when we were looking at that last OT, right? We saw players who were hiding in corners, and sometimes they get overlooked because it's been so long, right? You've been on Haven for so long. Someone takes an unorthodox corner that you're not ready for. You walk past them. You don't even check that corner. And then it's up to that person to hit those shots. And we saw one of those opportunities where they missed their shots, right? And so it really is important, but also as the day goes on, as the fatigue sets in, you're going to start making some missed calls, some misplays. You're going to start missing those shots, and I think this is where all of the teams need to dig deep and find what they're made of. And are they going to walk home champions? Are they going to walk home, $500 richer, or are they just gonna walk home second place? You know. So enough about that. We are in a short break while the players take a little bit of time to recuperate, get some water, use the restrooms. You know how it is. We're going to have a short video from Children's National. Remember, all this is benefiting Children's National. Of course, if you would like to make a donation, you can do that in chat, or of course go to www.extralifedc.com. But for now, please enjoy this video, and we'll be right back after that. And we are back. If you have missed out, you missed out on an incredible match of Haven ODU versus GMU. We are getting ready. We're gearing up to go into Icebox.
Yep.
Whew. I love this. This is a very different map. Of course, we went from the 3-site to a 2-site with a lot of tight corners. Of course, there are some opportunities. I mean, we're going to see Chamber again being run, and we'll probably see Viper again as well. But aside from that, we might see some new characters. We might see the Sage being pulled out, the Sova coming out as well. It'll really just force these players to dig a little bit deeper, change up their playstyles, of course, to make sure they're fitting up on Icebox. And again, Icebox is a map that we have not seen today.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see the pace of this game, right?
Yeah.
This map demands a much different pace, especially with multiple Vipers existing. You can place a lot of fake walls where you're putting the wall down, going to the other site, move a lot slower, don't want to give up any intel on where you're going, force defense to react to you, right? And a lot of this proactive play can be done very slowly, very intentionally. And that might be very different for both of these players or both of these teams where they've kind of been demanding the pace, I feel, a bit quicker, right?
Yeah, and I think it'll again go back to that mental fortitude that we've been talking and we've been hitting on over and over again, especially because when we saw Haven, we saw GMU dominating that first 6-7 rounds. Really, ODU did not even have a chance to get into the game until after that, and then eventually they were able to start crawling back into the game. They actually tied it up going into the half, and then they started running away with it, to be honest. So I think GMU, if they're able to get a lead, if they're able to get a lead, they need to hold on to it. And for some reason, every time we've seen ODU, they tend to lose early on and then just crawl their way back. It seems like it's part of the game plan.
Yeah, I think for ODU, if they have the lead at half, it's just potentially a bonus at that point. We're sitting pretty. We know what we need to do. We know how many rounds we need to win the match, and then that's what we're aiming for. I don't think they've been discouraged at all so far today.
I completely agree. Well, without further ado, we are getting into the next matchup of Icebox. We're going to throw it over to the casters. Hopefully they've had enough time to recuperate. Take it away, guys.
Well, yeah, you said it, Alexander, Nikita, and I think we've had some time to, get it buried straight.
We've had enough time.
Yeah, we've had enough time, and we actually have a little announcement about that third and fourth place match that happened.
Yeah, and it was Radford against Mount St. Mary's. They went into quadruple overtime, so you thought that last match was intense. They went to the last map. They went to map 3, and they decided we've had enough of just trying to win. It's been back and forth. They decided to just end things with a knife fight to try and see who would win, and Radford came out on top in that department. So you love to see it. So Radford will take third. Mount St. Mary's is in fourth place, and now first and second still up for grabs. Who's going to come away with 500? Who's going to come away with 250? And it's, as they mentioned, it is Icebox. We're sure to see Viper. We're sure to see Sage as well, and most likely Sova. So it's going to be interesting to see what teams pick for their duelist in this scenario.
Yeah, and we're going to see Super Hot Girl on the Reyna. We're going to see a Jet as well, the Sova, Viper. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what the rest, and we're also going to have that Chamber. GMU going to be running Sage, Sova, Reyna, Viper, and Chamber. So almost a mirror matchup. Only difference is the Sage and the Jet picks from GMU and ODU.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive because Sage is such a defensive character, so maybe they elect to go the more defensive route in this scenario. And honestly, I kind of like that strategy. It paid off, going for maybe a little more offensive pick with that breach, and it ended up working out. Adanama just did so well coming off the bench he's listed as their sub, but did not play like it. It was an absolutely amazing offensive utility right there, and it just wasn't enough from having that Viper against the breach. And I said it was, they both have their defensive and offensive capabilities, and Breach just ended up coming out on top in that scenario. So that's going to be something to maybe keep an eye on as we go into this game. And it looks like ODU will start on defense. So we have that Viper util ready to go to work for both sides. I mean, this is such a close map. That Viper,
we got the hype going on.
I'm getting distracted from Josh hyping up the crowd right now. He's doing an absolutely fantastic job of that. But now we're going to head into things here, and it looks like they're going to elect to go towards B-side.
And there it is.
Super hot on that Reyna. That's definitely going to be a factor in this one. Dafek going to find a kill on the Esper. That is Reyna down for the team. Dafek is just trying to end things right now, and now it's just the Viper with the spike for George Mason in this one.
Yeah, and Defect finding those 3 kills, and
they know where he is.
Manages to get out, though, still has that TP. Yep, TP's out of there. Nice and easy. One thing I want to mention is Super Hot is really like a lover of that frenzy, and
you can see why, right? Such good kills there. David's going to find Automata as well as Ryan, but will fall to defect with the 4K. ODU starting strong, up 1 in the series and up 1 in the round.
Defect with a Quadra to start things off here. He is hungry, and he wants to win. Super hot. Did end up taking that ace with first blood right there, but still, great job by ODU to take first round on Icebox. And now, ODU trying to continue that momentum from the last game to upset George Mason in this scenario, and DVED got 2 right there and wasn't able to find the last 2 as well. And now ODU has the advantage. They're on defense. They have the gun advantage. They have the util advantage. George Mason is just going to try and get lucky here.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I want to mention is I think most of the crowd here is rooting for ODU because GMU already won today, right? They already won a 4-2 victory. Yeah, they have. They've won multiple, right? So I think most of the people here are actually rooting for ODU as Niche with 3. There's the ODU you want to see. Niche finding 3 and is still looking for more. A spike gets planted down by GMU, however, but the molly is out, and the rest of ODU is going to start coming into this fight hard. Chase Q is going to find 1, but Ryan's on the flank angle with the Marshall on the jet. Does find Chase Q here. Asper only a sheriff here is going to not hit the shots. Automata's going to find the stinger on him. Niche is going to defuse, and ODU up 2 in the series.
Yeah, that was absolutely unreal there by Niche. I think if Niche doesn't get all 3 of those kills, George Mason actually might have won that round. I mean, they had the potential to lock that site down, but Niche just wreaking havoc with that Spectre, and right now it is all ODU, and George Mason has to win this round or else they are in big trouble.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I want to mention is on the break, ODU, their entire team went outside of the arena and sort of cooled off, and they
with us.
Yeah, with us, and they looked so calm and collected, right?
Yeah.
You are the major underdogs here, and you have already beat one powerhouse, and now you're going to go up against the mitochondria of this entire event right now, and you are going strong against them, already 1 up in the series. And I mean, ODU, so calm, so collected, and so dominant already.
Yeah, and another thing you have to keep in mind, though, ODU is electing to keep the guns from that last round. Shock Dart not going to find anything, but ODU, it does have Spectres and Stingers, so that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on. GMU definitely has the better util in this scenario, as we see DVED with the Phantom right there is going to find a kill on to the Chamber, and now George Mason has the advantage trying to defend this plant, and ODU looking for a retake here.
Yeah, ODU down 1 person here, GMU with 5 though, and now GMU can really just play safe here. They don't have to do much of anything, but Automata says no. DVED's gonna fall. Super Hot Girl's gonna find Esper in return as well, and now Chase Q all over here. Chase Q is gonna find Super Hot Girl on the transition, but Ryan's gonna find a headshot on the Gunfighter, but K-Train's gonna find Niche and Ryan. Automata is gonna find Chase Q. It's a 1v1 here. Automata's gonna find him. K-Tran, and now 3-0. ODU lead. This is the MAEC Finals.
Automata comes up big for ODU with a just lesser gun advantage or disadvantage, but they make it work. He gets the kills, picks up the Vandal, and sends George Mason to sleep with that one. George Mason sleeping 6 feet under after that round, and all advantage for ODU as George Mason's economy is ravished right now.
This is an ODU performance right now, Will. We saw last map, GMU was up so much, and wow, Penguins, okay.
Snowmen, I like that.
Yeah, I never actually knew that. See, this is why I love our observers. They always find the new things on the maps. Yeah, shout out right there.
But yeah, no, that effect with a massive early pick. ODU utilizing their util and their economy best to their advantage. We see an early pick right there. There is no possible way George Mason can counter that except by not peeking it.
Yeah, and K-Tran is going to get this plant down. Just a nice little run in there between Chase Q and K-Tran. But the spike is going to be planted now, and now GMU can defend, but they are down 1 person. They do have Revive online, but ODU does have that Reina Ultimate online as well here. Defect going to be looking for another op shot, but it's going to be walled off. Going to take that reload, but Ryan's going to find DVED, and now Viper is obsolete in the fight. Super Hot Girl going to find Chase Q. Defect going to find the op kill on the K-Tran. Going to have some bullets shot out by Automata. Super Hot Girl going to find Gunfighter. The fight is going to be won by ODU 4-0 in the series.
They got the perfect off. ODU 4 in a row of flawless. However, you got to be careful because
Yeah, you do.
ODU was in the same exact spot, and look at what happened for the last round. ODU was behind by a lot and was able to come back in this one. So maybe George Mason trying to do a little bit of the same in this scenario. However, mental starts to come into the game as a factor now after dropping the first round and 4 rounds in a row. If you're George Mason, mental is just out the window. You need to try and rein it back in and not let it get away from you. You have to be so careful. Res online for George Mason, so that's also something to keep an eye on as well, because that can make it a 6v5 in a round.
Oh, and Defect is actually going to make it a 5v4 now. The revive is going to come back up, so it is that 5v5. So there you go.
I told you.
Like you said, but Defect did find that op kill early and is now going to have the Chamber Tour de Force coming in for ODU. GMU does have Sova Ultimate as well as the Viper ult, which is going to come online. K-Train is going to get this plant off. We have seen this multiple times already here on the same site, same location. ODU knows what their plan is. They're going to try and go for it again. Same exact deal. Take the kills, take the fight, take the round, take more of a lead. Here they go as ODU is going to come into this fight. They have to be careful though. This Viper ultimate is gruesome. Esper will find Ryan as well. This is now going to be even though his Super is going to find Esper and Diva's going to fall down. So that Viper ultimate is now obsolete. Automata's going to find Chase 2. The defuse is going to come off. Automata's fighting another one now. And GMU falls to niche. ODU 5-0 in the series.
No ultimates, no problem right there. They deal with the Viper ultimate, and that's absolutely massive. Esper finally killing the Ryan. Super hot shuts down Esper. Automata finds 2, and listen to the crowd behind me, Ryan. They are absolutely electric. George Mason, time out.
Yeah, you know, GMU trying to reset their mentals here. Get back on track. The ODU copium in this arena right now, Will, is absolutely wild. I am in love with this crowd, and GMU going to try to reset this mental right now.
And they need it. Look at Defect right there. I mean, 8-2 with an op, and he has ultimate. If he wants, that's 2 ops for his team. Granted, I don't know why you'd want to. Just continue to save up money. Go invest that into something if you want. They can afford to do so. ODU has all the momentum on their side. If you look at the economy for George Mason, they can't buy anything.
Yeah, that is not where you want to be if you are GMU. ODU riding high and pretty right now, not really worried. I mean, look at that economy, like you were mentioned. I mean, 7,300 for Automata. You have 58 for Defect and Super Hot Girl. Niche, 47. Ryan did die, so it was a force to buy there, but 36. And everyone on the side of GMU, except for DVED, is below 2,000. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Gunfighter is below 2,000.
Yeah, with the amount of creds that he has saved up, Automata looks like he might be saving up for retirement at this rate. I would too after winning a tournament like this, and ODU is poised to do exactly that. George Mason trying to bring it back from the brink of destruction right now. Goliath is on the back foot. Esper's going to find a kill to immediately get traded out. So that is 2 duelists offline for both teams. So now George Mason only has no duelist at all, actually.
Yeah, you know what I find interesting? What if that timeout they talked about going to A site, right? And then it's like ODU knew that was gonna happen, right? I mean, that was just awesome.
I mean, defense on this map is so strong if you can just keep people alive. And they've done exactly that. K-Tran, however, trying to put in work for his team. He says no duelist, no problem. Automata does find 2 as Gunfighter walks into the Soba ultimate. No way. Talk about unlucky timing right there.
Yeah, Niche is going to find K-Train. GMU 1 player remaining, and it is DVED. We've seen some great plays from DVED so far in this series. This is truly anyone's game right now. Isn't quite going to find Niche. ODU is 6 rounds from victory, Will. 7 rounds. I can do math, I promise.
Math goes out the window when things are as hype as this, Ryan. And what a performance by ODU. And we see the clutch come out from Niche again. I mean, Niche all game has just seemed to have been the last one alive, whether it's been with Omen or with Viper, and has managed to clutch things up. And George Mason still backpedaling, trying to figure out what the heck happened. And another thing I want to touch on is the double Sova ultimate kill by ODU.
Yeah.
Without that last kill, George Mason has that Viper utility, but that goes offline because they just ran right into the Sova ultimate. And I mean, talk about unlucky timing. Everything going in the way of ODU, including a pick by Super Hot on Kitran.
Yeah, Ryan 30 HP here, drops the one because it goes into that smoke now. But Ryan has these knives looking to find a kill. Automata just not gonna be nice. Gonna be looking for these headshots as he has been doing all day today. Chase U's gonna find Niche, but Esper's gonna fall next. Chase U will find Automata as well, so Automata's kill is going to be pretty obsolete there. But ODU is now a 3v3. We've seen ODU in these 3v3 scenarios all the time. This is their comfort zone right now. Gunfighter's gonna hold the up, watching the flank angle here. You do not want to give this op up right now. You have the finances to buy that op, and you do not want to lose it. GMU needs to win this round. They need to get that momentum back in their favor. We do have the TP going to come down. Gunfighter going to try and see if they can find a poke here. Chase Q going to go pretty aggressive here. Going to be watching this angle on the right side, there, on the left side there. D-Ved's going to get the plant down, and looks away!
The timing! And it looks like Reyna ultimate is going to come out, and Super Hot is going to find two. Can they find the next one for the 4th kill of the round? And they find Gunfighter with the kill. Clutches it up. George Mason isn't going anywhere yet.
George Mason is not done. They did not come to these finals to lose to ODU. They came to get their win. They are not done yet. It is not going to be a 13-0. You are looking at a GMU comeback.
I mean, this is absolutely unreal right here. Gunfighter clutches it up with the ultimate, or with the operator for his team, and has ultimate online now. ODU's gonna like to use the tour de force. GMU with multiple ultimates online for their team. So now it's ODU's econ is just so far ahead, though. You have to play perfect if you're George Mason at this point.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is, everyone has their thing, right? I think Niche's niche, if you will, is these clutch scenarios.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen them so much today. We saw them earlier today against Radford, and you really just can't sleep on that. Niche is just so calm under the pressure, and you need to have that. I mean, cool under pressure, especially here on Icebox.
Yeah, and that's something to keep in mind. Dafa couldn't find a kill to Kitran. That is a lot of good util down for George Mason. Heal down, wall down, slow down, and now ODU gonna try and play off of that. Definitely gonna be something to keep in mind. Superhot's gonna find one. He's gonna be able to dismiss in time. It uses the full line, but Chase, unaffected, finds the kill onto Super Hot, and now it's a 4v3.
3v3. Chase finds two more. Chase is gonna be on 51 HP, hunting to find these two last players on ODU. D-Ved's gonna look for this plant now. Almost has it. The plant is going to be coming down now. GMU just has to play defense. We do have the Sova ultimate online for GMU. ODU has to go in and look for this attack here. The toxin is low for ODU right now, so it's going to be interesting to see exactly what GMU has what ODU has for this plan of attack coming in. Chase will find 4. They want to go for the ace. Chase is not playing today. GMU is going to look hard. Niche is going to be Blaine and try not to die here, but Chase is hunting. Not quite going to find it. Niche finds Chase here, and it's not over. We've seen the clutch, but not today. D-Ved gonna take out Niche and take the round for GMU.
George Mason slowly bringing that rope of momentum back to them. Goliath waking up, realizes what they have to do, and this is unreal right here. And the George Mason faithful are excited and hyped to see their team finally being able to execute their plans. And they've done so well in this scenario. I mean, great job defending these sites. And we see an almost ace come out from Chase. I mean, that was absolutely unreal.
What can he say? Chasing those aces. You want to give it to him.
Well, he's going to have to keep on chasing it because he only got 4, was just unfortunately fell short there. So definitely going to be something to keep an eye on going into these next rounds. But look at the economy. It's still so good for ODU.
Yeah, and we are going to see that tour de force coming out from GMU. I'm having way too much fun saying that. Tour de force coming out from well, now that I know what it's called,
Yeah,
so,
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I had to figure that out on the break, but GMU is going to have that tour de France out at
Never mind. You take it away, Will.
Yeah, you good after that one, Ryan? We're going to give Ryan a little bit of a break. He's been behind here all day. He is tired. And right now, I'm sure so are the players. I mean, just back and forth. It's like watching a heavyweight title fight. I mean, both these teams just slugging punches at each other one after another. And it's just going to be which team is able to get the knockout blow in this scenario. And right now, all momentum in favor of George Mason after taking 2 in a row. They're confident, they're ready, and now they are hungry.
Yeah, and Superhot's going to look for that trade. Finds David, but Superhot will fall down to the tour de force. And now GMU 4v4 right now. And, you know, like Nikita was saying earlier, endurance is key. Defect's going to be looking for that flank and is going to find Esper. His endurance is on top of the charts right now. 3v4. GMU is still going to be pushing in very slowly, trying to take this site. They do have Spike on them. ODU does have one player relatively low right now, so GMU can still win this. GMU playing really slow, really patient. You do not want to be aggressive, especially when you only have 3 players left. Chase Q not looking on the right side. This could be very bad for them right now. Not going to quite get taken out.
The timing.
5 HP. Ryan will take Gunfighter, but K-Train will fight Ryan. It is a 2v3. The Rez wants to come out and does come out. K-Train takes Gunfighter back into the fight because that is what they do. They fight. Defect will find Gunfighter, though, shortly after. Niche will find Chase Cube, and Niche will fall to K-Train. It is a 1v2. K-Train needs to find 2 more kills in the next 23 seconds to take this victory back for GMU.
K-Train last alive.
Oh, there it is!
The Quadra. K-Train comes up big for George Mason, just like that. That's absolutely massive for George Mason. 3 in a row. Are we going to see a 6-6 heading into halftime?
This momentum is going back and forth. ODU had it for 6 rounds in a row. GMU with 3 in a row now. GMU is not giving up yet. That Viper ultimate is online, so we are going to see probably a very aggressive push from GMU, securing that site hard. Both teams with a full buy, and here we are. ODU, GMU, map number 2, 6-3.
And I want to point something out here. George Mason has pretty much gone to A site every time.
Yep.
They failed to go to B pretty much every time. 6 rounds dropped. Ever since the timeout, they've kind of adjusted their strategy to go A, and it has completely worked out in their favor, and for good reason. I mean, they're just finding these opening picks, denying the util for ODU, and they're making the most out of it. Ryan's dash will go down without being used at all, so that he's going to get that online. Gunfighter gonna find the kill onto Defect, and now K-Tran gonna wall up in the Viper ultimate, so that's gonna be something to keep an eye on. Excuse me, there, Super Hot and Orion, but then K-Tran and Esper, and then Niche gonna find a kill. 2v2 now for both these teams. George Mason has one left, but it is Gunfighter, and we've seen him in this spot before, so you gotta be careful about this if you are ODU.
Yeah, Gunfighter gonna come up to this higher ground here, hold the operator, 37 seconds. Doesn't look like Gunfighter is going to try and just take this. Oh, never mind. I'm done talking because I was clearly wrong about that one.
Wait,
we are
Spike
gonna
is
see
down, it's not
Gunfighter.
planted.
Yeah, Spike is not down, and here, he finds the headshot, but can't find Automata. The trade comes in, ODU stops that momentum, 7-3. GMU needs to figure out what their plan of attack is going to be.
George Mason almost had it right there. The rope headhunter finds a kill. I mean, that was absolutely unreal. Just dodged it left and right on that rope.
Matrix style.
But unfortunately, that rope was finally cut right there. And Automata comes up clutch for ODU in a massive, massive round. And if Spike was planted in that scenario, that would have been played a lot differently.
Yeah, and if you're GMU here, you are down 4 rounds, and this is not, like a safety map for you either. ODU can win this. Super Hot's gonna, Super Hot maybe going on a very, very, very deadly flank here, but it is gonna be spotted, so he's gonna have to run away here. Wait. Oh, the Spectre's gonna take out Super Hot Girl. The Vandal will now be in Chase's favor here. Ryan does have the op and is gonna be watching this angle here, but I believe only Chase Q was on that site. The rest of them are
pushing in mid and A here. And oh, the Sheriff not quite defined. And the Vex going to find Ace, Esper, and Diven there. Ryan still holding the up, watching this angle. It is a 3v4. ODU's favor. The Viper ultimate is online as well. And oh, wait. Oh, no. Chase Q going to take out Ryan. That operator no longer in play. Gunfighter going to find the plant. 3v3. GMU can now relax for a quick second here. But Chase Q's not done yet. Gonna not quite find the kill. Gets caught on the reload. And Niche is going to find Chase Q.
A series of unfortunate events right there for George Mason. However, they still have 2 alive, and Plant is down. K-Tran finds a kill, finds a second through the smoke, and now it's a 2v1. Defuse gonna come out as well, so that's gonna be something to keep an eye on. And Ultimate is on a line as well for that Sage, but I think they might try to elect and save this. Gonna try and get the defuse off, but no time, and this should go in the way of GMU. A thrifty and great round. They have that res online as well, so that's gonna be something to keep an eye on, but that's a massive, massive, massive win for George Mason.
You know, GMU, they played that really well. They just really stalled point there long enough to where ODU was forced to go for the defuse, and it doesn't matter who went for the kill afterwards. It could have been K-Tran, or it could have been Chase Q there. Both of them going in, and unfortunately, ODU not able to take that round, and now it's 7-4, potentially 7-5, gonna be going into this next half.
Yeah, last round before swap right here, folks, and ODU gonna use everything they can, and I assume George Mason will as well. Most people will try and do that. Automata is gonna find a kill. Chase gonna find a kill on Automata. Niche gonna find a kill. Trace coming out left and right. This is looking like the stock market. We'll most likely see a res come out as well. K-Tran is gonna res Chase, and now numbers advantage in favor of George Mason after that res, and that's what the Sage brings to the table, is that ability to bring back a teammate and make it basically 6 lives versus 5.
Yeah, you know, ODU does have knives as well as the tour de force online here, and yeah, you're gonna get sick of me saying that. I know you are.
I already am.
But we're gonna say it until the rest of the series. So GMU is gonna give that spike over to Sage, but oh, Ryan's gonna find Gunfighter, but it's gonna be taken out by K-Tran. It is a 2v3 here. GMU is now gonna be able to take this plant down as the wall's gonna come out from K-Tran here. As nice safe plant comes out. GMU 3v2, as well as the Sova ability to really watch that spike from a long range away and through the walls. Might be able to play this relatively safe here. In fact, I believe we do not see, Sova is nowhere to be seen right now for GMU. Probably just watching this angle, be able to play it safe here. Niche gonna be pretty aggressive here. Comes in. Defect is gonna be trying to find a kill here. K-Train's gonna find Niche though. Demon's gonna find Defect. 7-5 as we go into the swamping half.
This is the exact same round count,
exactly,
but reversed. I said it. Be careful being ahead this much, because we just saw the same exact thing happen last round. And if this round's shaping up to be like last, it's going to be an absolute doozy.
Yeah, and you know, there's no better map for a snowball effect to happen than the one and only Icebox. You had.
I see what you did there.
You like that? Yeah. So it is going to be interesting to see how these teams come out. We are going to see Super Hot Girl with that frenzy. We've seen it before. We've seen it do some work. So it's going to be interesting to see if Super Hot Girl can find any more kills there. Look at that, 13-9, 12-6, 12-9, 11-8. The team is so even for ODU right now, but GMU very much catching up, 13-9. 12-12, 7-11, very much catching up to ODU.
Yeah, and you got to be so careful about pushing up right here against some. There's pushing up. You got to be careful about that. And right there, George Mason makes them pay. And another thing to note is the offensive util is in favor of ODU in this scenario. They have the extra util to go for this offense, but the same thing can be said with George Mason. They have that ability to deny two completely with that
Niche!
Sage. Niche almost clutches it up for ODU, but George Mason will take pistol round, and I imagine most likely the next one as well.
Yeah,
but
you know,
it's never set in stone.
Yeah, Vitaly and I talked about it earlier. If you win that pistol round, you're very likely going to win that next round there. And you hear the crowd going crazy as GMU has now gone, I believe, 4 or 5 rounds unanswered by ODU. You can tell that momentum has switched, and it is still anyone's game here. GMU feeling themselves right now. ODU trying to figure out what their plan of attack is going to be.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're nervous behind the desk.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how the players are feeling right now in an environment like this, in a game this big. And Niche, we're gonna pretend we didn't see that there, buddy. And there we go. That's what he wanted to do the whole time. Gonna block off the view from mid. Gonna try and fake out his teammate going there. Recon Bolt is gonna go on to K-Tran and reveal his location. They're gonna try and push up on him, but K-Tran ready for Super Hot. Super Hot has gone with that super aggressive push, but Defect does find the kill onto Esper, and now we're back to an even number for both sides.
Yeah, GMU, ODU, 4v4 here. Both teams down their Reyna, I believe. Yep, both teams down their Reyna right now, so it is quite literally a mirror 4v4 here. Niche recharging that toxin, being able to use it, and now I believe Niche is going to be now known that they are up in that kitchen area. Adamada is going to be looking for a nice Sova Dart, try to get some information. Never mind. I always try to predict things. I got to stop trying to predict things.
Yeah, you really do. You really do.
And it's either I predict it wrong or I cast or curse it, right?
Yeah, listen, if you predict it right, you look like the coolest guy in the room.
Exactly.
If you predict it wrong, you look like you do right now.
Wait.
The less said about that, the better. And we're going to see Recon Dark going to go out, try to find intel for the side of ODU, as they have the same number of people as George Mason trying to take the site. And now George Mason catching wind of their plan, gonna try and rotate here, and Niche gonna get spotted out right here, gonna put up wall, but it's not gonna be enough, most likely. Never mind, Niche gonna find a kill in the gunfighter. That's absolutely massive.
But Spike needs to be planted, and it's not gonna matter. GMU's gonna take that fight,
cleaned house.
and now we are even 7-7. Map number 2 in the MAEC Winter Valorant Grand Finals.
ODU was up by 6 rounds to start things off, and now it is 7-7. It doesn't get more intense than it does right now.
No, it doesn't.
And George Mason now full momentum on their sides. And if you look at the players right now, they are steel-faced and ready to try and win this game. And if you're ODU, you are trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, these players are intense and ready to go. We are going to see Gunfighter with that Bucky, interestingly enough. But, Defect's going to try to find Esper and does successfully find them. Esper will fall now. GMU is now down 1 player in this fight here. ODU does have the Viper ultimate as well as the Spike. Ryan will find Chase Q there, and GMU is now down 2 players. ODU wants to grab that momentum back in their favor, but a 3v5, can anything happen? Super Hawk going to find Gunfighter. There it is, a 2v5. Now ODU, Niche is going to start this plan on the Spike here, but it's going to be taken out by Diva. Diva will be traded out by Defecto. K-Train needs to find 4 or needs to run away. Here it is, Defecto as he gets down the Spike.
Ion Sheriff in hand. 4 heads that need to roll in this scenario. K-Tran trying to clutch it up for GMU, and it's a tall task up against 4 people with just a Spectre and a Sheriff in hand, but don't count them out yet. Wall is going to try and go up, but Automata was ready for that scenario. K-Tran falls, and now ODU finally puts an end to the run that GMU had right there, and ODU now takes the round advantage heading into round number 16.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say real quick is, if you're GMU, are you really that upset about that? You just went on a 6-win streak right there, so you have the economy. So I think you're fine there.
Yeah, except for the fact, if we look at Gunfighter, 0 in the bank after buying an op. Yep. So it's do or die right now for George Mason, and if we lose this, that might just be the nail in the coffin for them. They might be going to sleep in-game 6 feet under, because that's going to be absolutely devastating.
Gonna need to find a new box there on Icebox for them.
Yeah, gonna need to maybe put him in an icebox to try and move. I don't know what I'm saying.
Cryo freeze.
We need to stop. We need to stop. We're going
too hard with it. K-Tran will fight Super Hot Girl though. So luckily we stop, because Super Hot Girl's not stopping yet. Automata's gonna be looking though and finds 2.
Automata.
K-Train and Gunfighter fall down. Automata's not done yet. This player is absolutely incredible. GMU 3 players, ODU has 4, and that Viper ultimate still online, I might add here. Chase Q's gonna be looking, and here it comes. Niche is gonna take this plant.
Yeah, and it's full advantage right now for ODU. Double the numbers. However, T-Fed got to find one. Automata going for the ace. Needs one more to try and get the kill, and there it is. Ace for Automata. ODU in full force. George Mason, shell shocked.
Yeah, and like you mentioned earlier, Automata is labeled as the sub for ODU, but this is not sub play style right now. This is dominant play style from Automata.
Way above, some would say, sub-par right there, and he has been absolutely unreal right now. Automata leading the way for ODU on this side change, and George Mason now has to be careful. They have nothing in the bank. They have to be really careful about where they go, where they push, what abilities they use, and I think right now ODU is going to try and make full advantage of that. Esper gets the pick, but doesn't heal off it. But they do have the Sage to heal up their Reyna.
Yeah, if you don't have to use that heal, then, why use it, right? You can just use
Reyna
that as a runaway. Yeah, that as well. So you are going to have ultimate for Reyna, but you're also going to have ultimate for Reyna, Viper, and Sova for ODU. So ODU can really play this safely and just wait for things to happen because of the abilities that they have to just engage this fight, right? So GMU, they are going to be up one player here. I believe that was their, who was that died? That was their Jet that died for the side of ODU. The Reyna ultimate will come out from ODU, however. Chase Q will throw out that wonderful drone and find someone, I might add. So Chase Q is now given some information. The Viper ultimate comes out. Defect will find Esper, though, so no more Reyna ultimate online. Automata will take this plant down, and now ODU is going to be very comfortable sitting in these ultimate abilities. Superhot's going to die to a headshot Sheriff from K-Tran. We've seen it before.
That is massive. That is absolutely massive. And the save for George Mason right now doing wonders for their team. Smoke Integrity going down for the Viper. Niche is going to find one, but that bomb is going to start to be defused. Start spraying through that smoke. You're going to need it. And look who it is. Niche comes up clutch yet again for ODU.
ODU going wild right now. They are in 3-round territory from the victory of the MAEC Winter Finals.
I don't know if the roof can contain the level of hype in this arena. This casting desk certainly can't contain you and me right now. We're moving all over the place for this, and for good reason. This has been back and forth, and look at Automata leading the way, and so is Defect, but Niche is right there as well. This has been such a good team performance by ODU as they try and close out an early advantage that they almost let slip away, but now 3-round advantage. Now they were 3 rounds away from winning the grand finals and walking away with $500.
Yeah, and this team wants that money. They are the underdogs. They are the team that really should not be winning this right now, but here they are, ready to win, ready to get the money.
They deserve to be winning this right now.
They deserve it. They are the underdog story.
Their hearts out, and Esper gonna find one, Gunfighter gonna find another, trying to crawl back and stop. The momentum is George Mason, and Viper ultimate is going to affect so much right there. That just covers the entire middle of the site to the attacker spawn.
Yeah, and GMU used 3 of their ultimate abilities there. That is a very hefty investment from GMU.
They're trying to win now, and they're trying to win fast, and they recognize how much they need. And Defect is going to find a kill. So is Niche. However, Niche is going to fall now 3v2 in favor of George Mason as they try and get the spike planted. There it goes, 30 seconds. Spike plant. However, Sobo ultimate is going to come out. Location revealed. Onto the Jet. Defect to find one. Now 2v2. And Gunfighter misses the op shot.
And Defect's going to find Chase Q. Here it is. Defect needs to find it again. Defect finds Gunfighter. 11 into 7. ODU is looking to finish this underdog story on top.
This is absolutely unreal. Defect with 4. And now 2 rounds separate ODU and the title.
The title of the MAEC Winter Valorant Grand Finals. GMU and ODU, 11-7.
Defect just right there, just playing it perfectly. And look at the economy, absolutely ravaged and all over the place. GMU manages to buy an op, but then the next best gun you have is a Spectre. Questionable buys out here from the team. I mean, I think they just need to win, and they need to win fast. However, K-Tran does find a kill on 2 defects. That's absolutely massive to start things off. However, Ryan does want to push things here, blocks off that catwalk area and allows a free plant, and now it's going to be the defense super hot. 1, 2, 3, stop him!
Nation's gonna fight D-Van. Here it is, 12-7. ODU match point, match round in the grand finals series. ODU wants to go home tonight. They want to go home rich. They want to go home as the underdogs, and they want to go home with the title. Will.
George Mason timeout, and super hot, willing his team across the line and to victory, and ODU faithful are loud and proud, and right now, that's exactly what their team needs.
Yeah, and you know, GMU, time to reset, time to think. You are in the crunch zone here. You need to figure out what your plan of attack is going to be. How are you going to go forward? What are you going to do for the next 5 rounds in a row to get this to just continue?
Yeah, and you need to play perfectly, 0 mistakes. Not a single mistake needs to be made because ODU can capitalize off that. And look at the ultimates online. George Mason has that extra life that they can use. However, you need your Sage to kind of play back a little bit in that scenario. And ODU, 3 ultimates online. And I imagine after that triple, Super Hot is 1 or 2 away from being able to get that ultimate. So maybe an ult orb and a kill. And that's a 4th ultimate online. And if I'm ODU, I'm using as much as I can. I'm ending it right here, right now.
Yeah.
And here we go, folks. Countdown has started for match point, set point right here. 1 round separates ODU and the title of Valorant champions here at the MAEC Winter Games.
Absolutely, Will. And I mean, ODU, the underdog story, the team that has already beat one of their rematch competitors and is now looking to finish it off on the GMU with another rematch victory here. A 5-2 team against a 7-0 team. ODU is ready to go, but right now GMU is not making mistakes. K-Tran found 2, D-Vets found in 1 as well. GMU 5 versus 2 right now. The Viper ultimate is being used by ODU, but they do not have Spike, so they cannot use that ability. 1 player remains for ODU. GMU not giving up yet. Super Hot is going to fight K-Tran, though. ODU knows there's just 1 player remaining and is not going to let K-Tran find that ace. Chase Q going to stop it right there. GMU is not done yet.
A massive, massive round there for George Mason. That cannot be understated more. I mean, absolutely crucial to save them from the brink of defeat. And now, 4 rounds away for George Mason between glory or defeat.
You have to be tired of this. So, I mean, the endurance that you have to play this at such a high level for such a constant amount of time. I mean, GMU, they have to put all their cards on the table right now.
They've been here all day as well.
They have been here all day, competing all day since 9, 10 a.m. this morning. They have been here, and they are just competing and ready to go. Defect. Oh, defect. Oh, defect. Gunfighter, not quite.
Timing.
This is scary. This is scary.
He's waiting for him to sneak up, but he's not going to quite find anything. And now he's going to try and lurk around the corner and maybe find someone else. But it looks like it's going to be a B push here from ODU as they try and get things off. 3 ultimates have been used. ODU is going big or go home. Quite literally, Super Hot revealed is going to be able to get out, though. Does have the Empress ending really, really quickly. And now that is offline, and now I think this is when George Mason tries to strike.
Yeah, and Niche will get the plant off, but the revive is still alive for GMU here. So it is that 6v5 still, as you were mentioning earlier. But Defect with a nice quick scope on the Gunfighter. Chamber down for GMU. As well as Steve Super Hot's going to find one. Chase is going to find Automate, though. And Ryan's going to find Esper. It is a 4v2, 4v1. Ryan wants to end it down. And there it is. Oh my goodness. Your MAEC Winter Games Grand Champions!
Wow. Oh my goodness! The story of David and Goliath completes itself yet again, and David wins once more, and GMU unfortunately falls flat, and ODU comes out on top.
That underdog story,
wow.
The age-old tale And here it is, ODU coming off of a nice win off of Radford, coming straight into GMU and finishing it with a nice 2-0 to win the grand finals here at the MAEC Winter Games.
Yeah, and another thing I want to emphasize is that GMU came in here undefeated, so they were by far the favorites, and what a close game it was between ODU and Radford. It went to map 3 and almost over. It went into overtime in map 3, I believe. So for them to just win this 2-0 is absolutely unreal. I mean, I'm at a loss for words right now. Big congratulations there to ODU and GMU. Both teams played phenomenally, but I think that's going to be it from me and Ryan. Unfortunately, we're going to send this back to the analyst desk so they can do their job and we relax. Oh my goodness.
Thank you guys so much. What a series, ODU versus GMU. You know, as the casters were talking about, you know, GMU came in here undefeated. ODU had a chip on their shoulder, and those actually 2 chips on their shoulder, and that was Radford and GMU, the 2 teams that they lost to in the regular season, and they were able to kind of defeat their demons, if you will. They were able to fight back, knock those chips off their shoulder, and prove that they do have a very, very competent Valorant team and that they are the best Valorant team in the DMV area.
Yeah, I think that word prove encapsulates everything. Yeah. They come in as a 3 seed. They fight their first demon in Radford. It goes to map 3. It goes to the end. It was slipping from them. They took hold, and they got their victory, right? And now they move in to the grand final seed, which is probably scarier. You're against the number 1 seed in GMU. They're undefeated. They've beat you before, and you have a chip on your shoulder. You have to beat your second demon now. They come in. They take control of the first map after looking a little slow, maybe? And I think they just had utter control in map 2. I mean, we knew that Icebox was going to be something that either saved one of these 2 teams, right?
Yes.
And ODU did not let it be the saving grace for GMU. They took hold, and as we said, if they ever got that lead early and held on to it, that's just a bonus, and they cashed in that bonus.
Yeah, no, that is exactly what happened. And when we were talking about before, we did say that Icebox would be that turning point for whoever it was, right? We originally had predicted that it was going to be GMU taking Haven, and then ODU would come back, take Icebox, and then if they were able to take Icebox, they would take Breeze as well. So, you know, we knew that Icebox would be that turning point. We felt that if GMU won first map and Icebox was just over, if GMU lost that first map, it would be so difficult for them to get back into the game. And ODU did exactly that. They knew that it would be difficult, and they took full advantage of Icebox. Something else that we mentioned, too, is when ODU wins the pistol round, it kind of indicates how the rest of the game is going to go as well. And that was the same, especially in Radford, right? Game 1, ODU didn't win a single pistol round. Game 2, ODU lost that first pistol round, but they won the second one, and they were able to finally win out. And then, you know, game 3, they just won all the pistol rounds. And then, you know, a very similar thing here on Icebox as well as Haven is when they win the pistol rounds, it kind of indicates what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of correlation or causation. We don't know which one's true.
Maybe a little bit of both.
If we want to pick a theme, we could do that pistol round once again. That determines if you win the pistol round, you win the game, and it is shown true today.
Yeah. Well, we do have an opportunity to sit down and talk to one of the members of ODU. We already had a chance to talk to Ryan, so maybe we'll have a different one on the desk. But for now, we're going to throw it out onto the floor and hear what they have to say. Take it away.
We do indeed have a different player with us. We have Defect right now. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that win. I have to ask the first question, of course. This is the first MAEC that happened in person. So this is the first win that happened in person rather than virtual. How does it feel?
Feels good. This is the first time we played in LAN for everybody. It's a different experience. We weren't expecting this at all. It was fun.
So tell us more about that. What do you mean you weren't expecting it?
So we didn't even know we had a LAN this semester. So we didn't know we were in MAEC, and then all of a sudden we're like, hey, there could be a LAN at the end if you guys get top 4. So
Awesome.
now we're here.
What a great feeling. So to find out as a surprise and then win the whole thing, that must feel incredible.
Oh yeah, it was a rough first game with Radford with the first map. We were like, oh no, this might go bad. But luckily we went out on top.
So the analyst desk said that the Icebox was really sort of the turning point. Do you agree with that, or how do you think the games went?
Yeah, so Icebox, we don't practice at all. So we just thought, hey, let's throw it out there. Let's see what happens. And then obviously we had Reyna and Jet. You don't usually see that with like pro play. You usually see that in just like ranked mode. We were just like, let's see what happens. And obviously we went on top. We fragged out. It just worked.
It worked out for you. So last question, because then we're going to go celebrate. But tell us about the mentality, because obviously these games, they take a lot of stamina, and they go for hours because it's a series. Tell us, how do you practice to prepare to really bring it your all for every minute and not sort of fall off at the end?
Yeah, so we make sure we pick the right maps that we're comfortable with in general. Usually we ban Bind. We don't like that map. But the way we practice is we just make sure we have the right mentality, not to feel defeated, especially in like an 0-4 situation, which we had with Radford at the start of almost every game. But we always came back and make sure everyone's focused up during our timeouts.
That's great. So just keep focused. Don't let the defeats get you down. You have to keep going until it's over, and it's over in the best possible way for you guys
Yes.
today. Congratulations
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you so much for joining me.
All right, thank you.
Again, I feel like hearing from the players of ODU, they all just sound so calm and collected, just unfazed, So we talked a lot about mentality and getting in your own head, the stamina, the fatigue, the endurance of it all. I think having that mentality of just like, we maybe lose those first 4 rounds, but we just take a timeout, we group up, we refocus, and we just get back in there. I think that's just such a strong mentality, especially in this LAN environment, in this space, when you've been going for hours on end, and then you're just able to say, no worries, we lost a couple of rounds, it's okay, we'll come back, we'll take it back, we know we can out-frag them in the end.
Yeah, I think this mindset really benefits you in these long-winded tournaments, especially where you understand that maybe your game plan doesn't make much sense to outside of your team. I mean, Defect mentioned that we don't really play a comp that is good in pro. We play something you might be seeing in your solo queue games at like 3 a.m. But they don't care. They know what works for them. They're going to play what works for them. If it doesn't go well at first, they know it could go well later, and they're not going to let that impact their gameplay. And it's shown time and time again.
Yeah, I think it was really interesting mentioning that they didn't really practice a lot on Icebox. They probably realized that, GMU obviously scouting them out, trying to figure out what maps they're good on, what maps they want to play on, and then, throwing out a map that is unexpected for both teams might end up working out in your favor, right? GMU may not have been practicing on Icebox either, may not have been prepared to fight on an Icebox map. Earlier I mentioned GMU likes Bind, they like Haven. Defect said, ODU, we hate Bind. We ban it every single time. So it already narrowed that map pool enough so that you could throw out a wild card like Icebox, and it ended up working out really well for ODU.
Yeah, I really think with their mindset of we're kind of just going to play the hand we're dealt and we're okay with that. Works out, especially when GMU has had all this time to plan against them. So we'll throw out a map we don't really practice on. We'll throw out a comp that's unorthodox, and we'll see how you handle it. We're putting all the counterplay in your park. We're going to play our game, and we're going to win playing our game, and they feel confident in that, and it shows in the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it throws even more pressure onto GMU. We talked about it before. All the pressure was on GMU at that point. They needed to win Icebox. Then they needed to win Breeze. And then it's even more of like, we're ODU, we're just going to play our game. We're just going to do whatever. It's up to you to figure out how to play against that, how to counter that. And I think at the end of the day, it was just stacked too much against GMU. There was a little too much pressure. And ODU just played lights out today. There's so many players that did so well. Defect, obviously one of them. Ryan, obviously, especially in that Radford game, did a phenomenal job. Super Hot Girl doing amazing. Practically Niche, even like practically every member of I just listed everyone, but you know, practically every member of ODU had their moment, had their time to shine as well. So yeah, I think they all just played absolutely incredible today.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that ODU played fantastic today, but we also have to give it up for GMU. I mean, they had to play spectacularly the entire season to get here. And they had to play spectacularly earlier today to even get to this match. So a big congratulations to them for even placing second. That's still a great feat.
That's still awesome.
And of course, congratulations to ODU for taking first in the MAEC DMV Winter Games for Valorant. Yeah. And we should go ahead and...
Yeah, we should talk about everything that happened. So, of course, at Valorant, we had ODU winning that first, taking home $500. GMU taking second, that $250. And then over on the side of Overwatch, which we saw yesterday, we saw Bryan Stratton College taking first place and GMU taking second place. And then over on the League of Legends side of things.
Yeah, I had the great chance to cast that match, actually. Where George Mason did come out on top against ODU. And the same matchup, different outcome, right?
Yeah.
It was a great match. It was a 2-0, but the second match was so close. Like, the numbers of 2-0 don't explain how good of a match it was.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That was a fun match to watch, too. We got to see some picks that we had seen before, some comfort picks, and then some a little unorthodox picks as well.
I'm a big draft guy, so seeing all of the little draft shenanigans going on where we're feigning certain picks, and then at the last pick, we'll switch something and change our entire comp. That was fun to see.
Yeah, and then finally for Rocket League today, we did see GMU take home that victory and Howard Community College taking second. There were a lot of upsets that happened today.
Yeah, there's a lot of upsets. There were a lot of close games. And I really think the great thing about a tournament like this is that with 4 different titles, we're seeing so many different teams show out. I think we had... at least 9 teams come out and play in this tournament. I mean, if we're looking at just the finals, you see GMU in every one, so you're like, oh, it's just going to be the same 4 teams in every semifinals. But no, there was actually a lot of representation. We had colleges, we had universities, we had community colleges. I think the representation is great. In a conference such as this.
Exactly, yeah. But because, you know, the DMV area, the Mid-Atlantic area isn't just made up of universities or colleges. Like, there are community colleges, there are colleges, there's universities. We're all in this together. We're all working together to, you know, make esports, make collegiate esports better. Yes, we are competing against each other, but at the end of the day, right, we all want the same thing, whether it is a focus on academics, a focus on competition, or a mixture, a merger, whatever. We all just want to grow and see this space flourish.
Yeah, I think that was well said.
Well, of course, one more thing before we go, I do want to say huge shout out to everyone who's donated to the fund, to Children's National. Again, it's one of the top 10 pediatric hospitals in the nation. All of the money that's been raised through the DMV Spring Summit of 2022 will fund the research by Kevin Cleary, and that involves using video games to help kids with cerebral palsy improve their motor skills. Of course, if you want to donate, there is still time. You know, we're not shutting you out. There's still time. If you want to donate, you can go to www.extralifedc.com and throw in a little bit of money, whether it's $500, $50, or $1. Any little bit helps. So a huge shout out to that. And of course, a huge shout out to both Game Gym and Events DC for putting together an incredible LAN experience, honestly.
Yeah, it's great to see this young conference with so many new teams in it this season be able to have their final tournament culminate in a LAN event. I mean, the experience, the environment was loud. There was a lot of energy. It amped up the level of gameplay. It made everything so much better to cast, to analyze, to watch, to play. It's fantastic. And I know all of you out there are watching on Twitch. You can also just scroll down if you don't want to type in a website.
Oh, true, yeah.
Go down there. You'll see the donate option for Extra Life. You can go there as well. It'll be a lot easier. I mean, you just got to do it for the kids, man.
Yeah, do it for the kids. I'm sure there's a bot in there throwing out the link as well, so you don't even need to type it out. But yeah, what a fantastic set of 2 days. We have just seen some incredible collegiate action. I mean, I think I personally want to give a shout out to just everyone who was here at the event, everyone who made the event possible, all of the students at Shenandoah University who have put together all of this, who have been running production, they've been TOing, they've been fighting fires all day, the amazing staff from Game Gym who've been here helping out. It's just been a collaboration, and man, it's so good to have a LAN event happening here, honestly.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely great collaborative event with MAEC, with Game Gym, with the students of Shenandoah University. Almost every aspect of this tournament was run by a student or a group of students from the school.
Yep.
And it's gone without a hitch. It's been perfect. I've had a great time.
Yeah.
I think all of the fans out there have been having a fantastic time.
Oh my gosh, especially today. They're going crazy.
Yeah, it's been such an honor to be here.
Yep, absolutely. So that's going to be it for us tonight. It is getting dark outside. Thank you all so much for tuning in. A huge shout out to everyone who competed. Huge shout out to all of the winners. Without further ado, I thank you from the analyst desk. We will let you go. Have a wonderful rest of your night, day, morning, whatever. We will see you soon. See you next time.